There was a pause from Peter as he looked at the guardian in front of him. A lot of the built-up energy he had disappeared, and the skin on his body was still somewhat hurting. However, it wasn't to the point where it had an adverse effect on him, and because the rage overran his thoughts, he hadn't even thought about what would have happened if he was hit again by the strange shadow. "I know you, don't I?" Peter asked, and quickly he started to cancel his transformation, so more of his usual appearance started to show. It was easy for Peter now to turn his celestial form on and off, so he didn't think it would be a problem, but knowing this person and not being able to put his finger on who it was seriously bugging him. "It's you," the guardian finally responded. "I didn't think you would still be alive, and unlike you, my appearance has changed greatly from before. But you're right, we once did know each other. I am Ashley." At first, the name didn't click in Peter's head, but soon he started to remember. Ashley was Paul's right-hand man. He was the leader of the vampire soldiers who had eventually turned into the vampire core unit. Ashley in front of Peter looked older and more rugged but still had a strong, powerful body and an air of confidence around him. Only his eyes seemed much dull compared to before. "Yes, I remember now. Quinn saved you guys." Peter slowly spoke. "He saved you when the vampires were going to kill you. You know, that bastard of a boss of yours tried killing Quinn? So what the hell are you doing on the other side?" Peter started to gather his celestial energy again, changing his form again, ready for a fight. The others seemed to be faring all right against the guardians and beasts, but honestly, Peter didn't know if they could win this. In his head, the way for them to win this battle was to take out Laxmus. Peter began to charge forward, but when he did, his foot touched the ground, and he tried to push off, but it felt slightly lighter. That's when he noticed it was touching the shadow, slowing down his movements. Looking back up, Peter saw a blood slash heading his way. He covered his head by crossing his arms. The attack had hit, and it was quite powerful, pushing Peter somewhat, but it did not harm him. "If all the guardians are as weak as you, we have nothing to worry about," Peter roared. Peter tried to move his tail head, but it was already encased by even more shadow which wrapped around his tail head like it was an arm holding onto it. "This shadow is strange. I can feel him holding onto it, and I can't move my tail head," Peter thought. The shadow seemed to contain some traits similar to Quinn's, while at the same time, there were apparent differences. It was the same as when Peter had punched the shadow Laxmus had created. And the form of the shadow felt more solid than Quinn's, and there was a limit to Quinn's, because for him each hit would consume a large amount of MC cells. Peter somewhat understood when Laxmus had blocked his attack, but now one of the guardians was also able to jam his headtail. Ashley was already on top of him, throwing out his fist towards Peter. A red aura covered his arm, making it look like a blade. Moving his hand, Peter grabbed the fist, holding it in place. The red aura had pierced through his hand, and it was bleeding, but Peter didn't care. "I think you guys have gotten a bit too confident thinking that there is no one out there who can beat you. I need to show you your place," Peter shouted, throwing out his fist. Then, taking the shadow off the headtail, Ashley tried to move it to block the attack. The shadow could move at a fast speed, faster than when Quinn used it, but it wasn't fast enough as Peter's fist pounded Ashley's chest, causing a crack on the best armor he was wearing and sending him flying back through the air. While in midair, Ashley used the shadow to create small wings while also infusing his blood aura. The shadow blood wings looked somewhat horrifying, and it didn't help when Ashley flapped them to slow himself down and went on one knee, holding his chest. Curling his lip air, he hissed at Peter baring his fangs. "You don't understand anything," Ashley shouted with a bit of blood dripping from his mouth. "You think I'm on the wrong side? I just realized what the right side was. You are the one in the wrong," Ashley shouted, standing up. "If Paul were alive, he would understand our choice. You are trying to save the humans, why? Are you forgetting something, you idiot?" Peter raised his eyebrows. "You were a human as well. Maybe because you have been a vampire for so long, you have forgotten that." "No, I haven't, and they are not like me," Ashley replied. They kill their own, they killed my family. My family members were humans as well, but just because I was a vampire, they murdered them." Do you understand? Do you understand the pain I went through? And as for Quinn, he promised us that he would find a way to turn us back into a human. But he never did. And I'm not the only one that has experienced things like this happen to them. This is why if Quinn can't turn us back, there is another solution to solve the problem. Turn everyone into a vampire. Let them suffer through what we have experienced. They were strong emotions coming from Ashley, and Peter could somewhat understand it, but none of this was their fault. A few immoral people were running it for everyone, and while they were away they had managed to go down the wrong end. Gathering all the strength in his leg, Peter ran forward and then pushed off using his headtail from the ground, kicking it up and giving him extra strength to move forward. It was so fast Ashley had no time to react at all, and his chest was still hurting from the pain before. Before he knew it, Peter had grabbed his mouth, and then lifted his whole body into the air. Because you once knew Quinn and helped him out, I will spare you. So get out of my way. Peter threw Ashley away like a rag doll, crashing it into the floor. This created a large crater underneath, and the attack was so strong it caused the others to look over at what was happening. Letting go, it looked like Ashley was almost dead because he wasn't moving, but Peter didn't care. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Laxmus. You're next. Meanwhile, Vincent wasn't going on the offensive against the bear or the guardian. His speed was fast, but not on the level of Jake Green or Peter. Instead, he had stronger blood powers he could use to finish them in a single blow. However, he was worried that if he went after one of them, the other would be able to attack him, and without knowing the full strength of these guardians, this was a risky plan. Finally, though, the guardian fighting against Vincent, who had a mask covering his face, charged in. So far, he had just been making blood attacks, which confused Vincent because they weren't as strong as he had expected. In fact, they were a little too weak. Now as the guardian came with his fists, Vincent was on guard, assuming the enemy's hand-to-hand combat skills would be better. But something unexpected happened. Just pretend to fight. A voice suddenly entered his ears. It was the guardian who he was fighting against. Blocking the first punch, Vincent could tell that the guardian had receded all the energy at the last moment, significantly lowering the attack power. I'm on your side. I promise you that, Vincent. This is why I need you to listen to me. If you want the others to live, it would be best to leave with me and let Laxmus take you. Otherwise, everyone will die. Should he trust the vampire or not? So was the question going through Vincent's mind when he heard the guardian's words. He knew the vampire in front of him wasn't attacking at full strength while still making their fight look somewhat flashy. So it was clear he didn't want to fight, but the thing was, they still wanted Vincent to come along with them. What was the guarantee that this was not an elaborate trap for him to surrender in order to save the others? Let's see how he deals with this. As he increased the blood aura in his strike, Vincent thought and sent out a powerful strike. Seeing this, the guardian jumped back, covered his fist in a red aura, and punched the incoming attack, shattering it to pieces. That answered one question. At least I know he does have the strength to do something, Vincent thought. It was then that Vincent charged in and went back to hand-to-hand combat because there were multiple vampires around them. If they shouted, there was a good chance the others could hear. A clash of fake fist punches hit each other, and now the two were blocking and attacking simultaneously. Who are you? Why would I even trust what you say? If you want me to at least listen to you, then tell me who you are. Vincent asked and suddenly increased his strength a little, giving a hard kick on the guardian's guts. Damn you, the guardian replied. Can't you see? Laxmus is just playing with you all? He hasn't even used the extent of his shadow powers, and neither has he joined the fight. And trust me, he can do things that none of you can even imagine. Looking at the field, Vincent saw how the others were faring, and it looked like they were struggling against the guardians alone. Still, at the same time, Vincent had a feeling that those that had gathered around Quinn wouldn't lose out so quickly either, and it was then that he saw Jake Green, along with Peter, kill two of the shadow beasts that Laxmus had summoned earlier. They aren't as weak as you think, and if they are really friends of him, then Laxmus is a fool if he thinks he can just do what he wants and get away, Vincent replied. Laxmus is after you, Vincent. He only wants you, so you can save everyone. The person charged in, punching harder and faster as he got frustrated. And also don't want anyone to get hurt. Vincent parried away the hit and, at that moment, saw the look in the Guardian's eyes. They were fierce, and Vincent believed he had seen them before, but they were incredibly hard to recall as they couldn't have been someone he had seen often. "I work with Layla," the man finally replied, "and I promise that the two of us will do anything in our power to make sure you are safe. So if you don't believe me, then at least believe in her." With Peter being the only one taking out the Guardian and Beast in front of him, the other Guardians weren't so quick to stop him, and Laxmus welcomed the person in front of him. "I can tell you have the power of a god inside you," Laxmus said as he walked forward, the shadow covering his body, mainly his back. Over his shoulders, it looked almost like there were two large spikes formed from shadows and had the image of horrifying faces inside as well. "The others are no match for you," Laxmus continued. "Unfortunately, my god is a strong one and has been quite generous to me, so you are no match for me either." The two of them were about 10 meters apart. But even then, Laxmus threw out his hand as if he was reaching out to grab Peter. At that moment, the shadow left his hand in the form of a huge claw. And when Laxmus closed his hand, it closed on Peter and grabbed him. The next second, Laxmus lifted him into the air. "My shadow is faster and stronger than before, and no amount of chi, celestial energy, or vampire energy can break it," Laxmus replied in a smug tone. These words seemed quite true as Peter swung his headtail into the shadow. But, when it came in contact with the shadow, it slowed down again. It was the same for Peter's body himself. He struggled and tried to move and break free, but it seemed that he was unable to do anything even with all of the new celestial points he gained. "It looks like you are the strongest that your little group has to offer. I haven't even used my energy to transform my body, and I can defeat you simply like this. I guess your god must not care about you so much." Lexus smirked. Then, lifting Peter with the shadow hand, he slammed the former to the ground at a frightening speed and force. It sank the whole arena a little bit, sending shockwaves through the pillars attached to the arena connected to the sea underneath. Everyone paused as the arena shook for a few seconds as they felt the power in the slam of the shadow arm. And as Laxmus lifted Peter off the ground once again, Peter coughed out a load of blood, but he was still alive, his body transformed. "You would never be able to amount to him," Peter gritted his teeth. The rage inside him had reached a tipping point. Laxmus narrowed his eyes and then used the shadow hand to pull Peter towards him while clenching the fist, ready to punch the life out of the latter. And at the same time, power was rising through his hand, and it started to grow slightly in size. The outer skin began to change to a solid black, and strange white lines were running up and down where the veins would be. His fingers elongated, and the tip of them turned solid white. It was clear that Laxmus was using his celestial energy now to change his body parts, but it looked different from before. Now he had changed and he had gotten stronger. Laxmus, he had 1,000 years to gather his strength. He truly is dangerous. And Peter is far beyond the power I can rise within me unless I have to resort to some serious methods. Should I trust this person? Maybe it's the only choice I have. Vincent started to think as he reconsidered the Guardian's offer. Being dragged through the air, Peter thought of the words Laxmus had said. "I need to protect Quinn. It's my job to protect and help him. I owe him everything, even my whole life, and I can't even take out one person for him." Desperate, Peter started to focus his celestial energy on his two fists. His hands had never let him down. He didn't know if it would do anything because activating the celestial energy was usually something that would just change his whole body. Still, of course, he was in a desperate situation and would use any means within his limits. Just like he would normally focus his chi, he was doing the same, putting all the energy into his fists. The black outer casing with the red lines running up to Peter's fingertips had a red brilliance as they got brighter. At the same time, the rest of Peter's body was starting to change. His headtail was disappearing, and his old appearance was coming back. Looking at his fists, they were now twice the size they were before. "Get your fucking hand off of me," Peter shouted as he slammed both his fists down on the wrist of the shadow, trying to force Laxmus to let go. A large explosion pierced the sky, shaking the clouds and the air above the arena. A shockwave that appeared out of nowhere shocked the others, pushing them a few inches back, and for the first time, Laxmus's smug expression had faltered, and the smile on his face had receded. That was because Peter had destroyed half of the shadow hand with just one punch. It was the first experience for Laxmus, but the shadow was slowly coming back and was still holding on to Peter. So he wasn't able to completely destroy it as he wished. "You just need a little help," a voice suddenly called out from above Peter's head. And when he looked up, Peter thought he imagined things for a second as he could see Quinn, but that was because he quickly remembered that there was another on the battlefield that looked like him. Swinging his arms down, Vincent looked like he was punching the air, but he was actually moving a piece of string, and attached to its other end was a sword. And as this extraordinary sword struck down and touched the shadow hand, large explosions went off one after another. It had hit Peter, but he had moved away, and that's when he noticed he was free. Now in front of him there was Vincent. "You saved me, and I returned the favor," Vincent said as he pulled the string, retracting the sword back into his hand. As soon as Peter saw the sword, only one thought flashed in his mind. This is Arthur's sword. After the group saw Mukka regaining her composure and jumping down to the arena floor where the fighting was going, the rest followed her. They didn't know why, but with Quinn gone, there was always someone who would naturally next take charge, and all of them seemed to follow her. Even if she was flustered at this moment, there would usually be a sense of air around her. A leader wasn't just who was strongest. Peter could have taken that role, but he wasn't one to order others or help them out, yet Mukka felt more like one. Maybe it was the fact that Mukka was already a leader before. The group had done little to help so far though. When the shadow beast had come, the group was waiting for some order from her, but she said only a few words. "They are dangerous, and now is not the time. It is best if we wait." Although she said this, Mukka still felt slightly nervous, and Mithzel, who was standing closest to her, could hear her say a couple more words quietly under her breath. "I think." Hearing this, Mitchell wondered if they were doing the right thing. He had heard about her ability, but no one truly knew how it worked. If she weren't in the right mindset, perhaps it would affect her ability as well. Either way, it was too late to act, as the Guardians had arrived, and 4 of them had surrounded them, each of them with the power of the shadow scene hovering behind their backs. The first thing the group did was try and get out of their situation. They threw out blood swipes from all directions. Lightning strikes also came from Lucia on top of that. However, the group of Guardians was able to do something they didn't expect. Seeing the attack, they moved their shadow and placed it in front of them. It was then that each of their shadows had linked up and grew larger, nearly creating a dome over the group. When their attacks hit the shadow, they had done next to nothing. Slowly, the shadow dome was growing larger, and soon it looked like it would trap all of them. The group just continued to attack, but all attempts were turning futile. "Use your heads. Don't just try the same thing over and over again," Mitchell shouted. His body started to change and transform as the casing on his eye increased, and it began to glow red. Soon his hand grew in size and narrowed out, turning into a rifle, giving him a chance to fire a powerful blood rifle. He aimed at the top and fired into the air. The shadow looked like it was just about to close, but when the strong blood aura hit, mixed with the celestial energy, it pushed the shadow away slightly. Shaking her head, Mukka realized how stupid she had been. "Let's get out of here." She easily picked up a couple of the others around her and started to jump in the air. Unfortunately, the dome created was quite the large one, so she could not clear the dome in a single jump. Furthermore, she neither had the power of flight, so it looked like she would soon just fall back down. That's when a solid form of blood aura appeared under her feet and made it easier and quicker for her to jump. Once again, before the shadow dome was about to close up, Mitchell shot another blood aura from the rifle, breaking the shadow. "Don't worry about us," Mithzel said as he was on the ground with Lucia and Hannah. The 2 Mukka had taken, Jessica and Minnie, were the closest at the time. "Make your ability work and get us out of here so we can help you." Mukka, with the other 2, had successfully gone out of the shadow dome created, while the others were now stuck in complete darkness. Again, in an attempt to break out, Mitchell fired out his blood rifle towards the side this time. It had hit the shadow and cleared some of them away, causing them to move and show gaps on the outside but quickly reformed over, trapping them within the dome. Even the new celestial energy won't work. This shadow power is incredibly strong. We might not survive this one, Hannah said, staring at the space around her. Lucia had grabbed onto the blood amulet that Quinn had given to her after using the new ability upon leveling up as a celestial. The amulet had continued to gather energy ever since the event commenced and was gathering even more so now. I still think we have a chance, Lucia said, clenching the amulet. Landing outside of the dome, the first thing Mukka saw was the 4 guardians using both their hands to supply their shadow powers into the dome. Seeing this was the case, she thought it was her chance. Charging in, she pulled a weapon out from her rope. It was as large as a short sword, but the top was spiked and thick. It was a mace. In truth, Mukka was one of the few vampires and vampire leaders that actually fought with a weapon. As she used her red aura and control, blood began to move up the mace and enveloped the spikes, making the weapon even more powerful. Then, she threw out her weapon toward one of the guardians, aiming it right for their head. It was the perfect shot until the guardian turned around and lifted his hand. Then, taking some of the shadows from the dome and stopping the mace in the air. That doesn't matter, Mukka thought as she went in now with her nails covered in small parts of aura and thrust it forward, aiming right for the man's chest. The guardian didn't move, but when Mukka's hand had hit the other's chest, instead of feeling flesh or blood falling, there was nothing but a shadow that moved. Is his whole body made of shadows? What is going on here? Mukka froze in shock, and before she could react, she suddenly saw a fist coming toward her and hitting her right in the face, sending her back to where she was. Standing behind her, Jessica and Minnie had managed to stop Mukka from falling over. These guys have all sorts of tricks, I see, Jessica said, wondering if she should use her damper power. Whether or not it would make a difference was another thing, but with so many vampires around her, she would certainly get a boost in abilities compared to usual. That punch, it was a strong one as well. Mukka wiped the blood away from her mouth. Their blood aura, strength, and speed are as good as a vampire leader, and my ability isn't working in this situation. With their shadow stronger than Arthur's and Quinn's, I don't know what to do, Mukka admitted. These words didn't really give confidence to others until the little girl was also shaking. But unlike others, she was shaking with anger. You want to be Daddy's wife, right? Minnie gritted her teeth as Mukka. Then you need to show all your strength, and you need to be stronger than that. Or else how can you be worthy? Minnie then turned to the other guardians, who still hadn't moved from their position. You idiots! How dare you hurt my dad's future wife? Minnie yelled at them and erupted with energy. This time it wasn't vampire energy. Instead, it was celestial energy. And as she erupted, a red flame covered her entire body, as large as a standard person. It was then that Minnie's body started to transform, and the first thing that was visibly noticeable about her was something growing out from the top of her head, through her hair. Pushing through her curly hair, there were 2 pointy things, orange in color, with a shade of dark red, that had started to appear, and right at the tip, they curled upwards. It was clear they were a set of horns, and with her red eyes, Minnie almost looked like a demon from hell. Minnie had activated her celestial energy, and she wasn't shy about the anger that had risen in her. But, in truth, when Quinn had given her the celestial energy, he had told her it would be best if she did not use it to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. However, there was one condition to this, and that was if Quinn, for some reason, wasn't around to protect her, she shouldn't hesitate. In this case, Minnie knew the others were in trouble, especially since Mukka was also injured. She decided to use the energy, irrespective of the consequences. 2 large horns had appeared on her head, but that wasn't the only change on her. Minnie's eyes not only grew red, but there seemed to be red tears streaming down her cheek. Some would think it was blood if it wasn't for its emitting glow. It ran down her face, stopping just shy of rolling off her cheeks. At the same time, her arms were also transforming. A rigid outer scale clad her legs and arm, going up to the elbow and knees. It looked like melted lava was forming around her body. Eventually, when it stopped, Minnie had dark scaled hands that were twice the size they had before, and it was the same with her legs. Her main body looked the same size, but it was still a frightening figure for the others to look at. "Oh!" Minnie screamed and was already on the move, but she was too fast to catch even for Jessica, who was also outside of the shadow dome. All she could see was a red mist where Minnie once was. Muka could just keep an eye on her and saw Minnie was in the air, already towards one of the guardians. She looked like a wild beast in the air, and she had locked her eyes on her opponent. Her arm swung out above her head slightly to the side, while in the palm of her hand was a ball of red aura. The guardian was able to confront this in the last few seconds, and the shadow from the dome had risen in time, but Minnie shoved the blood aura ball right into the shadow. A large explosion of energy had collided with the shadows, causing it to disperse. The attack had hit and destroyed the shadow but could not carry on and hurt the guardian, but that didn't matter. When the guardian looked in front of him, Minnie was nowhere to be seen. That was because she had already landed on the ground and pushed off, using her other hand, swinging another ball of red energy right towards his back. As she pushed the ball of raw energy into the guardian's back, he was sent flying in the air, and a particular part of the dome's shadow was now dispersing. "I thought that little brat was a nobody," another guardian shouted. Seeing how fast the small vampire was and how strong she was, they wondered if they should give up on the shadow dome and perhaps focus their attention elsewhere. That was, however, when a particular person appeared behind them. "I was being a bit foolish," a female voice spoke. Turning around, the guardian saw a beauty right in front of him. Never in his life could he even imagine a person of this caliber. And yet here she was in front of him. Even when looking at her, it appeared like there was a majestic red glow around her. Because of the celestial energy, Muka's hair had grown in size, going down to her waist, but that wasn't the only thing. Her hair color was now a dark red and was floating in the air. It appeared as if each strand of her hair was being controlled. When one looked closer, it almost looked as if there were little snakes at its end. These little snakes all opened their mouths, hissing towards the guardians, summoning up their energy. The guardian would have had to use his shadow if he had any chance of blocking this attack, and maybe even then it would have stood no chance, but something was stopping him from doing so. When looking straight into Muka's eyes, it felt like his whole body was frozen, and never in his wildest dreams could bear to hurt such a beauty. "Will you marry M?" the guardian tried to say, but Muka blasted him with her hair strands before he could finish his words. Multiple red lasers had torn through his body, head, and heart. It looked like a machine gun had shot him, and eventually the guardian fell to the floor. With only two of the remaining guardians keeping up the shadow dome, it had weakened and felt like it would be useless for them to do such a thing. But before they even let go, they felt a burst of energy from the inside. The shadow was breaking bit by bit, and something was hitting every part of the dome from the inside. There wasn't enough time for the shadow to repair itself as it had done before. As more and more of the shadow started to disappear, the others could see clearly what was happening. Sparks of red lighting were firing off in all sorts of different directions. It was constantly hitting the shadow, and eventually, it had disappeared entirely. Then, standing in the center of where the shadow dome once was, they saw Lucia, her amulet around her neck lighting up and the spear in her hand, with the tip emitting a small amount of lightning. "This amulet gave me so much power. It fused with my lightning skills perfectly, and it also isn't using as many MC cells as expected." Lucia was amazed by the power of the celestial marked amulet. "I haven't even used the other skill that the amulet holds." It was then, for the first time in a while, that Lucia had a smile on her face. She felt empowered, and most of all, she felt like she could help her new friends. Soon after, Minnie jumped towards the others and crashed right into Lucia, knocking her onto the ground. She was still transformed, but her expression was that of a lost baby. "I'm so happy that everyone is okay," Minnie sniffled. Not far behind were Jessica and Muka, who had landed in the center, and the group was once again reunited. Although it was how they got trapped the first time, now with their full strength realized and activated, they no longer feared the shadow that contained them. The guardians gathered around their dead one, including the one Minnie had injured. Many of them seemed to carry a power similar to ours. He instructed us not to use it unless necessary. One of the guardians stated, I think, now that one of us has died, this has become a critical situation. However, I am sure Laxmus will not hurt us because of this. The other replied. The three of them moved back away from the group, just far enough so they wouldn't be interrupted by what they were about to do next. Then, less than a second later, parts of their body started to glow. And as it happened, the others could see a marking on them. They're the same, Mukka pointed out. They are just like us. Someone gave them similar power as what Quinn gave us. The group was already having trouble with the Guardians before they used their celestial energy and transformed, and just when they were getting an edge, it seemed like the others were able to one-up them. We have a chance, Lucia stated. We outnumbered them, and Quinn gave us the things we needed. He has given us enough power to get rid of these guys. Hearing Lucia, the only human in the group, shout these words encouraged them, and some in the group had yet to show everything they had. Just as they took their fighting stance, a dark shadow began filling the entire floor. This pitch-black shadow continued to spread through the arena and soon reached the very edge of the arena. It then started to rise, creating a dome over them. Upon turning their heads, they could see this was all the work of a single person, Laxmus. Laxmus had yet to use his power in battle, and Peter knew this. Nevertheless, he hadn't moved from his position, and there was a confident, smug look on his face even after Peter had defeated one of the Guardians and the Shadow Beast. In all honesty, Laxmus had only shown the power of his shadow, and it was enough to make them struggle, which was why Peter couldn't imagine the strength in his transformed arm if he was to be hit by it. Thankfully though, Vincent was there, and Peter noticed the special sword in his hand. Watching the fight go on, Logan was tense up till this moment, almost biting off his fingernails. Arthur's sword. It was with Vincent? I always assumed it could have disintegrated into the red heart, but if Vincent has it, it's getting more and more that he has the red heart. It was then that a thought had clicked in his head. Wait, why is Laxmus here in the first place? What have the red vampires been after all this time? The red heart. Then that means they were after Vincent, but how would they know that he was here? A particular face of a celestial appeared in his head. The same celestial whom they had run in at the top of the Green City before the event began. Bliss, that damned god can see the future. She made Quinn go away on purpose. She must have told Laxmus all of this. It's clear we definitely can't trust her anymore. The question was, without Quinn would they be able to stop Laxmus? Logan knew that perhaps there would be some of them on their side who thought that Quinn would return in time to prevent the situation from taking any worse turn, just like he had done the times before. However, living 1,000 years without Quinn's presence, Logan knew they had to act themselves. Otherwise, something terrible would occur. Someone used that sword on me once before. I remember it quite well, Laxmus remarked as his arm transformed to what it once was. But the shadow continued over his back, mainly over his shoulders, forming the two shadow spikes. Back then, they couldn't defeat me, and I didn't even have my shadow power. Since then, a long time has passed, and I am now stronger than before. This sword of yours won't change today's outcome, Laxmus said, looking at the person in front of him. He was talking to Peter but rather continued to stare at Vincent. Your words, Vincent replied. It sounds like you are trying to make me give up. This was what Vincent had to assume after hearing what one of the Guardians had said. I remember the event you were talking about, and it really has been a long time, and I can't help but wonder why even after 1,000 years do you still remember something so insignificant? You keep staring at me. Is it this face? Was it because this person was nearly the cause of your death? Lifting the sword, Vincent held it with a single hand by the hilt. It looked too large for someone to do such a thing, but of course with a vampire's strength it was possible. I want to tell you something. I'm not him, but you should fear me as much as you do him. Vincent threw his hand forward, pushing it out by the rounded bottom, and just as it left his hand, a strong force of blood could be seen pushing out the sword. The whole sword began to light up, and went through the air like a rocket. The trail of strong blood followed it, and it was Vincent's aura that was being used. Behind the sword, the red aura was so large that it looked like a giant blood tidal wave was coming out of the sword's hilt. Seeing this, the smug smile on Laxmus's face slowly disappeared, and powerful energy started to gather inside him. This time, both of his arms had transformed black and had grown twice their size. Again, it would have looked strange, but Laxmus already had a large body. White streaks were running through his black hands and were pulsating. Unlike before, though, this pulsing feeling could be felt and seen through the air. Laxmus was just standing there, and each pulse from his arms made ripples in the air. The next second, he moved from where he was and began to run forward, heading straight towards the sword. On his way there, though, he wasn't stopped directly. But from the sky itself, several large metal balls were raining down. Large shadows were cast and crashed into the ground. Laxmus had avoided them, but they weren't few. They looked like small asteroids were falling into the arena ground as the whole place shook. As for the one who was behind this attack, he could be seen standing on a pillar up in the air, aiming the attack right down at Laxmus. He was none other than Jake Green. "Dad told me to do whatever I can to stop Laxmus, and that's what I'll do. I don't have to fight those other guys. I just needed to get them out of the battle," Jake thought. During his fight, Jake had an idea from what he had seen on the battlefield elsewhere. That was to trap the Guardians in a solid hardened metallic ball and then send them underground. He followed the place, but it wasn't a permanent solution to the problem because he knew they would eventually get out, and there was also no way for him to attack them while they were in the solid ball of metal. Nevertheless, he had made it so thick and heavy that it would be troublesome to get out, even for someone with similar strength. However, there was also their shadow. With their shadow, the Guardians could phase through materialistic things, which was why Logan, using the power of his third ability, was able to do something. He injected a portion of his electrical power into the metal ball before it formed. As a result, he constantly created lightning currents, and they would rebound inside the metal ball. After all, the lighting inside the ball wasn't meant to defeat them. He wouldn't be able to continuously supply it with his MC cells, but it was just to somewhat paralyze their body to make it so they could not use their shadow power. During this time, Jake was ready to do battle with Laxmus and was heading his way until he got a message from his father. "Although I said to do everything you can to stop them from getting Vincent, that doesn't mean you have to put your own life on the line. You understand that, right?" Hearing his father say these words for the first time to him, the one that the world dubbed the strongest, made him a little nervous. For one, the Blade family relied on using other abilities for their powers. It was their weakness, which was why the strength of the Blade varied depending on those around them. There was only one that had overcome that weakness, and there had never been a Blade like that person since then. Still, Jake thought he could make a difference with his soul weapon, and he needed to use his head more in battle, combining his multiple powers to create the most decisive attack. It looked like Jake could not hit Laxmus a single time despite all of this. In his frustration, he raised both hands above his head and created a huge solid object. At first, he used the earth ability to mold the large piece of land, and then he hardened it with his hardening ability, and lastly, he used his lightning powers to give it an electrifying edge. Hurling it with his strength and pushing it with his telekinesis, it looked like the moon itself was being hurled straight towards Laxmus. But for Laxmus, there was still the sword to deal with. Now upon him, he had dodged the sword by bending his back, not using any of his shadow powers, and then grabbed onto the weapon's hilt with both hands. However, the enormous blood energy made it hard for him to use his hands, and the sword's momentum pulled him back in the direction he came from, powering more energy into the sword and the large planet-like structure moving towards Laxmus. It looked like any second it would hit him as the shadow had covered his entire body. Suddenly, Laxmus opened his mouth wide, and a large red beam came out of his mouth and hit the large object created by Jake Green. This attack of his held the solid object in place, and at that moment, he closed his mouth and spun his body with the sword in his hand, swinging it at the large object. It cut right through the solid object and let off a series of explosions as the red aura spread throughout the arena. It looked like Laxmus had used his own energy, as well as diverted Vincent's energy on it. and now the large object was seen crumbling to pieces and falling to the ground. As for the sword, it was now in Laxmus's hands. "The sword is in my hand now, and you three have annoyed me." Laxmus took a deep breath as the shadow left his body and instantly shrouded the whole arena. The shadow had quickly spread across the whole arena floor, which wasn't a small area by any means. It had disrupted what the others were doing, and even the Guardians slowed down with their own attacks. Eventually, all of the Guardians, including those who were injured, were picked up by their fellow teammates and were soon standing behind Laxmus. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to regroup, and at the same time, the others who were in the shadow realized something. "This shadow slows our movements down. This is worse than that dome the Guardians trapped us in earlier," Lucia thought. This thought was going through everyone trapped in the shadow, and they knew it was useless to chase after the enemies they were fighting against a few moments ago. Instead, some had tried to attack the shadow under them. Lucia even stabbed her spear, summoning her new lightning powers. The shadow stirred, but unlike the shadow dome, it didn't disappear. For a second, it caused Lucia's heart to thump louder. This is getting really dangerous. Just how strong is the red vampire leader? On the Greylash side, there wasn't much information about the red vampires. However, the green group and Pure would often talk about getting rid of the red vampires with ease, as long as they knew where they were. Lucia believed these things as well, but after witnessing Laxmus's strength, it didn't seem to be the case at all. Perhaps they were just declaring these things to make the people not worry. "This power is a waste on you all," Laxmus said, lifting up the sword and giving it a swing as if he was testing it out. It cut through the air cleanly, and the single swing caused a shockwave to appear through the air, hitting the edge of the arena. An explosion shook the arena in the next moment, and a large crack reaching up to the upper deck of seats appeared from that edge of the arena. "This sword seems to be wasted on all of you. All of these weapons, all of these different powers, yet none of you can even step in front of me." Hearing this, Minnie, who was still in her transformed state, was the first one to move. She ran forward, and although a little slower now because of the shadow, her movement was still incredibly fast. At the same time, not far behind her, Mukka had run after her, using her blood aura to create hardened platforms, allowing her to look like she was running through the air, not far behind Minnie. The others were too slow to act. Laxmus, seeing this, just laughed and moved his foot slightly. Shooting up from the shadow was a large hand, catching Minnie mid-air. The shadow fingers tightened their grip over her body and restrained her. She struggled, trying to move her arms and legs, and just like Peter before, she was unable to break out with her strength. Mukka, who wasn't too far behind, had brandished her mace. She was ready to hit the shadow away, charging up her attack, but another hand appeared out of the shadowed floor in front of her, bigger than her own body and the one that had grabbed Minnie. It did the same to Mukka, but Mukka could use her snake-like hair even if her limbs were tied. The snake heads looked downwards, and then, opening their mouth wide, they attacked the shadow with the red aura ray. It was a powerful attack, but when Mukka had stopped, it failed to damage the shadow. Just like the outcome of Lucia's attack, the shadow moved a little but was unaffected by her attack. "This is bad. Dad, what do we do?" Jake frowned. Unfortunately, though, Logan didn't have an answer as he found himself speechless. Everything they knew about the shadow from Quinn and Arthur, all of the information they had, seemed like it was useless now. It was clear from the beginning that Laxmus's shadow was different from Quinn's. Logan knew it was, but he just didn't know to what extent. And he was hoping it wouldn't be this powerful, but it was, and he had a strong intuition that this was not the limit. More big shadow hands with pointed dangly fingers began to sprout from the ground. They had grabbed everyone one by one and held them tight, just like with Minnie and Mukka, and no matter how much the others struggled, they couldn't break free from the powerful shadow hands. The last person to face the shadow was Peter. He stared at the ground in front of him and saw the ripples appearing on the shadowed ground beneath him. Then, he did the same as he had done before, concentrating his energy directly on his fists. The moment Peter saw the hands start to appear, he punched his fist down into the ground as hard as possible. A large wave of energy blasted the shadow hand, and the force instantly obliterated it. He looked around and noticed that he wasn't one of the only ones who wasn't trapped by the strange shadow power. There was someone else who had managed to avoid the grasps of the shadow hands. And that was Vincent. Strangely, there was no big attack from him or some type of trick or even any special technique. Instead, just like Peter, when seeing the shadow underneath his feet start to shift, he quickly knelt and placed his palm on top of it. And in the end, the shadow hand had never appeared. The two of them looked towards Laxmus again, and Vincent could see the guardian he was up against earlier was standing behind the former but was directly staring at him. "I know what you want me to do. You want me to give up and accept your offer, but I haven't used everything I have yet, and I'm not the type to trust others so easily," Vincent thought. "Well, it looks like not all of you are useless," Laxmus smiled. "However, I have lost my patience a little. I know my presence here will bring more of you to me soon, and I am not in the mood to deal with that. And since we're meeting after a long time, I will be keeping this weapon as a gift." It was then that Vincent himself was the one that started to laugh. "Thank you for holding on to that weapon. Indeed, it is my final gift to you." Then holding out his hands, Vincent twisted both of them in a circle shape. The second he did that, the sword began to glow bright red, and a red thread appeared that linked directly to Vincent's hand. In the next second, the sword had sprouted multiple lines out. They were so dense that they looked like a pair of wings ready to grab Laxmus. And that was what they did. The red threads didn't stop shooting out from the sword and had wrapped around every part of Laxmus's body. And when Laxmus tried to break out of the strings he was tied in, it didn't go as easy as he had expected. "I had that sword for a long time, and I too have been able to figure out the multiple different things that it can do. On top of that, there was something else that Vincent was able to do with the sword that only he could do. Perhaps there was someone else who could do it as well, he was one of the few." Summoning the red aura in his hand, Vincent then created 2 orbs of red aura. Reacting to this, the sword was also growing redder, still tied to Laxmus's hand, which was exactly what Vincent wanted. Then as he threw both of his arms forward, the red aura headed straight for Laxmus. In the next instant, it blasted on Laxmus, and the explosions of red aura went off from the sword, covering the entire arena. The explosions were so intense that Laxmus's whole body was enveloped in them, vanishing him from everyone's sight. Blood aura could be used in several ways, and over the years, vampires have discovered many uses for it. Hardening the aura to use as armor over their bodies, or using it as a pure form of energy to create temporary weapons. The normal blood attacks can be used, such as the blood slash, which allows them to release the blood energy their bodies created. Some vampires could then use their blood control to move the blood aura or enhance it somehow. However, the energy while out would dissipate as it hit objects or was in the air, and unless used to take a specific shape, it would just damage the other like a blast. What the others were witnessing was some of the most considerable amounts of blood aura they had seen. It exploded in one place, where Laxmus once stood. Those that were close moved away but could still feel their skin burning from the energy in front of them, and it was making their stomachs feel a little queasy. The energy had gone upward and looked like a giant flame ready to pierce the sky. Then, finally, it reached the top of the arena. The people who were outside, seeing this, were a little panicked. Green City was meant to be safe. How could something like this happen? One of them quivered, falling to his knees. The robots that were stationed around wouldn't let anyone enter the arena and stood strong in their position. Looking at the report, the only ones that have died were the ones that Laxmus used his shadow on. Logan analyzed. And from what I can see in the replays, his skill looks and acts similar to Quinn's Shadow Eater skill. So did Laxmus modify the Shadow Eater skill that also works on humans and has the same effect as it has on the vampires? If that's the case, how many human lives had he made to suffer over the last millennia to get his shadow this strong? It was a worrying thought, but seeing that Vincent still had some tricks up his sleeve, he was hopeful that this would be the end of Laxmus. But of course, no matter what, he couldn't let him get to the people. The energy started to dissipate and die down, slowly fading away. It was a tense moment for them. All the shadows on the ground had already begun to retract as soon as Vincent started his attack. The shadow hands binding them had long disappeared, and the shadow was reneging into Laxmus. So whether it vanished because of Laxmus' death or not, they weren't so sure. Finally, the dust cleared, and they found nothing in the spot where Laxmus stood earlier, not even his body. Instead, there was a large hole in the floor of the arena. The hole was deep enough to pass through the vast city platform, and one could look down and see the sea waves cruising. "He's gone," Jessica said. "That fake Quinn guy, he actually managed to defeat the Red Vampire leader. I thought we were all going to die." The look on the others' faces showed that they felt the same. Everyone at that moment, when being grabbed by the shadow, something had overcome them. Knowing that no matter what they did, they couldn't escape was a suffocating feeling for them all. Now there was a sigh of relief on their faces, and they had room to breathe. "Now all that's left are those damned guardians, and the red vampires will be done for," Jake said, his hands shaking with anger, because he, too, had felt the helplessness against Laxmus's shadow. Meanwhile, Peter was staring at Vincent, who stood upright even after letting out that much blood energy. The sword was strong before, but it was never that strong. There is something different and strange about him. A vampire using that much energy. Even the leaders didn't have this power in the past, and Vincent definitely didn't, Peter thought. However, Vincent, unlike the others, didn't have a face of relief. Instead, there was a bead of sweat dripping down from the side of his face, and opening his mouth, he suddenly spoke a few words the others never thought they would hear. "I give up." Vincent coughed. He spoke seemingly to no one. He wasn't even looking at the guardians that were lined up on the other side. "I'm the reason you came here, right? So I will leave with you, as long as you cause no harm to the others and this city. Otherwise, I won't go down without a fight. Or I will ensure it won't be as easy as you think." "What are you saying?" Jessica couldn't help but shout out. "If you're worried about the guardians, we can fight against them. We aren't that weak." She couldn't remain calm after hearing Vincent's words. Even though she didn't know why the red vampires were here or what they were doing, she knew that they were the ones that had attacked. After seeing this vampire display such resistance against them in the first place, and seemingly defeating the biggest threat, she didn't understand what was going on. That was until a shadow began to appear above the hole that was created a few moments ago. It was dark in color, almost a solid black like the shadow of the others. Then stepping out from it was Laxmus, who flapped his large wings on his back a few times, hovering in place. He held the sword in his hand, which was still transformed and was surging with the white energy, but the rest of Laxmus's body was just fine. He used the shadow lock to avoid the attack. Vincent had realized this before. "I was hoping he would be confident in his skills to try and take it head-on, but Laxmus is much more cautious than I thought. With the shadow and his strength, there is too much risk." Flying over the large hole, Laxmus landed on the arena and retracted his wings back into his body while twisting his head from side to side. "I will take you up on your offer," Laxmus said with a smile. "Besides, you have given me a nice gift to take back." Vincent started walking over to where Laxmus was, but of course others began to move. For one, Peter had taken a step, and the rest were ready to follow. "Don't be an idiot," Vincent suddenly said. "I know you have been reckless for most of your lives, and all of you want to act with your feelings, but you should use your heads for once. This is the right choice, the only one to make. And do you all want to die here? Then imagine what would happen next," Vincent added without turning back, not looking at the others. But it sounded like his words had gotten through because not a single one of them moved forward. The shadow on Laxmus's back was still active till this point, but seeing how they were listening to Vincent, he decided to put it away. Behind them, on the row of guardians who had earlier fought against Vincent, a mask obscured his face, but underneath it, there was a sigh of relief from him as well. "Thank you for doing the right thing, Vincent. I promise that Layla and I will do everything we can when you are back to protect you. No matter what, we can't let Laxmus get his hands on the red heart." Eventually, Vincent stopped and looked up to Laxmus. "I hope you are a man of your word." "Don't worry, I am," Laxmus replied. "In return for you, I will not harm them or the people in this city. You are the only person I need in the first place, anyway. Suddenly, Laxmus thrusted his black hand that was still active at that moment. It moved at lightning speed, faster than the others had seen Laxmus move before, and even Vincent failed to react in time as his eyes were wide open. Blood suddenly spilled out of his mouth, and he coughed up. In the next instant, everyone found that Laxmus's hand had gone right through Vincent's chest, and on the other side was a red crystal in Laxmus's hand. My time is over now, Vincent struggled to say. He knew it was already too late, but a smile appeared on his face. I'm sorry I couldn't pass it on to you, and I'm sorry I couldn't apologize for everything that happened. But it's all up to you now, Quinn. Logan continued to monitor everything from his main base, his research laboratory. But, honestly, even while watching the whole event take part, he was working on other things. Due to his ability, he was just able to split his attention and multitask. So he could see the events taking place and give orders to the robots outside the event, all while coding and writing information for new inventions and projects. But for the first time in a while, he was no longer using his ability. Instead, his mind and body froze as his fingers hovered over the keyboard. That was because he had just seen what had happened to Vincent. He was in disbelief, but perhaps not for the reasons others thought. Although Logan did care for Vincent somewhat, the two of them were never close, and it was also because of what was in Laxmus's hand, which had gone through Vincent's body. It was the red heart they had been looking for. Vincent had it all along, as I thought. It was strange that he could use such strong blood powers, but I thought he might have hidden it in himself, not in himself. What kind of experiments was he doing with the red heart? Logan thought. Quickly, he rewinded the whole video of the incident and played it in slow motion. He could see Laxmus with his hand pierced through Vincent's body with ease. But there was something unexpected. After hitting Vincent's chest, Laxmus's hand hit a nest crystal. It had an outer casing that looked like the universe and space itself. Then, before anyone else could see, Laxmus had closed his hands slightly. The crystal had smashed like glass, only to reveal the red crystal. How could he hide the red crystal in the nest crystal of Vincent? How many experiments did you do during this time? You were trying your best not to let them get the crystal. You were also always fighting in your way. Logan clenched his fists hard and lifted them in the air. Why has this happened? In my own city. I can't even protect my own people. Logan slammed his hands down on his desk, breaking his keyboard off the hinge and smashing it onto the floor. Everyone, do whatever you can to ensure Laxmus doesn't leave this place. Use everything we have. Immediately, he sent out the message to those in Green City, and all the factions had already decided to get to work. At the same time, the travelers received news of a bounty, an enormous bounty, on the person who was the leader of the Red Vampires, Laxmus. Now confirmed, and with a clear video and picture, Logan could put out the request officially. All the robots protecting the people and stopping others from entering started to use their energy to fly in the air and were heading to regroup at one location. The arena. Meanwhile, at the same time, Logan wasn't just doing nothing. So far, he had been keeping an eye on things, not acting himself, because, truth be told, Logan could see no way, even with his help, even with his technology and strength, of defeating Laxmus. Running the simulations repeatedly, the chances of him changing their circumstances were less than 1%, which was why he thought he could help in other ways, but now he had opened a particular room in his lab. I'm sorry, Quinn, I was wrong. If you were here, you wouldn't have listened to the percentages and chances of winning. I have to do something. On the arena ground itself, Laxmus could see the people entering through the stage where the crowd had been overlooking the event. The robots flying in the air surrounding them all. I guess that is my time to leave. I have what I wanted. And as promised, I am a man of my word. Lemus started, pulling his hand out from Vincent's body, letting the latter drop to the ground. He fell on the arena, putting up nearly no resistance, and the back of his body just hit the floor, and his hands fell to the side. Blood was pouring slowly from his back. In the next second, and the shadow shrouded Laxmus and the other guardians. It enveloped them like flames, and before anyone could react, the shadow disappeared, leaving no one on the spot. They were gone. We have to help the fake Quinn, Minnie shouted. Everyone decided and ran over to where Vincent was, including Peter, not knowing what they could do, but in the end, the one that had reached him first was someone else. Crashing down in a white suit of armor was what looked like another AI robot. Only it was different from all the others. It had several gold details and a golden mask that was made of one piece covering its face. Opening up though, to everyone's surprise, including Jake Green, it was his father, Logan Green. "I'm sorry. I didn't come soon enough." Logan then opened up his arm and fired out a strange object. It was small to start with but started to spread out and looked somewhat like a large mechanical spider. It hit Vincent right in his chest and had wrapped around it, covering the hole on his chest. "Logan, how did he manage to get here so fast? Is it the suit?" Peter thought as he also reached Vincent. However, Peter was more annoyed that Logan hadn't chosen to help them and came when it was too late. But he knew it wasn't the time for them to be fighting against each other because they needed to focus on Vincent and save him anyhow. "What is that thing?" Jake asked about the spider. "It creates nanomachines that will try and repair the damage to his body. It also will give him a supply of blood. But I'll be honest, I don't think it will be enough." Logan replied, "It would be good if you could find anyone with any healing ability and do what you can to save him." Jake didn't need to be asked twice as he already had gone off. "What do you mean?" Hannah asked, now that the others had surrounded Vincent, who was on the floor. "I know it's a bad wound, but with blood and all this help, won't he be okay?" "No." Logan shook his head. "He isn't the same as the rest of you. There is a reason why he looks like Quinn. Truth be told, his body should have deteriorated, and he should have died long ago. We don't have Shiro right now either. Without the nest crystal, there is a good chance that even with all this help, we could just be helping out an empty shell." The others didn't quite know what Logan was talking about. After all, he was just answering what had come to his head without thinking about those around him. Still, they understood that it was a difficult situation and the chances of Vincent's survival were almost negligible. The little robot that Logan had used started to imitate a heartbeat. It shook Vincent's whole body on its own, giving him chest compressions. Yet, there was still no response. Walking over, Logan knelt down in his armor and was by Vincent's side. "Can I still save you if I give you mine?" Logan said out loud, but without context they didn't know what he was talking about. "After all, I have gone past my time. I hit my limit long ago. In fact, you have done more for the people than I have by hiding the red heart for so long." "Don't be ridiculous," Vicky cried immediately upon hearing these words. "Are you just going to leave me then? Do you think that he didn't know what he was getting into? Don't sacrifice your life for his. Not when you don't even know if it will work." Just as she had finished, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the group, putting everyone at the scene on guard. And as the shadow subsided, they were even more shocked to see one of the red vampire guardians stepping out. It was the same guardian who had fought against Vincent earlier. Before anyone could react, he opened his mouth and revealed his intentions. "Please, let me take him with me. I can take him somewhere that might be able to help him." "You're confident coming back here without the rest of your bunch and that damned vampire?" Peter shouted. His body was already transforming, and his legs had already kicked off the ground while he readied his fist to throw a punch at the guardian's face. After all, Peter and the others were somewhat restricted from concentrating because of these guardians. However, even without laxness, the individuals proved strong due to their shadow power. Getting rid of them now would solve some of their future troubles. But when Peter's fist got closer, he noticed something. The air around his fist was becoming denser, and the image of the guardian was starting to distort in front of his eyes, looking like it was forming into waves. That's when the vision around him started to disappear, as everything was becoming some type of mist. Peter no longer had a target and was lost, not knowing where to strike. He wasn't the only one, though. The others in the arena could not find the guardian either. As they stood in thick mist, the most they could see were the hands if they put out in front of them. As for the others beside them, they couldn't see anyone in the dense mist. "You seriously don't believe I would blow this damn fog away?" Peter shouted as the aura gathered around his fist. "Please, I am not here to fight but only to help. I know you care for Vincent and so do I. Peter, I know we didn't communicate much but don't you recognize me of all people? The Guardian asked. Peter was moving his head, trying to pinpoint where the voice was coming from. But as if he were in a large tunnel, the sound was echoing from all directions, making it impossible for him to pinpoint where it was coming from. At the same time, sensing the Guardian's energy didn't seem to work either. This doesn't make sense, Hannah said, loud enough for the others to hear. Is this person really a Guardian? This fog must be an ability, but all Guardians know how to use the shadow. It certainly was strange, and Logan had caught on quite quickly. When the Guardian first appeared, instead of going on the aggression as Peter had, Logan used his specially designed speed suit to boost himself to Vincent's side and grabbed one of his limbs. His grip was still tight as he wondered what this Guardian wanted. He has come on his own and is not with the others, so maybe he was telling the truth. If there was just some way to confirm it, Logan thought, because the longer we do nothing, the worse it is for Vincent. While Peter was frantically swinging his head and his fist around, finally, he could see something forming from the mist. You have to recognize me, the Guardian said, taking off the mask and revealing his face. For a second, Peter had stopped to observe, but it had only taken him a second to decide. I don't know you, so you can just disappear, Peter shouted. A short pause saw him go through the mist right up to the Guardian's face. The only thing was Peter wasn't holding back, and he was far too annoyed about too many things. Laxmus had gotten away, they were about to lose Vincent, and the burning sensation still left on his skin constantly made him feel itchy. With his celestial energy, the fist slammed the Guardian's face, and in an instant, a strange look appeared on Peter's. He could tell something was wrong. I don't feel any weight. That's not him, Peter thought. Either way, the punch was still one that Peter didn't hold back with, and as it finished, everyone heard a loud bang, as if a cannon had gone off. It had created a circle in the mist, and less than a second later, the mist blew away, out of the arena as if it was never there. That's when everyone has a clear look at the Guardian in front of them. Damn it! I thought everyone here would at least recognize me. The Guardian complained about his luck as everyone stared at his face. I can't believe you would rely on him to recognize you instead of me, Logan said, walking forward. Although he was always around Quinn's side, don't you know that his memory is like that of a goldfish? Stopping for a second, Peter looked at the person again. Even while trying to imagine what everyone in his memory bank would look like after 1,000 years, he still couldn't pinpoint who the person in front of them was. I know you as well. You originally belonged to the first family and then moved up your ranks in the 10th family, Mukka said, walking forward. You are Xander. There was a sigh of relief from Xander that quite a few people had recognized him. He still looked close to his age before, around 15, only slightly older. Skilled vampires could, as long as it wasn't too long in their life, control what age they wished to look like well. Why Xander had chosen this age was his choice, either way it had worked out for him. You were part of the 10th family and helped run the place frequently with Timmy. Is that why you wished to help Vincent? Logan asked. This, in reality, was a trap because Logan knew that Xander wasn't part of the 10th family when Vincent was in charge. Right now, someone could be using a name and appearance to trick them. Logan was cautious after all these years, and he had to ensure the right person was in front of him. Look, there really isn't time for me to explain all of this if you want Vincent to live, Xander replied. I don't really care for him that much, but I will listen to whatever Layla says. And if she wants me to save Vincent, then that's just what I'll do. The others were ready to act at any second. They had their weapons drawn. After going through what they had been through, they would never trust anyone who was linked to the Red Vampires or the Guardians again. I'm not stupid. I know you can forcefully beat me, Xander replied. And, I know you might not like me, Peter, because we got on the wrong foot, but believe in us. Believe in Layla. Ultimately, it came down to Logan to make the decision. He was holding Vincent, and his little spider-like device was active on the latter's body. If I'm by his side, then there will be even more chance of his survival, so take me with you, Logan asked. This surprised the others, and whether they thought it was the right thing to do or not would be saved for another time, and it didn't matter anyway due to Xander's answer. No, I can't do that. We can't just bring people to the Red Vampire's base. If people were to find out, that would be a disaster for us all, and we already have enough on our plate to deal with anyway. It looked like Logan had made his decisions as his grip weakened, and he slowly placed Vincent on the floor. Do whatever it takes to keep him alive. Logan stepped away, and the others did nothing. They knew they had no chance if Logan couldn't save him, so it was most likely the best thing to do for Vincent himself. Quickly, Xander walked up to Vincent's body and grabbed onto him. In the next moment, shadows began shrouding both of them, and his head was the last part to obscure. I hope we will meet again. Xander was gone. Some of the others fell to their knees in exhaustion, believing it was over and had to be over. Yet, at the same time, some felt defeated by what happened. What are you planning to do now? Muka asked. What's your next step? The Red Vampires just left in front of us. That was when Muka could see a smile appear on Logan's face. That device that was on Vincent's chest, Xander took it with him. The device just revealed its location to me. So we will return the favor they have done to us tenfold. Looking over to Vicky, Logan nodded before saying, contact the Blades and tell them to call Syl. Usually, at this time, the Amr kids would be enjoying a kickabout with their ball, but instead, they all were in a lackluster mood. Salas hit the ball, barely kicking it off the ground, only moving it 2 feet before it landed. Walking over to the ball he had just kicked, he sat down and placed 2 arms on his hips while the other 2 were on his face. I guess none of us are in the mood to play? Gina asked, standing next to Salas and looking at all the others who seemed to be sulking equally. It's just annoying. I mean, Gio is a good guy, he helps everyone, and it sounded like they were treating him like a criminal when he had done nothing wrong at all. Salas replied. And now we have no clue when and if he will be coming back. Looking away from the kids and now looking around their neighborhood, Gina kept an eye on all the tower guards in the community. They had arrived a few hours after the events with Gio, Nock and Quinn. After seeing them off and entering the tower upon returning, 3 units with their squad leader arrived. They were asking multiple questions to everyone and mainly to do with Quinn. It was clear that they didn't see him as a hero by the words they were using and the questions they were asking. Although Gina understood that, due to him attacking the tower, there were those in the city who now knew his name and what he had done, but attacking something so sacred made them wish death on him. However, what was most upsetting to the children was that Gio, the one that looked after them every day, was treated as an ally of Quinn and had been put on the wanted list. Even though Nock and Dober had gone with Quinn, they hadn't gotten the same treatment. Maybe it's a good thing that they are still here. Gina smiled. After all, it's already been a few days since those guys entered the tower. The fact that they are still trying to gather information on them must mean that they are still alive and in the tower. Still, Salas didn't look as hopeful. 3 days, Salas replied with a raised eyebrow. How far could they have even gotten in 3 days? The 3rd floor, with the others chasing after them. The only way out of this mess is for them to keep climbing. The red of the walls could be seen reflecting on Quinn's face. The expression on his face showed that he was in full concentration. He was unharmed nor tired, but there were plenty of sweat beads on his face. This was all because of where they currently were. It looked like they were inside a volcano, as lava was running down the walls while a pool of lava was directly beneath them. When looking up, one could only see a large wall that was endless. It was as if there was no ceiling at all. I never thought that I would be fighting like this, but nothing seems to be working on you so far. Quinn thought, tightening his grip around the weapons in his hands, allowing more blood to fall to the floor. Currently, in Quinn's hands were the twin tail chains. They were wrapped around both arms and went further than before when digging into his body, reaching a little past Quinn's shoulder. They then started to spiral towards his chest slightly, but the pattern they were trying to make, whatever it was unable to be made out as they had stopped there. It had been a while since Quinn had used his soul weapon, at least the item-type soul weapon he had. This was because it required blood to be used and was only helpful if he was fighting multiple opponents. However, this time Quinn was only fighting a single opponent. It was hard for him to tell if it was a beast, and the system could not tell either. It was gigantic, being 8 stories high. It was a creature made completely out of rock-type material and reminded Quinn of the Amra people a little bit but looked nothing like them. It had 2 giant limbs that looked like arms. However, its forearms were 3 times bigger than anything else on its body. While fighting, it would lift these up and swing them down, meaning to crush its opponent. The only thing was when it had attempted to do this at Quinn. He had punched upward, destroying the giant creature's arm. The thing was, the giant creature's arm had quickly grown back, and on its head, where there were 3 large pillars with a set of 2 slit-like red eyes, it started firing energy blasts towards Quinn. Quinn quickly avoided all of these, and using his blood powers, hard fists and martial arts, he punched the giant creature, destroying a part of its body bit by bit. Regardless, each time it would just restore its body parts as if nothing happened. No matter where Quinn hit the giant rock beast, he couldn't find its crystal, so he doubted that it was a beast. Still, Quinn was in no danger. He never felt threatened by the creature, and watching him from the edge of the platform where they were fighting were Geo, Nock and Dauber, who had been told not to get involved since all 3 of them had passed this level before. It would be embarrassing to ask for a hint after telling them I would do this myself, Quinn thought. So let's hope this works. Ever since entering the tower, Quinn had found it quite strange. Each floor was wide and full of people. It felt more like he was going to a different country. The land was so vast and wide. He mainly saw Amra, but he did spot what looked like some humans and creatures from other races inside. While on a floor, each place differed from the last and contained several different beasts and more. On the floor, one would need to search for a unique door. This door would lead them to the next floor. Getting to a door was relatively easy. At least Geo said it would be for the first few floors. Although these doors often moved and changed places, people shared information on the lower floors as to where the door would be. According to him, most up to the 10th floor would be supportive. As for beyond that, he didn't know what it would be like, but judging by the fact that competition was more fierce, he didn't think they would be as willing anymore. Finding the door wouldn't just allow one to pass through it, though. One would then have to face a specific challenge. Sometimes they were done in groups. Others had to do it on their own, and not all of them were fighting a dangerous beast. Quinn had to use his head to solve certain puzzles, avoid traps, use different skills and more, and right now he was in one of these rooms, hoping to advance to the next floor. Since Quinn wasn't struggling with fighting against the creature, he decided to see something. He had an idea that ever since evolving, perhaps his soul weapon would be a little different. After all, he could use blood attacks without it affecting him, so maybe the twin tails wouldn't affect him anymore. What he didn't realize was the fact that the whole weapon had changed. The jagged edges that would stick into his own body and on the weapon itself were glowing and had grown in size. His HP was still somewhat affected as he had an open wound on his body, but it wasn't draining him like before. These feel stronger. Is it because it's taking in the celestial energy out of my blood? I guess you like the taste of it, huh? Well then, in return for my special blood, you better show me something amazing. Quinn started as he lifted both of them behind his head and jumped up in the air. Let's see what you can do. A final swing on the twin chain blade was thrown, slashing an almost tennis-sized ball of the creature. It sliced through with ease, and simultaneously several small blades of blood created around the arena had stopped. An instant later, the weapons lit up in a bright red before disappearing. The jagged edges stuck in his body also started to disappear, but unlike the part of the weapon that was out of his body, the ones that were attached inside his body sunk into the skin as if getting absorbed. It was a strange feeling, and it wasn't exactly pleasant to look at, including for Quinn himself. As for the others in the room, they slowly walked forward, tiptoeing toward the human. They had witnessed him do incredible things multiple times before, but this was beyond anything they could imagine. What they had seen just didn't make sense to them. The power was what they had most likely heard of that was only achievable to those on the higher levels of the tower. When I look at him, it feels like he really was meant to enter this place, Geo thought. Finally, Quinn huffed. Looks like that beast isn't coming back anymore. Now we can move on to the next stage, right? This doesn't make sense. Nock was the first to speak out of the three Amra. The creature is really not coming back. Does that mean he destroyed every single part of it so it could no longer regenerate, or it ran out of energy? I didn't know that was possible. No, out of all those who passed the test, I've never heard of anyone who defeated the gate leader in such a way. What do you mean? Quinn raised his eyebrow. We weren't meant to defeat the creature? Is there another way? The thought did cross his mind when Quinn was fighting the creature. How did the others pass if what he had just done was the right way to pass this floor? You should try and look at your surroundings a bit more, the elder Dober commented. Seeing how Quinn didn't still quite understand, Geo decided to explain. There might be more than one way to get past this gate leader. However, the most common way is to push off the beast from the platform and into the lava below to stop it from regenerating. At that moment, Quinn felt a bit embarrassed, as pushing off the beast did seem to be an easier option. But he had just gotten so caught up in the challenge in front of him that he wanted to figure out a way to defeat it with his powers. In the end, a large door appeared glowing in the middle of the platform. Having seen these before, Quinn knew he had to push it open to reach the next floor. This tower is really strange, Quinn thought. From the sounds of it, everyone who passes the 10th floor has defeated the same creature. How is that even possible unless the tower celestial of this place has beasts he can use as he wishes? And then there are these doors. Going through them, it's as if they teleport us to a different location. Honestly, I'm not even sure if we really are in the tower or if the large object in the city is just a ploy of some sort. Either way, this whole thing reminds me of a game, even more so than my system. Passing through the door and stepping onto the other side, Quinn was treated with an entirely different scene than he was used to. Usually, the door would just chuck them into a land in the middle of nowhere, and they needed to try and find the door themselves. However, they were in front of what looked like a town this time. It looked similar to what Quinn was in before. There was a clear sky, buildings, a marketplace, and more. What was also noticeable was a large castle that was placed at the very back of the town. Above it, a blue light source seemed to shoot upwards, piercing the sky. This is the 10th floor. Geo started to explain. There is no trial here, but it is a safety point. Those who reach the 10th floor can live in the tower. If you head to the castle, they will also make you a tower guard and explain your duties to you. Once you have reached the 10th floor, you can always get back to the 10th floor without the trials. Of course, there will be those from higher floors down too, and also, as I just said, if you choose to leave, you can always come back and come straight to the 10th floor. Of course, you can choose to go back as I did, or you can serve the tower and continue to climb. Immediately reaching the 10th floor, Quinn noticed something. The weight on his body. Once again, it felt like the gravity had increased, and his movements were slower than before. Geo noticed Quinn moving his hand about multiple times, and it was getting faster in seconds. I hear the higher levels get worse. Usually, people train here for some time before they start to climb again. Geo explained. We might have a problem with climbing though, Nock explained. The door to the next floor is in the castle itself. I doubt that they would just let him through with what Quinn did to the tower. So we might have to try and sneak in or something. 3 days and only on the 11th floor. This is taking a long time. I wonder if there is a quicker way to climb the floors. How do you get back to the 10th floor? Quinn asked. How does it know if you have left the tower that you have reached the floor before? You should have felt a strange energy inside you once reaching this floor. Geo continued to explain. When you enter the tower's main entrance, a little rectangle object will appear in front of you, asking if you wish to head straight to the 10th floor. What Geo was explaining sounded a lot like a system. Perhaps the whole tower had a system that was created by the Celestial. How one could do such a thing was probably an answer he needed from the Celestial himself. Whether Quinn would be meeting him or not was another thing. The group parted ways to understand the situation around the town, and Quinn had used his shadow powers to summon up his trusty cape that he kept in the space to conceal himself. It was a request from the other three, and he had to stay this way at least for the time being. According to Dober, Many trading stalls on the 10th floor might have the parts they needed to create a spaceship. If Quinn could leave this place as soon as possible, then that's what he would do. Heading down an alleyway, the group had met up once again. As I suspected, it looks like the tower guards here have been asked to keep on the lookout for a human, and as well as you, Geo. There were other races that looked similar to humans here, so Quinn, with his small frame, didn't stick out too much, but according to Nock, anyone who at least resembled a human figure was being treated as a suspect. I don't have good news either, Dober added. Although there are parts that we can use to help make a ship, they all belong to the higher floors. The people aren't willing to trade for them unless we give them an item of the same value. So the only way to get them would be to climb. On top of that, not all the parts are on this floor. We would at least probably have to get to the next checkpoint on the 25th floor to have everything we need. The three looked disappointed, but Quinn wasn't worried. I assumed this would be the case anyway, so you don't have to worry. Let's just head to the castle and play it by ear. The others didn't think it was the best to go without a plan, and seeing how Quinn had dealt with things before, they were worried that there would be another ruckus. I'm sorry, but I must climb this tower quickly and return to the others. Don't forget that you're free to step back and leave at any point in time on this journey. The others didn't say anything and just looked at each other and smiled. Maybe with this person, they would be able to see floors they had never witnessed. And that, in itself, was an offer too good to refuse. At the same time, while Quinn thought he was moving through the tower floors slowly, the others knew that it was the fastest time ever someone had managed to get to the 10th floor. They were witnessing history in the making. Quinn continued to walk down the alleyway, and as he turned his head, he heard a little ping. Is that the system? Why's it going off now? Then, just as he thought, 2 prompts appeared before him. Congratulations, you are now a level 3 Celestial. New skill. You have unlocked, enter the Celestial world. The system hadn't been active as of late, and honestly, although Quinn did expect the system to go off at some point during his trip in the tower, he never thought he would suddenly get a level up out of the blue. Level 3, what does this mean? Quickly, Quinn went to check his other stats. Meanwhile, the other 3 standing behind Quinn were left confused. All they knew was that Quinn had stopped just before entering the street. They thought that maybe Quinn had seen something. Either way, he was clearly focusing, so none of them said a word while he concentrated. 28546/31256 Celestial Energy. Seeing this number, Quinn was absolutely stunned. It was expected since the last level up was related to his celestial energy. Quinn believed it would be the same now, but to have this amount of points suddenly. How is that possible? Is it because I entered the tower? Did someone give me these celestial points or something? But that doesn't make any sense. Quinn scratched his head, trying to figure it out. Still, there are only a few possibilities. Either it was something related to a tower, something related to a celestial, or lastly, that the condition had been somewhat completed. If it was the latter, Quinn could think of a few things. Andy had spread the news to the other vampire bases that were located away from Earth. But whether or not it would amount to this many vampires, Quinn didn't know. Then there was Logan and Xenon. Quinn had informed Logan of the condition he had, and perhaps with his influence, he had asked people to help. There were far more than 30,000 humans, however. How many would actually do as Logan asked was a different thing altogether. The other person, Xenon, Quinn also thought that if the request was made by him or Logan, then perhaps he would be able to convince the people as well. Either way, it now meant he had a lot more points to play with. I don't have to worry about creating celestial weapons for the others now with this many points, and I can give them as much as they need to keep them safe, Quinn thought. However, right now, Quinn wasn't planning to do that just yet, because there was a celestial that was currently quite close to him. There was no way for Quinn to gauge their strength, meaning he would need all the celestial points he could get for the moment. On top of that, Quinn didn't have the others present to inform him if they were at their limit or not with the celestial energy, so it would be a dangerous thing to just suddenly give them more points. What's this new skill? Quinn thought. New skill. You have unlocked, enter the celestial world. The celestial world is a space that only celestials may enter. When in the celestial space, time is significantly slowed compared to the outside world. Celestials will only appear as an energy form while in celestial space. The space was created as a way for celestials to communicate with each other, even if they are a great distance apart. Only celestials who are currently using the space will be able to be seen. Please note that due to your current level, limited features will be available to you while using the celestial space. Please continue to level up to get more features. A space just for gods. That's typical and somewhat expected, Quinn thought and smiled. Why would they even need such a thing? And what if I were to enter the place, how would the other celestials react? Thinking about it a bit more, Quinn couldn't help but resist the temptation to try it and see what it was. After all, he decided that by the sound of it, it didn't sound like one could actually get hurt in space. Since his real body was active outside, he was concerned about just how long was significant when it stated that time would be slowed down. Sorry about this, guys. I just need to focus on something for a few moments. If you guys could look over my body, if anything comes up, that would be great, Quinn said, walking back into the alleyway and sitting down against a wall. The others thought Quinn was acting strangely, but then again, they didn't really know what humans were like, so they decided to just let him do his own thing. I have to enter that space. If there are other celestials in there, then maybe there is a chance that Bliss will be in there as well, and she might have an answer on how to get me out of this place. Then there are those other gods that reside in the other plane. If I'm right, then it means that all celestials, no matter where they are, can enter this place. There might be a chance to find him. Thinking about this, there was some guilt felt in Quinn's mind, because he had promised Ashley and the others that he would find a way to turn them back to humans. Yet, he never did, but he did have somewhat of an answer, finding the god that Richard Eno had contacted long ago. According to Logan, it was a god named Immortality, the same name that Laxmus had spoke when attacking the vampire settlement. Quinn, a while ago, had put two and two together, but even after becoming a god, there was no way for him to go to the other side, and perhaps he had found his answer. Skill activated. Enter the celestial world. As soon as the skill was used, Quinn could feel his mind, his whole body leaving where he currently was, and now he was suddenly in a white space. It reminded him somewhat of the Power Fighters game. However, one could tell that this was real. Looking at himself, Quinn could see that he was just a glowing figure, an outline of his human shape. Just an energy source with no details on his face or body. It would be near impossible to tell it was him. Before entering the celestial space, please choose your celestial name. A screen appeared in front of him just as his system would have done, but this was clearly not a system screen from his system. It was glowing with power and felt more radiant with energy. A name, I guess I shouldn't go for Quinn. Otherwise, it might cause Bliss to run away from me. I might not be able to see her now, but maybe I can in the future. The name BB has been selected. For some reason, Quinn could only think of the letter B and bin. He felt like it would give him away a little too much. Anything related to his past, he felt like Bliss would know about, which was why he had to come up with something completely new. Very well, BB, welcome to the celestial world. Once again, Quinn felt like his entire body was being dragged and mushed up, then thrown about. Then, it felt like his body was being moved at speed faster than he could comprehend. It reminded him of when he went through the portals until, eventually, it had stopped. Once again, he was in his human energy form. Looking at his arms, Quinn felt somewhat lucky that he was alive and in one piece. Shortly after, he looked around to appreciate what was in front of him. All of this, it's so beautiful, Quinn thought. It looked somewhat like he was in space. Multiple colors were floating around, small little white objects like stars. However, it wasn't black or dark like space was. Instead, it was incredibly bright. Looking around, Quinn could see other figures of energy. They were outlines of what they looked like. Some appeared to have a human shape, while others looked like beasts. It was hard to tell what they were because of the energy sources. Still, there were more than Quinn could ever imagine, as the space was packed and seemed to endlessly go on. So this is the celestial world. Ding! You have received a message from another celestial. Would you like to open it? Looking at the notification that Quinn had just received once again, He could tell that it wasn't from his own system but was part of the system used to enter celestial space. Wait a sec, in the past, the system has always made things easier for me to understand. So is the system doing the same for me now? Quinn thought. Maybe this system was actually from his own system. Either way, it was a detail that didn't really matter much. What he was more concerned about was who and what this message was. Welcome BB. My name is XOX, and I'm one of the Celestials that helps out the newbies. Here is a greeting message as a hope that the two of us can work together. I just thought I would send you a note before meeting you in person. Reading the message, Quinn didn't know if he was lucky that the message didn't come from Bliss or someone he knew, but he also thought it was very bold of this Celestial to believe that the two of them would meet. However, just as Quinn had finished reading the message, he could see a round floating ball of energy coming toward him. There was no shape to the energy like the others. It was just a ball about half the size of Quinn himself. Hello there. I'm XOX. You must have just got my message. A voice came from the floating ball of energy. Yeah. Wait for a second, How did you find me? How did you know who I was? Quinn replied, quite surprised. He believed the celestial space was a bit of a safety area. For one, there were so many Celestials all around the room, each looking different yet similar at the same time. So how did this ball of energy know who and where he was? Well, I thought you might be a little confused, which was why I took it upon myself to help the new ones like you, XOX replied. Also, your confusion is indeed quite valid. Although I don't know who you are or what type of Celestial you are on the outside, I can read your energy. Every Celestial energy is slightly different, and since I am a person who likes to spend nearly all his time in this space, your energy was unfamiliar and new. So, looking through the name list, I just popped you a message while heading down here. It was a sound explanation, and Quinn could tell what XOX was saying was true. The energy everyone gave off in this place was distinct. But, unfortunately, Quinn could not tell what Bliss or Immortality's energy reading was like, so finding them would be impossible unless he went up to every single one. When Quinn also tried to bring up this list of Celestials that XOX spoke of, the system had come up with a message. You are unable to access this feature. Please level up to unlock more features in the celestial world. Whether to trust someone for the first time he met them or not was a different thing. It wasn't as if everyone he met for the first time was terrible. Geo was a clear example of that. But it was the fact that he had never really met another friendly Celestial. I mean, these guys are gods, right? The whole balance thing, there should be some good ones or at least some like me, but so far, they all seem to be doing things just for their selfish benefit. Quinn thought, if you're really here to help a new Celestial like me, then can you tell me what the others are doing? And what are those white balls they are standing around? Quinn asked. Just as he finished asking the question, he saw one of the energy figures disappear, and it looked like they had been absorbed into the strange white ball. Sure, XOX said, moving his whole body as if he were nodding. The white balls are different solar systems belonging to this universe. As for what the Celestials are doing, they are discussing matters. Many Celestials work together to help fulfill their condition, you see. They are discussing the best plan and course of action to take. As you are quite new to this, it would be helpful to talk with as many Celestials as possible. After all, if you stay in your solar system, or with those you know, your growth will be limited. You might never feel satisfied. In fact, part of the reason why I offer these services is so that we can work together as well. Who knows, one of these days, I might actually get close with a big shot and become a big one myself. Now learning of this fact, Quinn felt like he could trust XOX. There was a reason behind why he was doing things. Celestials were looking at entire solar systems with billions of lives and discussing the best course of action amongst themselves. And it was the first time that Quinn felt like he himself was one of such gods. Just then, Quinn saw another energy form disappear into the white light. And what was that we just saw? Quinn asked. That was the Celestial accessing that world. Not every solar system is in the same plane you see. It also allows the stronger Celestials to move quickly from one solar system to another. It's the fastest way. This is also why making connections and discussing with others is essential to ensure you don't step on the toes of another Celestial if you enter their space. XOX explained. Before you try anything though, just know that only the higher celestials can do such a thing, and I am sure you're a long way from that. Hearing this gave Quinn little hope of going back to his world and also visiting other solar systems, but how to search for the right solar system was another thing altogether. Still, he remembered that Richard Eno had found a way to access the place without becoming a celestial himself, so Quinn thought he could at least try to look for one too. Besides, to even get the chance to access a feature, Quinn had no idea what level he needed to be at and how much more time he would need to complete his condition. To Quinn, making more connections sounded tiresome and not something he wanted to get involved with all the other solar systems at least. Just one was enough trouble. XOX moved away into a small group of celestials around one of the white orbs of energy. Come on, this is your chance, XOX shouted. Following, Quinn could hear the others discussing, but when he had approached, the others stopped. Let me introduce you to a new celestial guy. I thought it might be great for you guys to get acquainted with him. XOX took the lead. The others stared at Quinn for a while. Honestly, Quinn wasn't sure if he wanted to be doing this in the first place, but he thought about what was the worst thing that could happen. He goes back on his deal, and the gods try to kill him? Sure, we can talk. One of the other energy forms, who had two big antennas sticking out from where his head would be, said. At least Quinn thought they were antennas based on what he could see. All of us are from the solar system Narxer, but we mainly focus on the planet Human. This is because they have the most life forces, and our conditions mostly revolve around that. The Celestial started to explain. Not all of us from the solar system are here right now, and we already have a deal set up with another, but we're always looking for more partners. And the thing is, there are two types of partnerships, one of which allows you to use our planets. In this, you help us with our condition, and in return, you can do what you want to help yourself as long as it doesn't interfere with ours. And that's where the discussion phase comes in. In that, we will debate and finalize a deal. Or we can go with the second method, a more extensive partnership. In this, you can access our solar system and we have access to yours. However, this would require more discussions with those that are part of your solar system, the other celestials, and since you're new, I doubt you have much say over them. Anyway, what solar system and planet are you from anyway? The Celestial asked. Oh, we have named it the Milky Way Galaxy. I don't know the names you use to refer to my galaxy and solar system. And the planet I am from is called the Earth. Quinn replied. He had a hunch they would at least have heard of the Earth. At first, Quinn also thought that perhaps he was giving away too much information, but seeing how many celestials and white energies there were, he didn't think they would know of all the celestials and locations in this place. This was until the group in front of him suddenly stepped back and quickly moved away from him as if he were some plague. What is this reaction? Quinn was surprised. Although Quinn couldn't see the exact expressions on the others' faces, he could tell how they felt by their actions. Some of them were visibly pulling away, almost flinching, and a few were just taken aback by his words. What is this? Everything changed when I said Earth. Do we have that bad of a reputation or something? Quinn thought. Often when he thought about the human race and what they had been through, he wondered if Earth was a normal place or not. Meeting the Amra race, he was glad to find out that they were pretty similar to humans in their traits and characteristics. Is this fear or disgust? I really can't tell. If it's fear, who are they afraid of? What celestial is toying with us so much that? Are they afraid of us? Clenching his fist, this thought, in particular, was enraging Quinn a little. Since it didn't look like his new friends were willing to talk, Quinn decided to turn and look at the one who was. The large ball spun itself when Quinn locked eyes with it, and immediately spun around and started almost running. However, in less than a second, Quinn had managed to run ahead of it and block its path. I don't quite know the rules of this place yet, or if I can even hurt anyone in here, but believe me, I will try before I get some answers. Quinn pulled his fist back, preparing his punch. No, I'll talk, XOX replied, shaking his whole body side to side. Just please promise me if I tell you why we are acting so strange, you'll just leave me alone. To get the floating ball acting this worked up, Quinn needed to know, so he nodded to the deal. The celestial ball let out a large sigh before he started speaking and then started to float away from the others, so they could continue doing their business as usual. No doubt, though, that they would be talking about Quinn. Once they were away from everyone, XOX was ready to talk. There are actually a few reasons why people don't want to work with anyone from Earth. XOX started to explain, and it looked like he was looking to his left and right, although the ball had no eyeballs, so Quinn couldn't tell other than by the swiveling of his body. It's gotten quite the reputation as a troublemaker planet. So much so that nearly everyone has heard of that planet, which is quite rare for a single place. One of the main reasons it has caught the eye of many of the bigger celestials is because there has recently been a rise of a god-slayer from that place. I'm sure you should know a little about them, but if you don't, they are always a worry for us, since it's in the name we gave them. Anyway, it's caused an even bigger stir ever since a god-slayer that has come from Earth has started to enter other solar systems and other territories. On top of that, he has also slain a couple of celestials. Hearing this, Quinn was quite surprised. Someone from Earth was actually capable of killing celestials? Although he knew that not all of them were celestials because of their strength, they were still in a high position in which they would have been able to use resources around them. On top of that, when trying to think of who it could be, Quinn only knew of two that had left Earth to do such things, one of them being Ray and the other Syl. Although Quinn didn't know if Ray had actually left Earth yet, he wasn't someone he really needed to worry about. Quinn had received a taste of his power before, which reassured him about his capabilities. They couldn't be talking about him, right? Quinn thought, but unless Richard Eno was still actually alive, then there was no one he could think of. But still, because of the God Slayers, they have reacted like that? I can tell what is going on in your mind. But that's not all. XOX continued. You see, Earth has a large number of lives. Due to the conditions of many celestials, it is an attractive place for many. However, not many have attempted to migrate or go to Earth because there are already strong celestials there currently, which is why even with the trouble of the God-Slayers, no one has decided to try and do something. But because of this, the celestials who are just as large and strong are now eyeing up Earth as well. After hearing all this, Quinn had gone back to when he was alone with Bliss in the White Room. Now what she was saying had made sense. Her story and XOX had matched up. But, while deep in this thought, Quinn hadn't noticed that XOX was pulling away. Wait! Quinn shouted. How do I find other celestials? Which one of these glowing lights is the Earth? And do you know someone named Bliss? However, XOX continued to run away in the distance while shouting. We had a deal. For a second, Quinn did think about chasing XOX down, but in the end, the latter was right, the two of them had a deal, and it wasn't like he had done him wrong. Now on his own, Quinn attempted several things. First, he had approached a few of the white energies to see if there was anything he could see or do. However, the system would state that he would need to increase his level before being able to do anything. That included bringing up the list and more. In fact, the only thing Quinn could do now was roam around and talk to other celestials. However, it looked like no one was willing to speak to him. The celestials around it would start to step away when approaching some of the white balls of energy. It was an apparent reaction to his arrival. I didn't even do anything, and I already have a reputation here. Quinn sighed. With nothing else to do, I should just head back and see how the others are doing. I don't know how much time has passed or if I will ever find Bliss. This time, bringing up his own system rather than the one used in this space, Quinn activated the skill, and his whole body felt like it was being turned to mush once more. Then, opening his eyes, he found himself in the alleyway he was in earlier, and the multiple arms hovering over him proved he was in the right place. Sorry about the wait. How long have I gone for? Quinn asked, standing up. What do you mean? Geo frowned. With a confused expression, he added, You just closed your eyes and then opened them again. Are you okay? You have been acting a little strange for a while now, at least I think. Unless something happens to humans that makes them go crazy this time of day. Hearing the question, Quinn didn't reply. It was because he was amazed. He had at least spent a couple of hours in the other space, yet Quinn had sat down and stood straight back up to the others. Rather than slowing time down, it was more like time didn't move at all. This does mean that I will probably never find Bliss? If she spends a significant amount of time on Earth, and with the 2 points of time being different, it's unlikely we will meet up. Unless I stayed there for thousands of years or checked every passing second. Although it wasn't a way for Quinn to find bliss or do much else in the space, it did make him think of something. When running to stop XOX, he had run at full speed, and even with his body in an energy-like state, he was just as fast there as he was here. Sorry guys, I might be gone for a few seconds this time. I just need to try out a few things. Quinn smiled. Have you heard about the one from the Milky Way galaxy? One of the Celestials leaned over and whispered to the other. Oh right, there is a new Celestial on that planet now. Hopefully it means things are looking up. If new Celestials are coming, then surely it means that they will be able to get rid of most of the Godslayers. Wait, if the current Celestials couldn't do anything, do you think a new one will make a difference? It could be a few thousand years until the new guy can grow strong enough to clear that mess. Look, you all make good points, but I wasn't talking about that. Maybe it will be easier if I just show you guys rather than explain. A group of 6 Celestials were moving through space at a fast speed, and after a short while, they arrived in front of the Celestial they were talking about. The person in question was none other than Quinn. The group continued to stare, with more coming and leaving after getting bored as for what they were witnessing. Some didn't understand what was happening and what the others were doing here. This is what he has been doing this whole time? The Celestial said. Rather than using this space to check on potential planets or communicate with others, he has tried to find the most open space possible? Well, most of us have been trying to ignore him anyway. So even if he did talk to others, they would just walk away. That's why I think that might be the best action now. Maybe this is his way of trying to grab his attention. But doing these things isn't going to help his cause at all. We have seen far more impressive things and different causes. Finally, the group of Celestials that would come and go seemed to stop arriving to stare at Quinn. Finally, he had the space he needed to focus on what he was doing. There was a big concern for Quinn in the past, and that was time. There was hardly any time for Quinn to do things properly, due to the crazy events that would be happening to him or others. Even now, Quinn was rushing to head back to Earth, worried that something could happen to them. However, he made up for that time with his ability to quickly learn and comprehend things. Vincent had given him a few compliments about how quick of a learner he was, but Quinn didn't know if the former was just saying those things or not. Eventually, though, through his experiences, he even realized that he just could grasp something he had seen and try to implement it in different ways, or to make his own creations come to bear fruit. And sometimes, even this would be an understatement to his comprehension talent. Now, in this space he had plenty of time. How long he had been here, he didn't know. When concentrating, he lost track of time, and time felt unreal inside the space. The concept of a minute or an hour in a place like this just felt a little silly when he thought about it. Still, when resting, he also spent time trying to do other things and learning more about the space. His super hearing was still effective, just like his speed in a place like this, so there was no need to communicate with others. He could just pick things up himself. One of the things he learned was where he currently was. When entering space, it would put you in a location next to the galaxy you were currently in. So the white ball of energy closest to him would allow him to see the Amr planet and the others next to it. Although Quinn never found any Celestials around the planet so much, at least not those that looked like the Amr race. He believed there would be at least one Celestial that looked like them. Trying to locate Earth from here was impossible. In this space, one could move in all directions, including up and down. So there was no way to confirm what area the Earth was in. One day, Quinn had attempted to just run through the entire place looking for it. He ran and ran, checking the white balls of energy before anyone could say anything, but he never did find it. Instead, he was being called all sorts of weird names, and all of the Celestials looked at him weirdly. Through this experiment, though, he found that there were Celestials that could just move to another location through space by pinpointing where they wanted to be. But it was a feature for the higher levels, of course. Which was why he had other uses for the space, and he was finally confident enough that he was ready. Would you like to leave the celestial space? Yes. Upon pressing the button, an involuntary sigh of relief appeared on his face, and now back in the alleyway, Quinn looked at the others again. It's good to see all of you are still all right. How long was I out for? Quinn asked. Well, at least in this turn you were doing something for some time. I think it was around 10 minutes. Geo replied. Quinn nodded and tried to move his hands a bit, but to his surprise, his own body felt foreign to him, mainly because of the extra added weight from the planet they were on. Come on, let's go, Quinn said, already walking out of the alleyway and heading down the street straight for the castle. Does this mean that you've devised a plan on how we're going to get to the next floor? Nock asked. He couldn't hide his nervous expression anymore as he looked over his shoulder to see if there were any guards or anyone following them. I know what I'm doing. You guys don't have to worry about that. If you just stay behind me, you guys will be safe. Quinn replied. Geo certainly didn't like the sound of that, and Nock was increasingly getting worried the closer they got to the castle. Now they were almost at the bridge where 2 tower guards were present. Haha, I like this human, Dober said. I never knew this place could get so exciting. Doesn't this guy just make your blood boil? Up until this point, they were still walking together until Quinn ran straight ahead and instantly reached the 2 guards. Then he grabbed both of their heads and slammed them into each other. The next second before they could do anything else, he threw them both by the heads into the sky, hurling them back to the town where they had come from. I thought as much. He has decided to fight. I don't think this is a good idea. It will just make the next set of floors even harder. Geo shouted, but Quinn was nowhere to be seen. Quinn had already run across the bridge and destroyed the large door. It was only now had they heard the delayed sound of the slam from the ruptured door. The 3 looked at each other in surprise and quickly ran in the direction where Quinn had gone. However, a few minutes later, as they entered the castle walls, they came across a grim sight they had never expected. The tower armor were all beaten, and on top of that they had large cuts all over their bodies. It was not just 1 or 2, though. The ones that stationed the wall, those on the floor already around 30 or so. Amra had been defeated and so quickly. Look at that. Nock pointed to the ground. Looking, they could see Amra's blood creeping towards the main hall and entrance of the castle. Just what are you doing, Quinn? What happened in these 10 minutes while you were away? Geo thought. Looking up, they could soon tell where all the blood around the place was going as something cast a large shadow over them. The castle was huge, and there was a lot of ground to cover. On top of that, Quinn wanted to attack before they could react. Thus, he needed no distractions for his plan to work, which was why he was running around, defeating anyone he could find. He wouldn't outright kill them and just needed to injure their bodies to an extent where they would no longer get up, but he had to use his speed to the max to run faster than he usually could. One way to do this was to use the Blue Fong set, but that only worked for a limited amount of time, and on top of that, this was Quinn's trump card. It was a very special set that got him through very dire circumstances, so instead of using it from the get-go, he came up with a new technique. During the fight with Russ, Quinn had discovered he could use the celestial energy in his body by making a cut on himself, and currently he had a small cut on his leg that allowed the blood to flow out. Then using his other abilities, he hardened the celestial blood, creating himself a pair of blood boots. Now at the right time, as he moved his legs, Quinn also would use his blood control skills to speed up the blood around his legs simultaneously. This allowed him to surpass his current limits and move even faster. However, it wasn't as easy as it sounded. To maintain the speed, he needed an immense amount of control to match up the movement of blood and his own legs, but during his time in celestial space, he was somewhat able to practice this technique. His body in the celestial space didn't work the same way as it would on the outside, but Quinn's body was still the same. It was strange that he still had access to his body to control celestial energy and use his abilities. It made him wonder, since he never saw anyone fighting in celestial space, there had to be a reason for that, but he never did find out. Nor did he know what would happen if one was attacked or killed in celestial space either. Either way, Quinn was now running all over the place, beating all the guards one by one, and finally, he had reached the main center room that he was looking for, where the source of energy was piercing the sky. The castle had a courtyard in the middle, and a strange device gave off energy. It looked like a portal was lying flat on the ground. It was also by far the most guarded place in the whole castle. Quickly scanning through the area, Quinn could see 10 guards around the portal, another 10 on the square-shaped second floor, and another 10 on the first floor. Then, without hesitation, he busted through a door and found himself Quinn was on the second platform, looking down at the guards below. He quickly leapt over the railing and straight towards the portal. At the same time, using his nail, he pricked his finger, and blood started to pour out. It was only a tiny cut, but the blood that came out of it was far more than usual. Quinn's eyes started to glow red, and shadow covered his body, putting away his armor and revealing his bare chest. The blood armor instantly covered his bottom half, and one could see all the red lines of energy pulsating through his body. "That's the one Athos has been looking for. Attack him," one of the guards shouted. "I'm sorry, but you won't even be able to get close to me." When Quinn landed, a red pulse went out from his heart. It was a dense form of energy that looked to be coming off his boots as it spread out towards the guards. And when it hit them, they felt a tingling sensation in their bodies until Quinn lifted his hands. Skill used Blood Forest. Immediately, the red blood aura had almost fallen to the ground and had become a liquid substance, more like real blood, and in less than a second, sprouting up from the floor were what looked like plants made of blood. However, they weren't like regular plants, and one could tell based on the gut-wrenching screams of the guards that the blood had acted like vines wrapping around their legs, and at the same time, it was as if they grew sharp thorns that immediately grew and stabbed into all of their legs. It had pierced the hard exterior of their body with ease, and the strange thing was there was no blood. On the contrary, the blood vines from the strange blood plants that had dug into them were getting wider with every passing moment. Eventually, all the blood started returning to Quinn, and some went inside his body while most of it was forming an object slightly above him. Geo, Dober, and Nock had finally caught up, entering the courtyard and found the fallen Amra looking helpless, unable to move with large holes in their body. "Quinn, what are you doing? I thought you were better than this. What happened?" Geo shouted. Quinn started to speak without looking at them and still forming the object above them. "I didn't kill them, don't worry, Geo. I wouldn't do that to your people. I know you care about them, just like I care about my friends as well. But you don't understand how these beings see you, how the ones at the top see you all. I'm sorry if this sight upsets you a little. Maybe I have become a little numb after everything I have seen, but I don't plan to be like them. Never do I want to be like them, and the worst thing is, I'm a little afraid that I might change. But before I do, I want to do everything I can while I'm still sane." Blood from Quinn, the Arma around him, and the ones he had injured moved into the object above, which soon took the form of a giant greatsword. Although the sword looked solid from far away, up close, one could see it was made of blood. When finding out that time in the celestial space moved differently, Quinn felt like it was finally time for him to learn. He then learned how the absolute blood control ability worked, which he had received for becoming king of the vampires. He also focused on understanding how his celestial powers could be used and formed to improve his combat and shadow skills, and to find a way to utilize everything he had at his disposal. When using his soul weapon, Quinn realized that his current body was not what it was like before. It has undergone many changes, and he has only touched the tip of the iceberg. Now he was ready to take on anyone. "Wait, how are we going to get to the 11 floors? We need the guards," Nock shouted. Quinn took one look at the three and smiled at them. "I never planned to go through the doors in the first place. This is a shortcut." Crouching down, Quinn jumped off and started to spin his body. As he did, it looked like a vortex of blood was covering him, causing him to spin even more until one couldn't even see Quinn in the air anymore. But at the last moment, Quinn swung out his leg, which was bright red as if one was looking into the sun itself, and kicked the large hilt of the sword. The sword started changing color from the bottom as it glowed and reached the tip. It immediately went through the air, constantly making bangs, and finally, it had reached where it needed to. It had pierced the ceiling, spinning and breaking it like a drill. Large crumbs were falling from the sky, and the giant blood sword continued going deeper into the tower. "I had a theory I wasn't so sure about, but it looks like I was right," Quinn said as the others stared at the sword in utter shock and disbelief. On the top floor, where Athos sat on his throne, A frantic female ran inside the room. "Sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but the human has reached the 50th floor." The sword attack had broken the illusion of the bright sky above. As the pieces of tower continued to fall on the city, the residents raised their heads and stared up in shock. Their hands plastered over their mouths, and the children in the area were crying, looking at the scene. After all, some of them had lived in the tower all their lives. Because once one person had entered the tower, the whole of their family could also join, and so could the future generations. Therefore, not all those who lived in the tower were strong armas, nor had they stepped foot from outside. And seeing the damage caused by the blood sword, they could only think that it was the world's end. To them, a demon had created a sword of blood that everyone could see, and now the sky had turned blood red as the hell had descended. As for the person responsible for it all, he was still standing in the courtyard, looking up at what he had done. My theory was correct after all, Quinn thought. After exploring the celestial space, Quinn had linked the special tower doors and the tower together. It was strange how each floor felt like they were in a completely different place, almost like they were on another planet, and that's when it clicked. It didn't just feel like it was a different place. Each of the doors was almost like a portal to another area. When looking at the outside, although the tower was expansive, it wasn't enough for the space they were exploring. Things didn't match up. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor, the sky looked extremely high, and the blue light of energy had to mean something, which was why Quinn believed that the rest of the floors, the living areas that the Amra actually lived at, were the real parts of the tower. Having blasted a hole straight upward, it looked like he was right. The Celestials were able to create the celestial space, so creating actual dimensions, trial rooms and other things for themselves wouldn't completely be out of the question. Quinn thought, since he was no longer using his celestial energy, his armor wouldn't burn if he was to use it. Now using his shadow, the chest piece had soon attached to him again, and his wings had sprouted. I will ask you guys again, are you sure you want to come with me? If so, then you will need to hold on, Quinn said with his hand held out. The three Arma looked at each other. They honestly were stunned by everything happening and didn't know what to do. But in the end, there was one that took the first step. You are one crazy human, Geo replied, holding his hand. I have never seen anything like you. For a long time I have thought, why are the lives of those in the tower different from those outside it? We live a happy life, but I want to ask our God these questions. Quinn now started to know why he liked Geo quite a bit, and the answer was because he reminded him of himself. Reminded him of his old self. After seeing that Geo was going along, Nock couldn't fall behind and quickly ran over as well, and finally there was Dober, who just smiled as he held on to one of the wings. You won't need to do that. I will let you guys see everything when I get up there, Quinn said as he activated his shadow and placed each of them into his shadow space. Straight after, bending his knees, Quinn blasted off into the air. The Arma from below could see a small person flying up to the hole that he had just created in the distance. They couldn't quite tell what it was, but could see large black wings on its body. This was because Quinn had activated his shadow. What is happening? Is that an angel? A little child looked over in awe. An angel? Don't be foolish. I don't even think that is an Amra. Don't look at it, a mother said, placing her hands over the child's eyes. Quinn moved fast with his wings and was able to reach the hole quickly. He wasn't flying as fast as he could run, but he was still agile and swift. When going through the hole, it was as Quinn had expected. The next moment, he found himself on the ground floor of another city. This time it looked different to the one below. The technology being used had advanced, and Quinn could see more high-rise buildings and different technological specs here and there. The Amra even seemed to wear more clothing similar to humans in fashion. However, the style was completely different, as everything seemed to be a different shade of green and nothing else. Catch the intruder. We have to stop him at all costs, an Amra guard shouted. Continuing to fly upward, Quinn could see most of the Amra on this floor were already alerted of his presence and had equipped themselves for a battle. They also wore slightly different colored clothes, which was most likely to show the status of being someone from the 25th floor. In their hands they had large tube-like weapons, imitating something somewhat like a bazooka, while others had objects that looked like cannons, and finally some just had rounded rocks in their hands. "Fire!" the commanders shouted. Immediately out from the weapons and being thrown by the larger, stronger armor were several different colored rocks of all shapes, sizes, and colors. The first one to reach Quinn was a red-colored rock. Using his wing that was covered in the shadow, he was able to block it, but the second it made an impact, it exploded. The Arma who had made the hit had jumped for joy until the smoke had cleared up and everyone saw that Quinn was unharmed. Of course, he was, because the demon tier armor and shadow powers were the best defense one could get. And when the other rocks started to come towards him, Quinn decided to do something else. One green-colored rock came from his right, and using his wing he sucked the rock in. Then straight to the other side, the rock had come out of the other wing and aimed below at some armor guards. It came out just as fast and destroyed the whole building in which it crashed. That was a powerful throw, but not nearly as much as the one I received earlier, which means there are even stronger ones above. Quinn thought while holding two more rocks in his hand that he had caught mid-air. Once again, Quinn threw both of these down at those below as he sped up and started to fly even higher into the sky. After all, Quinn's goal wasn't on the 25th floor, so there's no need for him to waste any time here. Now that the Amra were alerted and would be waiting for him on every floor, it didn't seem like they would give him the ship's equipment without a big fight. The far quicker and in this case and moment, the easier option was to talk to the tower owner and ask them directly to get him a ship so he could leave this place. Flying up higher towards the purple sky this time, Quinn was about to reach the second hole he had created. As soon as he passed through, he reached the next floor and landed on the hard gray-colored ground. He didn't put away his wings but was no longer flying up. This was because there was no hole in the sky this time, not on this floor. So my attack could only go through 2 floors? Whoever made it must have made this tower out of some strong stuff. Seeing as there was no one around them for now, Quinn decided to release the others. When they got out, they stumbled a bit but quickly regained their balance and began to look around. "Wait, where are we? This doesn't look like where we were before. Are we on the 12th floor?" Nock asked. "Wait, I've been on the 12th floor too. This looks nothing like the 12th floor. Where are we?" When the other two looked around, they noticed huge 3-tiered mansions off in the distance. They were all somewhat shaped like a temple. The ground was flat everywhere, and the only thing they found was the large mansions, around 20 in total. "I have only heard about this place." Dober started to speak with sweat running down his face. "This is where the SETI-ranked Amras live. Some of the strongest Arma live here? Oh my! We are on the 50th floor." Just as Dober finished speaking, the suddenly began to shake, and before the 3 of them could react, Amras, much larger than all of them, began to land on the gray floor in front of them. Other than their size, another thing to note was that some of them ever had a different colored outer skin than the rest. "This is nice. I guess I get to use a little more strength against you guys." Quinn smiled, unfazed by the huge Amras in front of him. Item type soul weapon activated. There is something seriously different about these guys compared to the others, Quinn thought, looking at the Amra that were known as the SETI rank. They were slightly larger in size by about a quarter compared to others, their shoulders were broader, and the color of their outer skin was also different. It almost looked and felt like they were part of a different race. It was hard to believe someone could change this much. Is it the tower? Has some sort of evolution made it so their bodies have changed? Quinn thought. One thing was clear. They were far stronger than the other Amra. It was why he had decided to summon his soul weapon. Either way, it didn't matter too much, and this didn't look like a situation that Quinn could just fly out of this time. Immediately, 2 of the sides had a strange green-colored rock and threw it right at Quinn. Using his demon tier piece of equipment that still had the shadow activated, Quinn stretched them out to hit the rocks. This was because bringing them in to defend himself would have taken more time. It was the quickest action he could take. As the rocks had hit Quinn's wings, they had stopped mid-air. But something strange happened that hadn't occurred before. Several vibrations came out, hitting the air like ripples. When attacks hit Quinn's shadow, it would either slow it down or stop the attack altogether if it was a more condensed form of the shadow. Because of the demon tier chest piece's special ability, the wing's shadow acted more like the latter, as a defensive mechanism stopping any attacks it touched, no matter how great. Although this had stopped the physical aspect of the attack, it seemed like something else was occurring. Hitting the air, a large ringing sound could be heard in Quinn's ears, and it was becoming extremely painful for him. I can't hear anything. My head feels like it's going to explode. Quinn soon could see around 8 more of the green rocks coming towards his front. Tiring his best, he shook off the strange feeling and decided to face the other rocks head-on. If blocking them isn't the right thing to do, then I will just have to attack head-on instead. Lifting up the twin tails, Blaz one would think he would start to swing them towards the SETI. However, Quinn instead had bashed his 2 weapons against each other. At that moment, several chains had broken off his blade. There were 5 parts from one part of the weapon and 5 parts from the other, allowing for 10 links to be in the air. The blade looked broken for a few seconds, and where the parts had come off, it almost looked like human muscle. The chains, deep within Quinn's body, started to swirl around more, and the 2 twin-tail blades extended out again, returning to their original length, but the 10 pieces were still floating about, and they soon started to glow red. Quinn had retracted away his shadow wings once more, and the red veins on his body started to show, as celestial energy was also running through his soul weapons. I'm sorry, but unlike the others, I don't think I can give you the chance to live. But if you give up now, I will spare your life, Quinn stated. The SETI didn't listen and instead picked up more rocks they had brought with them, ready to attack from a distance again. Seeing this, Quinn had no choice. The floating chain links grew red and went straight towards the rocks. It had pierced right through them. The rocks were split to even more parts going past Quinn, but he could easily avoid them, and for the ones that he couldn't, he lifted his blade slightly, allowing it to deflect. What is that weapon and those links able to block an attack from the green rock? That weapon must be something from the gods, one of the SETI said. In a way, they were right. Similar to how Quinn could now create celestial weapons, his soul weapon had become a celestial weapon itself. There was a large boost in its power, its durability, just like when celestial points were given to the others, and at the same time there were more things it could do compared to before. Let's get rid of a lot of you in one go. With celestial blood running through the weapons, Quinn could control the other links with his blood powers. They went right past all of the SETI, moving at an incredible speed, but the SETI also knew they weren't coming towards them, so they started to leave. However, they did do something strange. There was a separate link that was placed in between a few of the SETI. Placing both his weapons out to the side, they started to glow bright red, and so did the links. The next second, a red aura, just like when Quinn used blood, came out of the links. It continued to move, and the red aura had wrapped around the back of the SETI, connecting all of the links together and finally connected back to Quinn's blade. It was then, using all of his strength, Quinn pulled forward, while also restricting the aura, to constrict and make the area smaller. The SETI felt something suddenly hit their backs, a strong force that was slightly burning into their skin from behind. They were lifted off their feet and were coming directly towards Quinn. When they were only a few meters away, the twin tails glowed bright red again, but their form started to change, and this item looked like gauntlets. Meanwhile, the 10 or so links that were behind them had changed their form into swords as well. I learnt, just like with Peter, how he had an image in his head he could create when using celestial energy, that I could do the same. Quinn thought. Moving his hands, it looked like a red aura around the whole area was gathering in seconds. Just with his fingertips, he made what looked like a type of claw shape. Red lines were cutting the air around him. The whole area was distorting, and even the ground around Quinn's feet was disintegrating a little. Inside that space, I learned to return to my roots a little. I always preferred hand-to-hand combat rather than all of these blood skills, so why not do something that's more suited to me? The SETI had somewhat recovered in the air and had wound up their fists, ready to punch the enemy in front of them. Twisting his foot on the ground, Quinn had pounced from his position, leaping with great power, and swiped his hand, aiming for the fist. The red lines of power still flowed, and as they touched the hard rock hand of the SETI, it had gone through like it was butter. Blood could be seen for a split second coming out of the hand, but it almost evaporated into a mist and had joined the red aura behind it, making it grow larger. Using his other hand, Quinn had slashed at its stomach, and the same thing happened there. Then before it could do anything, Quinn continued to slash with his hands, causing the enemy in front of him to disappear into nothing but more vampire aura. Quinn quickly moved from one to another, using his new celestial blood gauntlets to cut through all of the Jedi's attacks. Anything they touched looked like the enemy in front would just disappear, and Quinn was faster than them, and even if he wasn't and they were to touch his deadly claws, they would lose their own limbs. In the end, the other three that had come with Quinn could see only him standing there, with the bodies of the SETI on the floor, whatever was left of them. "I'm sure there should be something on this floor we can use to trade for the spaceship parts you need," Quinn said. Moments later, something could be seen falling from the sky, landing around 200 meters away. It was heavy and caused a loud dust cloud to rise, blocking the view of them all. Although Quinn couldn't see, he could sense the energy. "It looks like the big guy has decided to see me in person." The large object had crashed at such a speed that Quinn could not react against it. The only thing he did see was that it wasn't just a single object. Rather, he had seen three in total. The dust cloud made by them had created a wave. The gray-colored flooring tiles were cracked, and the floor was covered in the smoke of dust. Looking around, Quinn noticed that the other three had been struggling to move ever since they had gotten here. "Is it the gravity?" Quinn thought. "It is heavy here. My body was able to adjust to the speed a lot quicker, but for them, they were meant to get used to the changes from each floor. Jumping directly to the 50th floor might have become a problem for them." All three of them had their hands on the floor, pushing off it like a giant weight was sitting on top of them. They were shaking as they utilized every muscle in their body. Lifting his head, Geo could see the wall of dust coming towards them and the hole not too far behind them. "If we get hit by that, we're going to get thrown back into that hole. We have to move," Geo thought. "Knock, Dober. If we don't get out of here, that wall will hit us. Move your arses," Geo shouted. "Why are you telling us something when you can't do it either?" Knock shouted back and managed to place one foot on the ground, and his upper body was upright. Two of his arms were pressing off his one knee, and Knock was now the one doing the best. "Ha, at least if we die, I can say I bested you in my final moments." Knock smiled. Dober was at the back, and that's when he could see something happening. The outer skin on Geo's leg looked like it was beginning to crack. At first, Dober thought it was a wound that Geo had received somehow, but he couldn't remember them getting hit. When taking a closer look, he could see that there was no blood though, and instead, it looked like parts of his rocky skin were falling over, and a new shade of rock was coming through. In addition, the hide of the rock was somewhat thicker, increasing the length and size of Geo's legs by a little bit. "He is evolving into one of the SETI ranks," Dober noticed, but he also saw that it might not matter because the wall of debris was already upon them. Then, from the side, dense red energy came out of nowhere, sending the debris off in the distance through the air and crashing into one of the large mansions that was originally owned by one of the SETI rank Amra. "Did you guys think I forgot about you all or something? You guys chose to follow me, you guys are helping me out, so I won't just let you die," Quinn stated, still not looking at them instead of looking off in the distance. Quinn briefly looked at his hands for a second, which were still covered in his celestial gauntlets. They made his hands look around double the size and were almost a solid black, like when Peter transformed, but also still had several red glowing lines coming down to his wrist and continuing on his skin. Strangely, the chains that would be stuck in Quinn's body were still there, connected from the base of the gauntlets, sprinkling to his body till his shoulders and the top of his chest. "The tiger form martial arts I practiced did well when mixed with the power of these gauntlets, but every time I changed the shape of the soul weapon, it has a different effect with blood. My fists were getting stronger each time my fingers went through their bodies. I could feel the blood was merging with my own powers. But now that he's here, if I have a big fight ahead of me, I will have to use everything I learn in that space right here and now." Walking forward, Quinn didn't decide to be aggressive, but he wouldn't get out of this either in case he needed to use it at any moment. It was then that he felt a surge of energy from behind. Although he didn't want to look away from those in front, turning around he could see Geo standing there. At least Quinn thought it was Geo. It looks like I was right. The SETI can evolve, which has something to do with this tower. Quinn thought. Geo's skin now darkened, turning pitch black compared to before. There were also little sparks of white rocks throughout his skin, making Geo somewhat like a rare ore. At the same time, Geo was now just as large as the SETI rank Amra. And he didn't just go through a simple evolution, but it looked like he evolved to the point where he could match the older SETI rank Amra on this floor. I wonder, why do all of their skin differ from one another, even though they have all evolved? Quinn thought as he saw Geo lift Nock and Dober off the ground with ease, placing them upright so they could stand on their own 2 feet. The two of them haven't evolved either. Turning his head to focus on the front, Quinn found that the smoke had now slowly settled, and he could see 2 females with a golden-like skin color on the outer scales. Since they were female, one thing to notice was that they had 2 arms instead of the 4. They were roughly the same size and width as the SETI rank, but he had never seen this color on any of the SETI ranks. The other difference Quinn could see and feel was that they both had a marking on their head. It looked like a rectangle pointing upwards with 2 snake-like figures wrapping around it, but they did not have heads. Thinking about it, it somewhat looked like the tower from the outside in the distance, and sensing the celestial energy in them, Quinn could tell they were beyond that of the SETI rank Arma he had just fought against. Finally, there was what could only be described as a literal giant. It was a large Amra that had similar traits to the rest. Its color was also one that Quinn had never seen either. He had a platinum shine that was almost reflective like a mirror because his skin was somewhat reflecting everything surrounding him, from the SETI Amra to the buildings. However, the biggest difference was that this Amra had 6 arms, 3 sticking out from either side. This was the first for Quinn, and this perhaps was not just an Amra because Quinn could tell this giant was a celestial too. This has become quite an interesting predicament. I never expected a god to just come to this place unannounced. Athos said in a booming loud voice that shook the entire area. This is our god. The god of the tower. Nock said in a quivering voice as the echo from Athos' words dimmed. They had never seen him before, never seen any images of him, but at first glance they could tell who this was. Quinn, I was right about you. From the way you stand calmly, I can tell you don't feel anything in his presence. You really are on the same level as him. Geo thought. Maybe I can tell more now that I am just a bit closer to the two of you, but for me to reach where you two are, I think it would just be impossible for me. Good luck, Quinn, my friend. I never expected to come to this place either, Quinn said, still walking forward, not halting his advance. I only have one simple wish. To get off this damned place so I can return and help my friend. First, though, I might have some questions to ask you. I won't disrespect you since you are like me, Athos expressed. However, you have caused a lot of trouble on my planet. I am curious about your name and where you are from. Quinn had stopped his advance for the first time and stood in front of the colossal giant in front of him. Although they were around 50 meters apart, the shadow cast from Athos had easily reached up to where Quinn was standing. Quinn looked down on the ground for a split second before looking up at the 3 in front of him. Even though the person in front of him seemed calm, it would be naive to think he was a friend. What do I say? Quinn thought. After learning the reaction from the Celestials in the strange space, revealing information about where I am from could backfire on me. But I also never saw this Athos in celestial space. What if he doesn't know about what's going on in the team gang? Not everyone will enter that space, and I can tell the celestial energy between these 3 is far beyond anything I have. If the 2 of us were to fight, I don't know exactly how well I would fare even with all my training in celestial space. After thinking for a while, Quinn was almost ready to hide the truth. But before opening his mouth, he bit his lip, stopped and smiled. I have faced so many challenges and did everything for the sake of my galaxy and everyone who lives on Earth. And here I was about to lie about where I come from? I shouldn't be ashamed about my origins. And I shouldn't care what others think. I am from the planet called Earth, Quinn said confidently and smiled, looking directly at Athos's face. Somehow, Quinn expected a reaction. On the other hand, Athos crossed all 6 arms and stared at Quinn. He didn't say a word. The entire floor was silent. Gio was still near the hole made by Quinn's attack when entering the floor. The others seemed somewhat now used to the extra gravity, as they could stand independently, but their faces showed clear signs of discomfort. I'm surprised that Dober and Nock are quickly adapting to the change. This isn't something they would have been able to do before. Is it because the energy of the 50th floor is influencing us? Or is it because of the dire situation? Or maybe because we are in front of such great people at the moment? Gio thought. I'm not wrong in thinking that certainly Athos standing there right now, the god of the armor race. Dober said. The energy inside me almost feels like it's starting to pull towards him. Hearing this, that was when the other two realized the same. The energy in their body, the one they had gained from entering certain floors in the tower, was pulling towards the man in front of them. But who is Quinn? Nock finally asked. What was he called? A human, right? How can a human stand in front of our god that close? And why has our god not said anything after hearing the name of Quinn's planet? Unfortunately, none of them had the answer to this question, and all they could do was listen in on this grand event that others wouldn't be able to witness. You are very far away from home, Athos finally replied. I hear there are also many things happening on Earth at the moment. Tell me why you are here and why you chose to climb the tower. Although Quinn was relieved that there wasn't an immediate fight on his hands, he still was beaming with his own celestial energy, ready to fight at any moment. For now, though, Quinn thought that honesty would be the best policy. I did not come here because I wished to. Rather, someone has forcefully teleported me here. I entered the tower because my friend informed me that I could get the parts for a ship here that would allow me to travel back to Earth. Quinn answered. Once again, there seemed to be a pause while Athos thought about what to say. Although honestly, it made Quinn quite anxious. What was the problem? You have caused a mess in my tower and scared the people. This will no doubt affect my planet. Athos replied. On top of that, even if I were to give you a ship, it would take you an incredibly long time to return to your planet. And since you seem stuck here, I can only assume you don't have the means to use the space to travel back. Which makes me wonder, who has even sent you here in the first place? There has to be a reason, and I do not wish to get involved in other people's messes. Then don't, Quinn replied. The person responsible for my current predicament is my problem, and I will deal with it. But it sounds like you have a way of sending me back. I apologize about entering the tower, as it was the only way I knew how to get around, and as for my extreme action in the tower, I am in a bit of a rush, you see. If you grant me this favor and help me out, then I will be happy to return this favor and help you out in any of your problems in the future. Quinn still didn't know what Athos' celestial condition was, but learning and listening to the other celestials speak, they always seemed to enjoy making deals with each other, at least one that would benefit them both. So now, learning that creating a ship wasn't the ideal solution, it looked like this man or the god in front of him was the only answer. So you are asking me for a favor? Athos placed his hand on his chin. Very well, then I have a request you can complete, a favor for a favor. As long as you do what I ask first, then I will happily be able to send you back to Earth. Hearing this, Quinn furrowed his eyebrow a little. First, although he didn't mind doing this Athos a favor, he didn't know what that would be, and second of all, he planned to complete this favor after Athos complied with his. I'm sorry, I am happy to comply, but as I said, I am rushing to return to Earth. There is a lot I need to deal with, Quinn answered. We can discuss the favor, but only if you could send me to Earth first. Otherwise, I'm afraid we can't agree. To the others, it seemed strange that one could ask a favor from the god in front of them because Gio was the only one who had heard Quinn's words when the latter claimed to be a god. That was why he wasn't too surprised by all of this and was watching everything in awe. However, he could tell there had also been a change in the atmosphere after Quinn uttered his words. I have already been kind enough to forgive you for disrupting the peace of my tower and killing some of my most talented individuals. I think I have proposed a fair deal, and the fact is my favorite is actually related to your home planet anyway. so I believe I am being more than kind." It took a second for Quinn to decide what to do, and it was then that he lifted his foot and stomped the shadow that was beneath him. It looked to disperse into pieces before it reformed itself again, creating itself. It was something that shouldn't have been possible and something the others really didn't understand. "I will tell you again. I am in quite the rush as well." Quinn raised his fist, opening up and making a tiger claw again. "I may not have as much celestial energy as you, but I was born a strong fighter. I promise you it will not be easy to take me down. I will request again. Please agree with my deal, and do me a favor by helping me get back to Earth, otherwise." After Quinn had said those words, the demeanor of the two girls by Athos' side began to change. For one, they looked to have pulled a piece of rock from their own body. It had quickly healed, growing back, nearly as quick as the strange beast Quinn had fought against on the 10th floor. Once their hard golden skin was in their hands, they had crushed the rock and almost started to form it into a spear-like shape. They soon completed this and held 2 spears in both of their hands. Then, brandishing them up in the air, it looked like they were immediately ready to throw them towards Quinn. "Now, I had heard you were quite the greenhorn when you displayed your energy out in the open. But I never expected you to be so rash," Athos said. "I don't know what type of god you are. Perhaps you were one who has come due to a lot of fighting. That is the case, then I agree you would be troublesome to deal with, but while you are in my tower, I believe you are at a serious disadvantage." Hearing this, Quinn thought that might be the case. The different floors, the whole tower system, and the strange beasts which would reappear each time, for each floor had to be the armor god's doing, and it was quite possible that the latter could change the structure of the tower as he wished. More so than likely, the tower here was somewhat like a celestial item, one that Athos could personally use and do as he wished. "I also don't want it to come to this, but as I said, I have urgent matters," Quinn asserted. At that moment, Athos raised 2 of his arms while the other 4 remained folded. "Is he preparing to attack? What should I do? Should I try using my shadow first? Should I try to do my best from the beginning and take him by surprise? This is my first real fight against another real celestial," Quinn thought. However, nothing seemed to have happened. The 2 girls didn't do anything, and no energy was forming in Athos' hands. It was then when Athos crossed his hands again, and Quinn believed that something had to occur, and looking around he had noticed a key difference. "What did you do to them?" Quinn shouted as he quickly turned his head. "They have nothing to do with this, and they are the same race as you. They were only helping me." Gio, Nock, and Dober looked to have all disappeared. Then, in the slight movement that Athos had made, he had changed the floor that the others were standing on to sink them into the ground. Although Quinn didn't know it, they were in a place where they could view and hear everything that was going on. "You seemed like a person who would care for them," Athos said. "It seems you are more inclined to listen to me now. Don't worry, I will not harm them. They are only a security measure to make sure you actually keep to your end of this favor. Once you have completed the task, I will send you to Earth and release them to do as they wish. They can go with you, live their life in the tower or return to their families." "How can I even trust what you say?" Quinn replied. "I don't really trust a lot of Celestials to begin with, and now you go and do this? I could say the same to you," Athos shrugged. "You have attacked my tower, and this is the first time the 2 of us have met. So how would I know you will keep to your promise? I can see you think I am the bad guy here, but I am not." Waving his hand, Athos had created a type of portal that showed the outside city, and it showed the armor people walking through town with a smile on their faces. Then upon waving his other hand, another portal appeared, and it showed the Amra that lived on the 10th floor, with similarly happy smiles on their faces. "I know what happened on Earth, so I can understand why you might feel the way you do, but you have to know that things aren't the same here. I don't force anyone to try and climb the tower. Everyone can try to enter and clear the floors whenever they wish. The people are also free to leave the tower whenever they want if the tower life is not for them. All I have done is given the people a goal, something better to look forward to, and a purpose in their life. I will be upfront with you if you don't trust me. My condition is simple, to create something that will give people a dream. The tower is the Amra race's dream. Many living outside wish to enter the tower, while those who live inside wish to reach higher floors. The reason why I am being patient is that I want you to see that I am a fair person. Which is why I think this deal can work out for the both of us. Quinn was still unsure, but he had to admit that what Athos said made sense. He could see that the people he had met and those from Geo's village were actually happy, and the tower guards weren't the ones to abuse their power. What happened between Nock and Geo was more like a personal vendetta than anything. Of course, some looked down on each other and split the groups into those in the tower and those who lived outside. But was that really Athos doing? Quinn really couldn't say, and if Athos was being truthful about his condition, it wasn't something he was imposing on the Amra. This meant, just like humans, it was more of something that naturally happened when you had people of various characters. I can see that you are at least thinking about this thoroughly. While you are deciding whether to attack me or not, at least let me explain the favor to you. Athos continued. In this galaxy, soon in this solar system where the Amra race lives, a Godslayer will arrive. I would take care of it myself, but I have other things to deal with, and besides, I feel like it's definitely more suited to your role. A Godslayer, those were the things that Logan and Bliss talked about, and I also heard many Celestials discuss them in the celestial space. It seemed like there were many of them out in all the different galaxies. Some Celestials were even trying to hunt them down. Is this a way for him to test my strength? Looking around, Quinn still couldn't sense where Geo and the others had gone. In all honesty, he wanted to forget about them. He wanted just to head back home. But there was something inside him, in his nature, that told him he couldn't just abandon Geo, who had helped him. Even though Quinn felt it was unlikely that Athos would do anything, there was still a small chance, especially after seeing how so many Celestials treated the lives on planets as if they were nothing but numbers to fill their condition. I promised I would continue to try and live this way to the fullest while I still felt somewhat human. I don't want to be like them. Fine, Quinn made up his mind. I accept your deal, but you better keep every promise you make. Otherwise, I swear I will hunt you down and won't give up until you can no longer be reborn. There was a red glow in Quinn's eyes when he said this, and Athos could tell that he was being sincere. The only thing was, Quinn didn't realize how big of a threat these words were to a Celestial. But for the time being, Athos would let it slide as there was a good chance he could kill two birds with one stone. Very well, I will now transport you to the planet the Godslayer is on. Good luck. Just like before, a strange light appeared below Quinn's feet and instantly enveloped him. Only this time he knew what was going to happen, so he wasn't afraid, and a few seconds later, when the bright light in his vision disappeared, Quinn found himself in a totally new location. Although he had expected this, the teleportation ability did make him quite curious. However, for now, his attention was more on the place he was teleported to. Well, one thing is for sure. I'm not on the same planet anymore, Quinn thought as he looked around. As far as his eyes could see, he only saw barren ice desert. This place was cold and windy, but he had a few tricks to keep himself warm with the help of blood control. One thing worth mentioning was, though, that this place was beautiful in a way and reminded Quinn somewhat of the planet on which he had fought against his first demon-tier beast. He couldn't help but sigh upon remembering that fight. Then, not letting himself be distracted, he focused more on understanding where he was. He noticed that there were large slices of ice randomly stuck out. They were not small but not big enough to be called mountains either. Rather, they were like bundles of titled needles, stabbed into the ground. Then, at the same time, there were also what looked like trees. Although they too were covered entirely in ice, it was hard to tell from a distance whether they were frozen or if they were purely made of ice and were a natural formation. Well, this is definitely not the same planet I was on. So does that mean all the Celestials just teleport people as they please? Or did Athos succeed just because I was in his tower? Come to think of it, before Bliss teleported me to the Amra planet, I was in her white space. So I guess this might just be something high-ranked Celestials can do. Doesn't this also mean if I was a high-ranked Celestial, I wouldn't be having all of these problems of trying to get back, and I would be able to instantly teleport back to the Earth? Quinn was a little annoyed thinking about it. If only his condition wasn't so strange, But in the first place, he didn't want to force people into these things anyway. He wanted the others to give blood, in front of his statue, on their own will without being forced to it. Still, I would have liked to know how I would have fared against one of these celestials, even though I have a lower amount of celestial energy. Quinn clenched his fist, getting rid of his celestial form and placing back on his usual set of armor with the shadow. It's not impossible to take out a celestial without any celestial energy, and these things called God-slayers are proof of that. They said my power also belonged to a God-slayer, so I guess I'm not exactly the normal celestial compared to them. Which means most likely these gods will underestimate me a bit just because my energy is lower than theirs. I doubt most of them know about me or my history. After thinking of this, Quinn decided he should at least start the task at hand. After all, a Godslayer technically needed to be stronger, so this would be no easy fight. On the other hand, the incoming enemy would at least be on Chris's level. In order to widen his search, Quinn used the tier wings to fly around. Unfortunately, Quinn hadn't been able to practice with these much or improve upon what they could do since in celestial space, items like beast gear didn't work, nor did his shadow powers. It felt great to use the special demon tier weapons with his shadow, which meant he could block nearly any attack, but after fighting against the SETI rank, he realized there might be times or ways that attacks could still get through. I have been able to increase my celestial and blood powers to a good level, but if this shadow is also some type of God Slayer power, then I should be able to keep improving this as well. There have to be more ways, more skills on how to use it, but I have always just used it in whatever way the system has given me. And I haven't used Shadow Overload in a long time either. Not since I lost a large amount of MC points. Thinking about this, a certain person appeared in his head. Arthur. Arthur knew a lot about the shadow, and he had developed his own skills with it. So if there was anyone who could train him how to use the powers or at least train with them, it would be Arthur. However, Arthur is not here. I wish there was some way I could talk to him. While continuing to fly around the planet, Quinn honestly didn't really know what he was looking for. He soon saw different beasts fighting against each other and just others living their lives like they usually would. But then there was something that almost made his jaw drop, and it made him second guess if he was on a different planet. Is that another tower? Looking at it from afar, it looked similar to the one before but wasn't identical. This one was a bit smaller in length and size and was the same for the city around it. I guess I am still in Athos Galaxy, so it seems like he must have set up these towers on every planet. Getting closer, Quinn retracted his wings as he saw the people outside, and they were indeed what he had guessed. Amra. Their armor and clothing were slightly different, but other than that, they were the same in every other way as the people in Geo's village. Heading up to the gate, Quinn thought his best chance was just walking in and asking them if they had any information about a Godslayer on the planet. However, it seemed like there was no need to, as the guards walked out and bowed toward him. "Are you the one named Quinn Talon?" the tower guard asked. "Yes," Quinn replied awkwardly, not sure how to reply. "Were you expecting me? I don't really understand what is going on." The two guards bowed politely, and after raising their heads, they gestured for him to follow them while saying, "Our God has told us of your arrival. He stated that someone in your description would be coming to help us. Please follow me towards the tower. Our commander will explain everything." Since they didn't seem to be attacking him on sight, Quinn started to go along with them for the time being. Just like they said, they escorted him to the tower, and here, a strong force of around 50 or so Amra were waiting. Quinn recognized the SETI rank Amra, and there were 10 of them in total, but there didn't seem to be anyone higher ranked among the group of people. From what he could hear, they were the highest ranking people in the tower. Soon, a dark green-skinned Amra, who went by the name Peb, started explaining to Quinn as the rest of the troops got ready. "The Godslayer has been located on our planet. Our Lord believes that we might not be enough to apprehend him with our forces. Also, we have had reports of many high-level beasts dying on the planet. This opponent seems to be a strong one. So we prayed to our Lord to send some support, and it seems like he has answered our prayers." Quinn didn't know how to take this. He was only speaking with Athos a few moments ago, so how long had Athos planned to use Quinn to try and deal with his problem? Well, I'm here now anyway. And I have to do a job if I want to get. Bang! Before Quinn could finish his sentence, everyone heard a loud explosion at the front of the gate from where Quinn had entered not too long ago. Soon after, several screams followed, and there was panic as the people started to rush towards the tower, shouting and calling on the tower guards to help. It looks like our little problem has come to us. This should be a quick one then. Quinn smiled and activated his wings, flying in the air. I'll try and deal with this one as quickly as possible. Clear the area if you want everyone to live. After shouting those words, Quinn flew straight towards the gate, and he could see sparks off in the distance. They were vicious, large, and almost pierced the clouds even though they were coming from the ground. That's a lot of power. Is this some type of lighting god slayer? It reminds me a bit of Owen. Well, let's see how they deal with this, Quinn thought. Without using his celestial energy, he summoned up this blood aura. But he had created a large spear his band and threw it as hard as he could straight towards the target below to test the waters. Using his blood control, Quinn sped it up and followed as quickly as he could behind the attack, planning to follow up. As for the target, he was in the middle of attacking the Amra that was coming toward him. He would hit them or strike them with lighting, knocking them far away. From above, the blood spear was coming toward him, and it seemed like the person was too distracted to notice the spear. But when it was just a few inches away, the person turned around and grabbed the spear with his bare hand. The strength and momentum of the spear pushed his body in the air and set him back a few. But he eventually landed on the ground now the spear was in his hand. I can see everything, even your next move, the person shouted, throwing his fist out. And in the next second, it clashed right against Quinn's follow-up punch. Wait a second. You're a human, Quinn said, noticing the person in front of him. He had seen many human-like beings but not another human being, and here of all places. Wait, this god slayer is a human? Quinn, the person gaped, equally surprised. Deep underground in a place where no light shone, there was life. An entire town had been created, with houses, living areas, markets, and more. However, what stood out the most in this underground town was a massive tower that almost pierced the top of the ceiling. One could hear loud grunts echoing throughout the town. The sound of weapons clashing against each other and banging off the armor. The deep and heavy pants of tired people trying to catch their breath. Remember, we are in a new age. We are not like the old. A middle-aged man shouted with his hands behind his back as he overlooked the people training in an open area. The most notable about these people who had chosen to live underground was their glowing red eyes. This was a vampire settlement, but not the same as it was in the past. They were not above grounds, and no castles, families, or leaders existed. Unlike those before us, they believed that the humans would never catch up to us. They believed that they were the superior race, and we are, but it was due to their passivity that we are in the situation we are in today. The man shouted, "This is why we have trained every day, to grow our strength to prove to them that we are the superior race. Whether you wish to control them or turn them into one of us, you must ensure that you are strong enough to live." Hearing these words seemed to inspire the vampires, as they used more of their vampire aura to coat their weapons and armor, and continued to train with each other, striking harder and faster. However, it suddenly stopped when the vampires heard the sound of high heels slapping the hard ground. They paused what they were doing and began to line up in a single file, and then at the right time they all bowed down. "We welcome you back," they shouted in unison with their heads bowed down. Peeking through, they could black boots made of beast skin that spiraled up towards the knee. Then a little bit of skin was shown, revealing a part of her pale thighs, before having more armor covering her groin area and heading up towards the rest of her body. Besides her thigh, her skin was only visible from her neck and the gap between the armor on her shoulders and forearms. Her face was stoic, showing almost no emotion, while two dark purple horns were poking out through her short hair. Then finally, there was the weapon on her back, a longsword, although it was thin compared to the usual two-handed longswords. It was pitch black, and on the hilt was the marking of a single eye with wings. She was one of the red vampire leaders, Layla Munro. "It seems you have come back to us in one piece," The man who was training the others was the first to lift his head, but he kept his hands together in a respectful position. "Yes, I have, but no one else has returned alive," Layla responded. "It's a good thing you are all training because, from the current situation, it's not long before a war breaks out." Walking ahead, it looked like Layla was heading for the tower, but not too far behind her was another woman who had her hair tied up in a ponytail. Though, she didn't adorn an armor. Instead, just a black dress. She looked fairly old compared to the rest, but she never strayed too far from Layla. When the two finally entered the tower, Layla let out a big sigh. "We should rest after what we have been through," the woman said. "I wish we could, but we must act if we want to get through this. It would be best if you got ready to call all of the red vampires back. I know it will tire you out, you did your fair share back there as well." Layla smiled. While walking up the stairs outside, she noticed a shadow casting over the candlelights in the tower. The tower was one of the few places that had light in the entire town. And as the shadow enveloped the candlelights, all of the candles went out as if a blanket of darkness had swallowed them, and a second later, they lit up once again. "It looks like he has returned," Layla mumbled. Then, without turning around, she spoke to the old woman beside her. "Jill, it would be best if you head back to your room." Without waiting for a response, Layla put pressure on the step below her front foot and then began to sprint. She ran up the stairs at an incredible speed, eventually reaching a pair of double doors. Pressing her hands, she pushed it open, and here in the large and mostly empty room, she could see a large figure standing there. "Ah, I see you have returned as well," the voice said as the man turned around, revealing himself to be Laxmus. But he had a giant smile and a dark red crystal in his hand. "Red heart. You finally got it," Layla said, walking closer to Laxmus, who soon covered it in shadows, making it disappear. Seeing this made Layla wonder if Laxmus was keeping it safe or trying to keep it away from her. "That belongs to me just as much as it belongs to you," Layla said, already reaching for the sword on her back. "You have to tell me what you plan to do with it." Although Layla seemed a bit out of sorts, Laxmus didn't let that spoil his mood. "It will take some time to learn how to access its power. Originally I was planning to use someone else, but that idea went out of the window," Laxmus replied. "Either way, both of us are servants of Immortality, so you don't have to worry. When I hand over what Immortality wants using the power of the red crystal, I will tell him that we have achieved this together. And then finally, rather than just being servants of Immortality, we will also have the power to stand by his side, to do what we wish and even create our own life in this world." Laxmus clenched his fist as if he was crushing something in it, but there was nothing. "Well, you better act fast," Layla replied. "The damper are advancing, and it looks like they know where this place is. I tried my best to slow them down with a task force, but they were too strong this time. It looks like the one they call Queen will be helming the attack herself." This information seemed to make Laxmus frown, but soon the smile returned. "I will be ready, and this will be no trouble." After saying these words, a shadow obscured Laxmus's entire body, and he quickly disappeared. After their short talk, Layla decided to walk out of the tower and head somewhere else. Soon she was found at the edge of the town, where there was almost nothing, no houses or anything, and instead just several walls until she finally placed her foot on something on the ground and pushed it down with the right amount of pressure. Next instant, she heard a clicking sound, and part of the wall started to move. The secret door closed behind Layla, and she continued to walk down the tunnel and could hear the sound of breathing in the distance. "I thought you would come back with the heart. Now you need to explain everything. How did Laxmus manage to get the red heart?" Layla had stopped in the middle of her sentence when she saw Xander kneeling beside a certain someone with a large hole in his chest. Upon seeing the injured man's face, her heart thumped, and her face paled as a fury of emotions appeared on her stoic face, from panic to shock. "Quinn!" Upon entering the secret room, Layla's eyes widened when she focused on the injured vampire on the ground. Then, without hesitation, she quickly ran forward and kneeled beside the vampire. Taking a peek, Xander could see that the scales of her horns were changing color. First, they looked like clouds that were changing to a purple fog, and the next second they looked like they were made of red lava. Due to her being a vampire subclass, it was hard to hide her emotions, and ever since getting a permanent set of large horns on her head, it had become more challenging for her, especially in a situation like this. She placed her hands over the hole on Vincent's chest, and in the next moment, her palms ignited in green flames. Sweat trickled down her face as she tried to pour as much power as possible to heal the wound. How could this happen? After so long, how could this have happened to him? Xander, explain, Layla shouted, her voice shaking near the end. Fear had gripped her heart with fear, and panic filled her expression. Her breathing was out of control, and the chi zapping out from her body seemed to be affecting her actions. Even talking was difficult. Don't use your life force. Xander snapped back and placed both hands on her wrist, attempting to lift them off. Layla, I mean it. If you do, I will do everything I can to get your hands off his body. DND. Besides, he's not Quinn. Hearing the last sentence, the intensity of the flames started to dwindle, but she kept them lit up. After recalling the red heart in Laxmus's hands, Layla had a good idea of who was in front of her as she realized who this could be if not Quinn. Why on high would he come back at a time like this, after he had been hiding for so long? Layla asked. Unsure her powers were doing anything, she continued using her energy, and eventually, the stream of energy healed the wound somewhat. Although vampires have pale skin, there was a unique shade in their skin, and it was beginning to return to Vincent's skin. I don't think he's completely gone yet, Layla guessed. I can only think of one reason why Vincent came back. Is he here? Is Quinn actually back? She asked. Shaking his head, Xander turned away. It was hard to see the emotions on his face since Layla could not look directly at him. What is this? I thought you said you moved on from him? Xander finally managed to smile back. Now, when you see someone who looks like him, all these feelings for him come rushing back. Although Layla's face had stayed red, for a second, Xander saw both of her horns turn slightly pink, as if she was embarrassed, even though there was a different story in front of him. It's not that. You know, my past with Quinn is complicated, Layla replied. I never lied to you, Xander. But either way, we must deal with what is in front of us. I don't think Chi or my powers will do anything else for him right now. Are you able to place him in your shadow? That will buy us some time. It was then that Xander pulled out a crystal from his robe. It was quite large, around the size of a water bottle, maybe a little larger, and inside the crystal there was a dark shadow moving about. I don't have much shadow left, Xander explained. I can put him in, but not for a long time. So if I don't use the shadow powers, then we should be okay, or the other option is to get more shadow. Xander gulped after saying the last sentence. It was the last thing he wanted to do. I understand, but I know you brought him here, and it was the right thing to do. You must have thought I would have a plan. And well, I do. But first you need to help me out, Layla replied. Then, without saying another word, Xander used the crystal to use some of his shadow powers. It wrapped Vincent from head to toe, and his body sank into the shadow, going into Xander's very own shadow space. Now, tell what happened and how Laxmus got the red heart, and then we will devise a plan to help Vincent. Xander explained everything about the grand event and how Laxmus had somewhat summoned them all without any prior information. Xander was unaware this would happen and found himself in a complicated situation with no initial plans. This was why he wasn't able to do much. I'm sorry. I didn't think Laxmus would do that. I thought he would have at least let Vincent live to find how to use the crystal from him. Xander clenched his fists. Don't worry about that. Although I hate to say it, it probably worked out in our favor that he has such a bad temper. If Laxmus had decided to capture Vincent, we would have to rescue him before any details of how to use the red heart leaked. Now, somehow, Vincent has managed to buy us some time even in his state. Anyway, we might still be able to stop Laxmus. From what you described, Vincent had managed to place the red heart into his own nest crystal, right? What was actually keeping his body alive before was the nest crystal, not the red heart. After saying these words, Layla was already standing up, and it looked like she was about to leave. "What are you planning on doing?" Xander said. "From the sounds of it, are you planning to steal the settlement's nest crystal? We only have one and we used it for the blood supply. If you get caught, everything we have done will be for nothing. Don't forget, there isn't just us that you have to worry about anymore." Layla stopped for a second, pulled out her black sword from her back, and held it in her hand. "The red heart is in Laxmus's hand. We joined to stop this form from happening, and on top of that, there is something else as well. I went out to try and stop the Dampiers from advancing, and it seems like they know about the location of this base. And they are not planning a small invasion either. It will be an all-out war. Xander, the Dampiers are too strong. I believe Laxmus is underestimating them a lot. Especially Erin. I couldn't even properly hurt her." This had come as quite a surprise to Xander, especially since Layla was one of the strongest people he knew. She was strong enough even to make Laxmus see her as someone he needed and someone on equal ground with her. So it doesn't matter. Right now, either Laxmus will find out how to use the Red Heart, or the Dampiers will attack this place. So I need to do everything I can before things get out of hand. And the least I can do is bring Vincent back. "Tell me something. You said you met Erin?" Xander said. "Did you actually fight her? Or did you just try to speak to her?" Layla chuckled when she heard this comment, and Xander didn't know if he was hallucinating, but it looked like a teardrop trickled down Layla's face. "Both. I don't know why, but Erin despises vampires. Maybe it's because it made her become what she is now, I don't know. But I tried fighting her when she wasn't willing to talk. In fact, I even used the black sword, but it was all useless." Hearing this, Xander knew his answer. If the Dampiers attacked, there was little chance they could survive. Moreover, Erin was now a force that was possibly a threat more significant than Graham. Not saying anything else, Layla left to get the nest crystal. Meanwhile, Xander was left to his thoughts, recalling the fight with Vincent. "You were right about everything. You knew what Laxmus would do, so does that mean you are right about the other thing as well?" In the middle of their fight, Vincent had agreed to turn himself in, but he also said a few more words. "Quinn has returned. I know he has, and although I hate to put all the pressure on the boy, his return means he's needed. Find the boy, find Quinn." "And how am I meant to do that?" Xander said aloud, recollecting those words. "No one knows where he is at the moment." Two fists had collided on the vast icy planet in such moments that even the ground below them cracked. The Amur race onlookers had never witnessed such strength in their lives and were pushed back by the aftershock of the collision. The guards in front of the gate wanted to join in to help Quinn, but they were quickly blown back into the tower walls by the shockwaves, just like everyone else. Taking a deep look into the eyes of the other, Quinn was trying to figure out who this person could be. "A human that knows my name? And is this far out? I must have known this guy in the past," Quinn thought. It was then that a face had popped up in Quinn's mind. It was one of the enemies that he would never forget, Hilston Blade. But Hilston Bald was dead. This person couldn't be him. Quickly thinking about it more and recalling Logan's words, Quinn could only come to one conclusion about who the Godslayer was. C-. "Shut up," Syl yelled as he pushed his fist further forward. A power boost suddenly came from behind his elbow as large flames flared out of it. The flames were gigantic, and the heat was heavy, as the ice where they stood instantly melted while the whole area behind him also began to melt as well. The sudden surge in force had caught Quinn by surprise, and he felt like if he didn't do anything soon, the attack would rip off his entire arm, and for the first time in a long while, Quinn felt like there was the need to use one of his heavy skills. Shadow Overload has been activated. Immediately, Quinn gathered all the shadows to his right hand and condensed them. Now his arm up, till his elbow looked like it wasn't part of his body, but it also meant he could take this attack at least. This power, it's stronger than the last time I fought against him, but how is that possible? I guess I should have expected this. Those Celestials didn't give him the title of Godslayer for nothing. But I'm not sure how long Shadow Overload will work against him. After successfully blocking the attack, Quinn quickly leapt back. He had covered his wings in the shadow since he could still use them as if Shadow Overload was active. The only problem was that while the shadow was in this condensed form to stop attacks, Quinn couldn't really use the shadow overload skill in the way he could in the past. At least not with these few MC points he had compared to before, and not if he was expecting to block a few more attacks like the first one. "Syl, it's me, Quinn. Why are you attacking me? We can talk," Quinn shouted. "Talk," Syl said, placing both hands on the ground. "I've fought against a few of you and I know these petty tricks. Do you think I will fall for this? Quinn would never be out here, on this planet in the middle of nowhere, and you will pay for using my friend's face like this." Quinn suddenly felt a chill on his legs, and upon looking down, he noticed they were beginning to freeze, and the ice wave was slowly coming upwards. The melted ice from before. Damn it, he's using his brain. Quinn had to react to one ability after another, and here was where the problem lay. Syl seemed to be stronger than before in terms of his abilities, and there was also the fact that this was the first time Quinn was facing a Syl who had access to every ability he had ever come across. After freezing the ground, Syl was in the air and had two large whips of lightning in his hands. They looked at least 20 meters in span as Syl whipped them once on the floor, instantly destroying the icy ground. The heat and the sparks instantly evaporated it, creating a sizzling sound of the steam. I've seen this level of power before in the game. If that thing hits me, I don't think my regular body will be able to take it. And Quinn knew this would be troublesome since he could only use the condensed shadow to block an attack from one side. Syl didn't waste any more time and moved his arms back to whip the lightning at Quinn. They hit each other, creating a crackling sound from the sparks, and in the next moment, Syl pulled his arms, sending the whips towards Quinn, one towards each side. "This damned ice will only slow me down." Quinn used his strength to break through the thickness of it, and to be honest, Syl was quite impressed upon seeing this. That was no ordinary ice. "Fine, since you won't listen to me and want to fight, let's fight until you come to your senses." Quinn swung his own arms out, and two large long red auras instantly appeared out of his hands and headed towards the incoming lightning whip. Once again, as the two attacks clashed, they stopped mid-air, and it looked like they were resonating. All of this happened in a mere instance. Syl focused all his strength on the lightning whips while a red aura was countering his strength. The shockwaves from this attack were more extensive and even destroyed the walls and the icy ground around them. Item type soul weapon has been activated. Although Quinn wasn't using his celestial energy because he wasn't fighting against another celestial and didn't want to go all out against his friend, he felt like he had no choice. Red streaks ran up his arms like blood veins when using the item type soul weapon because it was linked to Quinn's blood and how it worked. Swinging his arm down, Quinn couldn't reach Syl with his weapon, but it caused an extensive line of blood aura to slice a cloud above in half. However, the attack had thoroughly missed Syl. "I'm faster than him, but it's those eyes," Quinn thought. As for the eyes he was referring to, it was the ability that allowed one to see ahead of time. Quinn didn't know how far in the future Syl could see with the current strength. It was then that Syl threw down his lighting whip again, only this time, Quinn threw out his own weapon at the right time, hitting it away and then charged forward. Quinn started to throw his arms out at a crazy speed, throwing outlines of red aura after aura. By now, Syl had put his lightning powers away, and he was moving faster than the attacks, although this wasn't exactly correct. Instead, Syl was switching between two abilities, one which allowed him to teleport and the other allowing him to see where the attacks would land. Using these, he could carefully avoid everything while also getting closer and closer until finally, he leapt, teleporting right in front of Quinn, this time sending a flame kick right at the latter. Soul weapon deactivated. Nitro accelerate activated. Using his still condensed shadow arm, Quinn raised it to block the attack, and at the same time, he threw out a fist right towards Syl's stomach, hitting it solidly and sending him flying back through the air and out of sight. Shit! I forgot Syl was human, and I just threw out an all-out attack with Nitro accelerate. It just proved how tough of an opponent Syl really was, that Quinn had no choice but to use everything he had. However, looking in the distance, it looked like there was nothing for him to worry about. "My body is not like your typical human," Syl said, taking off his shirt and revealing his muscle-toned body, which was beaming with energy. Quinn could sense straight away that this energy was chi. Syl had his right palm facing the sky, and floating above the palm was an open book. It looks like I need a set of different abilities to deal with you. You are a tougher one than the previous guy I fought. He then placed the book away, and suddenly, as Syl walked, 2 more Syl appeared, and then 3 became 6 and so on. In front of Quinn's eyes, Syl was multiplying. The great thing about this ability is once I have used it, it doesn't require any more MC cells, and I can use another. It didn't take long before more than 1,000 Syls appeared off in the distance, now covering all of their arms with strong, powerful flames. Shit. Quinn sighed. This might be harder than fighting Athos. Upon seeing the hundreds of Syl using the flame skill, one didn't need to be a genius to understand that the situation was now much more dangerous. Syl had made all of his clones using one ability, then switched to another ability. The clones were still active but no longer taking up his MC cells, and each could use the same set of abilities as Syl. Just one Syl was troublesome enough. 1,000 of him would surely give a headache. Syl's clones should have the same abilities as when he cloned himself, and only the real Syl should be able to use his soul weapon and switch abilities. But how the hell do I tell which one is the real one? There was still time left on the Blue Fong set before it would require a cooldown, so all he could do was try and finish them off as fast as possible. Quinn ran toward the crowd of Syls, and while doing so, he had summoned his own army behind him. It was an army of blood swords. This skill required a lot of blood aura, but Quinn had no choice since there were thousands of opponents on the other side. Although he didn't wish to go all out, he couldn't relax himself either since clearly, Syl hadn't yet recognized him and was after his life for impersonating a friend. Behind them, the SETI rank Amra had reached the front gate by now, but none of them moved. Not that someone told them to not make a move. Rather, they just instinctively knew if they tried to get in the middle of the battle in front of them, they wouldn't even know how they died. In fact, many weren't even sure if they would even survive the shockwaves coming from the clashes. On the other hand, with his super speed, Quinn reached the group first and threw a fist out filled with aura. The truth was Quinn was running at about 80% capacity, and then when getting close to the army of Syls, he sped up to give an element of surprise. He had successfully hit the first one head-on, sending him back and through the air, but at the same time Quinn had felt a heavy flaming kick hit him in the stomach, in the head and more. These kicks are strong. I can feel it even though I have chi covering my entire body. Remember, I know every move you're going to make, and I can sacrifice a few clones to get a hit on you. Almost all Syl spoke at once. They went to attack again, some of them with ice and lightning in their hands, but just then, a few tried to retreat but were too slow, as the blood swords rained down on them. Moments before, a fist hit Quinn straight in the head. He grabbed it with his shadow hand's open palm. Then, clenching it while holding Syl in place, Quinn lifted his leg and kicked Syl directly, knocking him right off and causing the clone's body to disappear. Even if you know it's coming, it doesn't mean you can avoid it. Shadow overload has ended. You will now suffer from the drawback. Blue Fong set is now on cooldown. Usually, seeing these 2 messages would mean Quinn was at a disadvantage, but that was all in the past. He now had several different ways to fight his enemies. If something hadn't worked so far, he would just need to try another way. Item type soul weapon has been activated. This time, instead of getting the twin tails out, Quinn went for the celestial gauntlets. Immediately, ignoring everyone ready to attack him, he punched the ground, creating a mini crater and an earthquake. Red lines of blood aura began to shine from the cracks in the ice, and in the next second, branches of blood trees sprouted from them, spreading out and searching for the first target they could see. Several of the blood branches had pierced the clones, attempting to drain them of their blood, but since there was no blood in them, they ended up disappearing. At the same time, a few of the clones were able to get into a position where the blood branches would not hit them. Come on, Syl, you're a god slayer, aren't you? Well, I am God. So come on, let's see what you got. Quinn shouted, seeing a large ice pillar being thrown his way. It cast a shadow over the entire area, and it looked like it would be able to crush anyone just with its sheer size. But Quinn knew there was another person on the other end. someone who would throw it straight at him. First, Quinn threw out a blood crescent kick to those that were on the ground. He didn't aim to hit any of them but just to hold them back. Then, while spinning his body, Quinn had changed one of his celestial gauntlets into a celestial spear. At the end of his spin, Quinn had chucked the spear out, and strangely, the strange blades that were stuck in Quinn's body followed the spear. When the celestial blood spear hit the giant ice pillar, it got stuck in one of the ends rather than going right through it. However, that's where the real part of the spear started to work, as just like the blood branches, it began to spread blood aura through the entire spear, lighting it up red. Eventually, the pillar broke, causing ice to fall below on the other sill. While Quinn still had his hand connected to the rest of the spear, he could somewhat retract himself towards it. It was painful as the blades went back into Quinn's body. He could feel it slicing his insides while his body tried to heal it simultaneously, just causing him pure pain, but now he had the spear in his hand and was right in front of Syl. "I guess you're the real one then," Quinn said as he transformed the spear into the original twin tail and swung it, hitting Syl and sending him right back down into the ice. With small cuts on his legs, Quinn had formed his celestial blood armor around his chest and also created a pair of boots for himself. Then, hardening the blood from his boots, he could kick off in the air, chasing straight after Syl rather than let gravity do his work. "I've realized now that something that small won't be able to kill you. You're right." A voice came from behind. Syl had a single green sword in his hand, and swinging it, he struck Quinn, now sending the latter off in the distance. But, while Quinn was in the air, Syl had teleported directly above him again. "I never thought I would have to start using my weapons on you as well," Syl stated as he sliced down the sword, attempting to cut Quinn in half. Meanwhile, Quinn's hands had turned into claws, and swinging them, he caught the blade just before it would strike his head. Two powerful forces clashed again, and to Quinn's surprise, his tiger fighting style hadn't destroyed the sword. "Is that a demon tier weapon?" Quinn said, thinking it could only be that. Either way, Quinn pushed the weapon out of the way and attempted to kick Syl, who teleported once again, causing him to miss. "Syl, I don't want to hurt you, but you are starting to annoy me." Quinn swung his arm where he predicted Syl would be, and it had somehow worked but had hit a giant shield instead. "Oh, but I haven't finished with you. You have taken the appearance of a dear friend of mine, and believe me, once you have used everything, I will make you feel powerless and show you that you damned gods are nothing." Enormous energy blasted from the shield hitting Quinn, but he had both his hands covering his body and containing the energy. "You idiot. I am the friend you are speaking about. I was locked away for 1,000 years, and then that damned woman sent me here," Quinn shouted back. "If you really want me to kick your arse like when we first fought, then I can do that." Syl suddenly frowned, stopping his shield since the attack seemed to do nothing, and then he used his ice powers to create spikes from the ground, attempting to pierce Quinn, but Quinn was avoiding them all and punching the ones that were getting in his way. "I think you have it all wrong. You never beat me the first time, instead you ran away, and then the second time I beat you." Syl was now smiling. "You beat me? No way. You tricked me and let Fex get away, which caused us to get involved with the whole vampire settlement," Quinn shouted, and now the celestial blood armor he had created was starting to cover more and more of his body. As it did, the pattern it created made Quinn look less like a human. But then, just as Quinn was ready to go up a level in this fight, he noticed something. Syl was standing there opposite him, smiling, and a tear streaked down his face. "It's really you. I can't believe it." Immediately after noticing the tears on Syl's face, Quinn placed his celestial energy away. The armor that covered his body began to burst into small little particles, and then covering his body with the shadow, he changed back to his usual armor set. All this might have been an elaborate trap by Syl, and Quinn might not even really be seeing Syl, but he knew the tears were genuine. How hard it must have been for everyone around him when they felt he might never wake up. He couldn't tell, but for Quinn, it felt like no time had passed, yet all his friends had aged. This included Syl, who looked more like his father than himself. In the end, Quinn inched forward, giving Syl a big brotherly hug. It's okay, Sil. You've worked really hard, haven't you? I can tell you've gotten a lot stronger. Strong enough to kick me about anyway. Quinn smiled, relieved that his friend had finally recognized him. More tears had come from Sil, and his emotions were currently in a turmoil. He hadn't expressed any type of emotion in a long time, other than anger. After all, it had been a while since he had been back on Earth, talked with his friends and kid, and in his head, Quinn was gone, and they might never meet again. But to his surprise, he met the latter out here far away from home. After Sil had calmed down, he regained his composure, wiping away his tears. It was only now that they were no longer fighting Quinn had the chance to look at the former's strange outfit. It didn't look like anything someone on Earth would wear, and it seemed incredibly light. It was white in color and almost sparkling if one was to stare at it. I got it from a beast I killed in another area, different to this one. It's resistant to nearly anything, and it allows me to use my fire powers without ruining my armor. It was beginning to become a problem. I can change into something else if you like, Sil said as he opened up what looked like a portal and pulled out some more standard-looking beast armor. So that's where he was getting his weapons during the fight. It must be some kind of other ability, Quinn thought, shaking his head. It's okay, just wear whatever is comfortable for you. Looking around, the two noticed that they were far away from the city and couldn't even see the tower. Their fight had taken them away, and they both didn't think anyone would come for them anytime soon. So instead, the two decided to catch up, jumping up on a tall ice sculpture, the largest one there. They reached it easily and sat on the edge, looking out on the plain. This would also give them an idea if someone was coming toward them or not. Quinn began retelling the story from the moment he woke up from slumber to what he had learnt up to this moment, including the meeting with the Baldy Shiro and his family. He even talked about what Logan had said and how he ended up here. That bliss. She had stayed out of everyone's way for so long, and then when you come back, she appears on the scene? I don't think it's a coincidence, Sil said, clenching his fist. Here I thought that having a 1,000 years on you, I would have been able to outgrow you. Although I did go easy on you, just in case it was really you. Quinn chuckled at this comment. That's funny because it was the same for you. I mean, I didn't exactly want to kill you since I knew it was you. Hearing this, they both laughed, but in their heads they both had the same thought. If that was him going easy, then I don't want to see what he's like at full strength. How did you get so strong? I can understand your chi getting better, I could feel it when I hit you, and I know about your soul weapon, but it was almost as if your MC cells increased as well. Quinn asked. There was a limit to one's MC cells unless something extraordinary happened, and there were a couple of cases for this. One was Quinn's shadow, which allowed him to gain more MC cells. Sil worked off other MC cells, but this seemed different. You were strong as well. Although you didn't use your shadow much, you have all sorts of new tricks up your sleeve. Is it because you lost a lot of it when fighting Graham? Sil asked. You'll understand why I'm asking, and it will answer your question. It was strange for Quinn to talk to Sil in this way. In the past, the latter hardly said anything and was difficult to communicate with, but now Sil was talking to him just like any other person. You're half right. Just now, all my shadow is gone. It's because I used all up fighting against you. I can still use my basic shadow skills, but using them as I did before is a complete loss. Quinn was a little saddened because he thought it might be his trump card to fight Celestials, and now this has happened. Well, to answer your question, there is a way that anyone can increase their MC cells, and while traveling, I found it. So I am sure there will be a way to get your shadow powers back too. And not just that, but maybe have them at the same level as when you went up against Graham, if not even stronger. Sil explained. It's actually the nest crystals. They have a lot of different uses as it turns out and are quite versatile in how they give energy. Upon hearing this, Quinn's eyes widened. The nest crystal was what had helped him evolve. He knew the power they had firsthand, so it didn't sound unreasonable to him that they were able to do such things. The question was, did he have time to find nest crystals? Sil did. He had 1,000 years to travel to the other planets, so no wonder he had gotten this strong. But, while thinking about this, another question came to mind. Sil, why are you here? I mean, why are you out here? This place nowhere near the Earth. Don't you want to go back? Quinn asked. Syl's face had changed for the first time since they sat down, and from his expression, Quinn knew the matter was serious. You know the gist of it from Logan, but I guess he probably didn't tell you everything because he didn't want you to worry about me. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but honestly, Quinn, I did it because I wanted to know about you. One of the abilities I obtained allowed me to look into the future. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but combining my strongest MC cells, I wanted to see if you would come back. When looking into the future, I instead saw Earth getting attacked again, but it wasn't an army of Dalki or anything. Rather, it was just a few beings, people I had never seen before. When I told Logan about this, he explained that what I saw were most likely gods or celestials coming to attack Earth. After you had done so much to protect the planet, I couldn't let that happen, but I didn't know when they were coming, and I was afraid to look again into the future. Seeing the future is a strange thing because you don't know what actions will lead to the one you have seen, so I tried to avoid it as much as possible. Still, I vividly remembered every one of the Celestials' faces, and I decided to go searching for them. The blades were okay, and everyone seemed to be fine without me. Sure, there were problems, but Logan felt like this might become an even bigger problem. Which is why I went out to get stronger and search for these gods. Honestly, I have no clue where I am now, and I kinda don't know how to get back. Syl smiled. It was a lonely tale, and Quinn wondered how Syl could do it on his own without anyone by the latter's side. If it was him, he probably would have gone mad, but Syl always had a strange upbringing in the first place. And now he didn't have to do it alone. And here I thought you were my ticket out of here. Quinn sighed. About that, Syl said, opening a portal and pulling out a strange small device with a single screen. I'm a bit worried, Quinn. The whole time I have been out here, not once have any of the others tried to contact me. But the other day I was asked to return and help. The problem is I don't know how old that message is. As Logan told me before I left, there would be delays from when the message would reach me depending on how far we are. Hearing this, Quinn clenched his fists. I was right. We need to rush, and we only have one choice on how to get back quickly. We have to head back to Athos. Today, the celestial space was a bit livelier than usual. With new celestials appearing, more talks of celestials working together, and also the celestial named BB staying in the space for so long, it was clear it was not the space it used to be, and today too something strange had occurred. With a lack of new celestials, XOX was floating about, looking for people he could work with. Honestly, he tried his best to avoid a particular area due to what happened last time and didn't travel too far from his own spot either. That's when something caught his eye. What is going on over there? Has someone created a separate space in the space? That's strange. XOX slightly frowned as he started to float over. He could see that around 8 celestials were already in the new space and had gathered around a ball of energy. It was strange to see a new space in the current space because the celestial space created for all celestials was most effective on the flow of time. The flow of time here was practically non-existent as compared to the universe. And although celestials could create their own spaces that had a similar effect, something of this degree was impossible. Also, if anyone created a space inside the celestial space, it would have an opposite effect. It would increase the time flow, and might even bring it close to the universal time flow speed. XOX, being a nosy celestial, decided to enter anyway. He felt peculiar and refreshing as soon as he stepped inside, and now the outside appeared on the other side of a translucent glass. He could still see others on the other side, but they were moving a lot faster, too fast for XOX to keep track of what was happening. This space sucks. Time is hardly slow here, if not at all. XOX shook his head. Despite entering the space though, XOX could see that the eyes of the other were still glued to the white energy. So, floating along, he finally decided to take a look for himself at what was going on. What is that? What are you guys watching? XOX asked. Zinkier here has been following this god slayer for a while, ever since that guy caused trouble on one of his planets. And after learning he had defeated a couple of Kleistazul already, he continued to watch, waiting for the right opportunity, and it looks like he's fighting against someone right now. One of the Celestials explained. Now XOX understood the reason for the space. When looking at planets through the white balls of energy, due to the space they were in, the lives, actions, and things that occurred on the planet were non-existent. This was a safe way to see the events of the planet firsthand while also not being directly on the planet itself. Moreover, it was a common tool that celestials of their own galaxy would use, not usually bystanders or others. The celestial he is fighting against seems to be quite strong. Does anyone here know who he is? XOX asked, but the rest just shrugged their shoulders. After all they could see in the celestial space were balls of energy, and there were many that were shaped like the human in front of them. As the fight went on, some began to cheer for the celestial, especially Zinkier, who bore a grudge. Now I understand why you didn't try to stop him. He would have killed you in an instant, one said to Zinkier. It was then when the fight was looking to heat up, it had come to an anticlimactic end. Both of them had put down their weapons, and now of all things they hugged each other and were now chatting while sitting on the top of a mountain. The others were confused as they looked at each other. Don't tell me this celestial knows the Godslayer? Has this ever happened before? XOX asked. Thinking about it, I have heard of cases like this, but usually it only occurs if the celestial is not a born one, and to still know someone they would have to be quite a young celestial. The other explained. Hearing this, it was then that a light bulb moment ensued to XOX. Do you know what planet the Godslayer is from? Yes, he's one of the troublemakers from Earth, Zinkier replied. The celestial ball, XOX, started to bounce up and down as a shiver ran through his body. That's BB, it has to be. I never knew he was that strong. Didn't he just enter the space? How is he that powerful? And he's with the troublemaker Godslayer. Does he know all of the Godslayers? This is not good. This is not good at all. If others find out about this, what will happen to the Milky Way galaxy? Both Quinn and Syl were now walking back towards the way they came. They would have loved to have talked about some of the olden days, but it seemed more significant matters were at hand. I have a ship that we can use, and I placed it in my dimensional space, so it is safe unless something happens to me, but as I said, I never really knew where I was going and was just hopping from planet to planet, Syl explained. And did you manage to kill a few gods during that time? Quinn asked. I'm not sure, Syl replied. So far, I haven't come across anyone who called himself a celestial. Also, in the beginning, I stayed close to the planets near ours and slowly moved out. When I landed on their planets, though, they would just send people after me to attack me. It was the same on this planet as well. I'm not sure who the god here is. Oh yeah, I do recall 2 opponents who gave me a really tough fight. Maybe you're talking about them? Syl replied. The 2 had different experiences, and this was perhaps the title that they both had. Still, Quinn was amazed by what Syl had achieved but wondered just how far he had come from Earth. After chatting for a while, the topic of how to return to the Earth came up. We could just fly from planet to planet and try to find the one I came from, but that could take a long time. Instead, I think it will be better if we get Athos' attention and ask him to send us back. Quinn explained. And how do you plan to do that? Syl asked. Just then, Quinn pointed at a large object in the distance. What is going on? People from below shouted as they looked at the tower they had admired for so long. It had several holes inside it, and most of it was enveloped in flames. It was clear that it was no longer the great building they once worshipped, and at the very top were 2 individuals responsible for the whole incident standing in a single room. It was bright, and the floor looked almost like they were walking on water while there was a clear sky above. With the 2 of us working together, it went quicker than I expected, Quinn said. It would have been quicker if you let me kill those inside the tower. These guys tried to kill us, so I don't know why you are letting them off, Syl complained. It's because they are just doing their job, and remember, we are the attackers in this situation. We don't need to kill others to get his attention, but taking down his towers is another thing altogether. In this tower, there were only 50 floors compared to the 100 on the previous one. And as they got higher into the floors, Quinn sensed an energy. He didn't know what it was, but he realized it was part celestial energy mixed with something else that was a little familiar. It's right here. This is the source of the tower. After a thought, Quinn punched down the water-like flooring, and as it shattered, He could finally see the familiar thing as he picked it up and held it in his hand. "Will you look at that? A nest crystal." Sil smiled. "Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone with this method." Holding the nest crystal in his hand, Quinn observed it for a moment before attempting to do anything with it, because he realized that the crystal didn't just have the usual beast energy like he was used to. Instead, he could also feel celestial energy in it as well. "I thought it was coming from the tower, but it looks like the tower is linked to the nest crystal. It also reminds me of how the vampire castles were linked to each of the leaders as well. I remember that most of that was done through magic discovered mostly by Richard Eno. Come to think of it, this celestial stuff is more linked to magic, and that was how the vampires and Eno were summoned in the first place." Quinn thought. That's when Quinn noticed that there was a marking on it, the same marking he had seen on the two that stood by Athos' side that time. This is a celestial marking. Is this how he was able to combine the energy of the nest crystal with his own powers? These crystals are quite strange, but it makes sense how the tower was able to be powered, creating the space and making something like this. It's just a giant celestial weapon created with a nest crystal. "Hey man, I thought we were in a bit of a rush," Sil said, sitting on the floor and rocking back and forth. It was something that had become a habit of his when he was bored or thinking. "Sorry, I was just trying to figure out how to use this to increase my MC cells," Quinn replied. Just as Quinn said that, as if the system had heard his wish, it popped up with a notification screen. "A nest crystal has been discovered. The system has detected that the user has requested to increase one's MC cells. The system has detected that there is celestial energy embedded into the crystal. Celestial points can be absorbed from the crystal. Would you like to do this first?" Haha. What is this? Is the system actually being helpful for a change? You haven't come up much these days, but I think I prefer you to the olden days where you threatened to kill me if I didn't drink blood in time. Either way, Quinn decided to accept the system's request as it was a nice surprise because so far, he thought he could only get celestial points for defeating dedicated followers or from his quests, so it was nice to learn he could do it this way as well. "I wonder if I held celestial weapons in my hand, if I could do this as well." Immediately after accepting, Quinn felt a surge of energy enter through his hands and start to spread straight through his body. Unlike his chi which centered around his body, the celestial energy was almost hidden in cells all over, which was why, when activated, it spread through his veins and more. It didn't take long, and the notification screen was a nice surprise. 28546/41256/celestial energy. That was around 10,000 celestial points. Is that how much Athos used to create this tower? Quinn started to think. The other tower was a lot larger, and the floors seemed to be more detailed. On top of that, how many towers does Athos even own? This all means one thing: Athos has a lot of celestial points to play with, at least a lot more than me. Gathering information was Quinn's preparation for what might come because it could be the first time he would go up against another celestial. And honestly, he was happy that he would have a strong ally by his side to back him up for this one. "Would you like to absorb the next crystal to increase your MC points?" This was the next step to increasing Quinn's power. To develop his apparent God-Slayer ability, he needed the MC points to match or go up against them before that. Quinn was a little worried that the process would take a long time. After all, it had done the last 2 times. When evolving and when heading into his slumber to wake up again, but this time the energy was easily absorbed into his body. He could feel it rushing into him naturally, and there was next to no strain on his body absorbing the crystal. 20,435 MC points have been gained. Quinn had to blink twice to make sure he had been reading the right number. This number is huge. It's not as much as when Arthur gave me his, but he had been using the Shadow Eater skill on others for years. A single next crystal was able to do this much. After absorbing 5, I would have been back to the way I was. I wonder if Arthur knew about this. He could have increased his strength, or maybe I and Sil are only able to do this because of our special bodies. It was a hard one to guess, but either way, he now had a new way of increasing his shadow powers back to what they were, maybe even improving them. It was only then that Quinn was starting to understand that if Sil was doing this for 1,000 years, he could do more than enough with his abilities, and perhaps he really didn't show everything he had. It's good. right? The feeling of absorbing a nest crystal is quite addictive. I figured it out when I saw some of the demon-tier beasts going after them. I thought there had to be a reason. Honestly, usually, there are multiple nest crystals on each planet, but you don't want to mess up their ecosystem so much by taking too much. However, they're hard to find and usually heavily guarded. Even with my powers, there are nest crystals that are not worth it due to the beasts around them or just how much trouble it would be to get them. It was then that Quinn could feel the tower shaking, and a sinking feeling in their stomach could be felt as if the tower was starting to fall and crumble, and Quinn had a good idea why this was happening. There's an easy way to find these crystals, and it was what we were planning to do anyway, Quinn replied. I bet in every one of these towers, there is a nest crystal, so let's get going. Using Syl's special powers, a ship was summoned, and the two were off. They didn't really know where they were going but decided just to head to one of the closest planets. Once they reached the planet, they would fly around until they saw a living place. Then there was always something else they would spot as well, another tower. It looks like he really does have a tower on every one of these planets. I know we're in a rush, but this is killing two birds with one stone away. It will help me prepare for whatever I have to go up against when I get back. Quinn thought. Just like last time, after landing and making a grand entrance, Quinn and Syl were able to enter the tower with ease and blast their way through the floors. Each tower was slightly different in the number of floors they had, but this one also had a nest crystal at the very top. It's getting easier because I can now use my shadow powers as well to help out. With the next tower, I'm gonna have to start experimenting a little bit if that's okay with you, Quinn asked. I've got your back in all types of situations. I just hope your plan works, Syl replied. At that moment, Athos was getting reports and watching this all from his seat on the 100 TTH floor. There is destroying all of my towers, and they are doing it with ease. All the hard work I built up over the years has just disappeared like that. I'm surprised you chose this option, but you have left me with no choice. Inside the celestial space, more celestials were starting to gather around one particular ball of white energy. In the end, special space around the white ball was increased to accommodate everyone inside, and now there were about 15 celestials, all talking and discussing amongst themselves. The floating ball known as XOX didn't like what was happening. There would have been a sheen of sweat running down his ball if it was possible. All the nearby celestials have caught onto what is happening. It's only a matter of time before this spreads and the others find out. But, unfortunately, I haven't seen any others from Earth come here yet. I don't think they have even caught on to what's happening. And they never even visit this place often in the first place. They were using the white ball of energy to follow the two individuals fighting each other not too long ago. The Celestials found it interesting for a few reasons. Some of them didn't really seem concerned, while others just wanted to see the outcome. But the majority were like XOX. They had a hunch that this would turn into something bigger, depending on their next move. Right now, they were witnessing the Celestial and Godslayer traveling from planet to planet, getting rid of the towers on those planets. Why is Athos allowing this to happen? They are destroying everything he has built up. Those towers took a long time, and if I remember correctly, it helps him complete his condition. One of the Celestials said, "You think Athos is scared? Are you just visiting this section or something? If you think that, then you don't know who Athos is." Another replied. Looking around, a few Celestials had just heard of the news about Earth and wanted to see what was going on, so they weren't caught up with those in this part of space. After all, the universe was large, and not everyone knew everyone. "Allow me to explain," a floating ball said as it flew up high above the white energy where everyone was looking. "I classify myself as somewhat of a scholar regarding these types of things. I'm sure most of you know there are Celestials that are born as one due to a belief that they have, and then there are those that are worshipped to the point where they become celestial. Athos is somewhat of a mixed situation when it comes to this. He wasn't born a celestial, but his father was. So Athos was the child of someone great, and one day, Athos himself killed his father and took over his position. The reason why it worked out that his son could become a celestial after this is unknown, for it was a very long time ago. So don't be fooled into thinking that Athos is a weak god. He had strength before getting into his position. At the same time, He has done well to continue satisfying his condition and has been growing and expanding. Although you have seen the strength of these two, I don't think most of us here have seen Athos making a move. The Celestials were listening to the floating ball intensely, and it did change the opinion of a lot of them. Because some of them had experience and run-ins with Celestials that weren't born, they often had gone through a lot to get into their position, and it sounded the same for Athos. Another thing was that no one at the scene knew Quinn's history either or what he had been through. They had no clue that Quinn also wasn't a born Celestial. Just then, through the white ball of energy, they could see again that the two of them had destroyed another tower, taking its nest crystals to power up Quinn. How many towers have they destroyed by now? Although you say all of this, it is clear that Athos isn't doing anything. If he isn't a coward, I am sure there's some reason. A Celestial explained. Oh, feel free to act yourself if you wish. A deep voice called out from behind, attracting everyone's attention. Upon turning around, the Celestials came across one of the largest balls of energy they had ever seen, and this Celestial had 6 arms. Athos! XOX shouted and quickly went down from the sky and closer to the ground floor, hiding between the other Celestials. It's good to see you here. You haven't been here in a while, have you? Athos walked over and could see what the others were looking at. I see that there is some type of show going on with my situation, Athos said. If you guys are really concerned, feel free to attempt to slow them down. As for why am I doing this, it helps with my condition. It's interesting to see how the Amra race reacts to everything that's been happening. I want to see how much hope they have in these towers, and what better way to show them a new goal when their god defeats the person who is the cause of all of this. When the towers are rebuilt, I will revamp them better than ever, and more people will dream about entering the sacred place. Multiple towers will be able to be built on planets. Lately, the Amra people have been dreaming less about entering the towers and enjoying their pleasant lives, and I am not an evil person. I won't do what my father did and force people into slavery to dream of a better life. Instead, I will use these two as an enemy and a stepping stone. The others didn't say anything. Even the rowdy and confident ones were silent after hearing Athos's words. For a long time, no one said anything, but they didn't want to leave either, as they wanted to watch what was going on and how Athos would react. It was then that the duo on the Amra planet didn't take long to take out yet another tower, and now, in total, they had gotten rid of 6. Quinn held the nest crystal in his hand, and the power was seeping inside him. Seeing the smile on his face, for some reason, had made Athos react a bit. Quinn had just finished absorbing yet another crystal, and he had a smile on his face. I thought Athos would have arrived a lot earlier by now, but for some reason he hasn't done anything. Still, 6 nest crystals have given my shadow the kind of boost that it needs. 135,420 MC points. My shadow has regained the limits of what it was in the fight against Graham and perhaps is even stronger. I can finally start to try new ways to use it, and if I get more MC points, maybe I will be able to do even better. Turning around, he saw Syl standing in the strange space, and just like before, the tower started to crumble. It was quite impressive that Syl never seemed to tire and was keeping up with Quinn easily. Flying out of the tower, they landed on the ground. It was mostly meadowland on this planet, and the distance between the houses and the tower was quite long. It was one of their unique planets, and it looked like someone had already instructed the Amra race to clear off the area and get away to a safe distance because other than the guards in the tower, there weren't many or nearly any people around. They had all left, maybe gone into underground bunkers or left the city to get away from the aftermath of the two's attack on the tower. Finally, the two landed on the ground, ready to decide where to proceed next. I hope we find the planet soon. Can't you even remember what the planet looked like or something? Syl asked. Then, an immense amount of pressure suppressed them both, and turning their heads, they saw a literal giant landing on the surface, and by his side, there were 2 others as well. Who's that giant? Syl asked. Athos. He's finally here, Quinn replied seriously, his smile slowly disappearing. Large meadows covered the current planet they were on, and fields of tall grass were spread across nearly the entire globe. Rivers and streams were few and far between, but there was still plenty of water for life. Around where the tower once was, there were a few houses, but they were far between. The houses were built crudely out of wood, as each planet seemed to have a different level of advancement. For one, they didn't have ships that would allow them to travel to each planet, so they didn't even know that there were other planets with the same race. The good thing was that the guards had cleared the place of people. They have been sent away from the area of the tower. Quinn could tell this, and he was relieved of this fact. Not to mention that finally, the one and only Athos had arrived. However, he wasn't alone. Standing by his side were the two females that had a golden shine to their skin. The tower had crumbled and turned into nothing but particles that dispersed into the air, and soon it was as if it never even existed. "I thought we would be back at the tower the next time we met?" Athos asked, folding his arms. "You have done a lot of unexpected things for a while now. Did you think it would go unheard? Or did you really do all this just to catch my attention?" Moving one of his arms, he opened it up, and a white portal appeared. Then, quickly popping out of it were three small figures, at least compared to the others. These three were none other than Quinn's accomplices, the three Amra who had climbed the tower on the first planet with him. "We're finally out of that place. We're finally out. Finally!" Nock shouted as soon as he landed. Dober quickly cleared his throat as he used his head to direct the other into what was going on. Turning around, they could see Quinn standing with a stranger that looked similar to him, and around 30 meters apart were Athos and two others. They were also quite far away from everything and were standing in the middle of a field whose grass reached their knees, around 100 meters away. "This is our chance. I don't know what happened, but we should run," Nock suggested. "Run? Do you think that we were just let out randomly? The person who put us in this situation is standing right there. There is no reason to run." Gio replied to his old friend. "I continue to prove to you I am not a bad person. I have released these three friends of yours, but if you do not change your mind, they might have to witness your death." Athos spoke with an expressionless face. "I asked you to get rid of my little problem, and although you didn't get rid of him, you did bring him to me." It was a change of pace from the usual people that Quinn would deal with. Now he had one less thing to worry about and one less thing to be used against him if they were to go toe-to-toe. "I know we talked before, but I want to talk to you again. The only thing I request is a way to head back to Earth. For you to send us there if possible." Quinn asked. "Yes, I didn't get rid of the Godslayer, at least not how you asked, but I can promise you. If you can send us both back to Earth, or at least close to it, he and I will be out of your hair. He will promise to never return to you again or come back to this part of the solar system. The end result is exactly what you want. Peace." Athos looked to be thinking for a bit before he said anything but eventually answered. "How could you trust a Godslayer's word so easily? How do you know one day he won't turn and go against you or come back here against your promise?" "I trust him," Quinn answered. "He is a dear friend of mine, and if you trusted me, then you should trust me enough to believe in those I trust as well. I'm sorry, but this has gone beyond the point where only I am involved, so I have no alternative," Athos replied. "I will give you a choice, my fellow Celestial. I can send you back, but the Godslayer must stay." Quinn looked at Syl for only a second before turning and shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but not a chance." Syl was strong and had defeated Celestials before, maybe he could even defeat Athos, but if Quinn left and Syl was to die, this was something that Quinn would never be able to live with. "Very well, then we have no choice but to fight." Then, upon moving all of his 6 arms, a spear, a short sword, a giant shield, and a mace appeared in his hands. And in the remaining 2, there were bows and arrows, but on a close look, Quinn noticed that there were no arrows and the bowstring that would be pulled was rather thick. "You guys seem very strong, but you will be no match for us," Ethos stated. "Whoa, this might be a bit tough. There's 3 of them and like 10 arms between those giants." Syl smirked, not fazed at all, even though Quinn was a little nervous, but it seemed like there was some strange new confidence in Syl. Inside the celestial space, Athos had told everyone his intentions, and in the end, he had stated that there would most likely be a fight. In fact, he was so confident in his win that he had told the Celestials that were watching to spread the word, as they would witness his power. After leaving, that was exactly what those Celestials did. They had ample time to inform the other Celestials in the space that a battle between two Celestials was about to begin. However, what attracted everyone's attention was the fact that a Godslayer was also involved in this battle. It was certainly a strange situation, which was why so many were interested in witnessing the fight, and now there were around 1,000 different Celestials watching everything that was taking place. In the end, the Celestials who made this space had to enlarge it so everyone could fit in. It was then that someone who was really curious decided to enter the space. Some strange things were starting to occur, and some had attempted to get in contact with her several times. Finally, she had entered the space, no longer being able to ignore what was happening. This place always makes me feel somewhat glum, which is why I don't wish to enter it too often. Now, let's see what all the commotion was about. It didn't take long for the Celestial to catch the wind and get to the area that was talked about. She soon could see that the rumors were true. She stared into the white energy deeply as she looked at everyone involved and clenched her hands tightly. I have tried so hard to keep things in control. Is it just impossible? Earth is where I came from, so I have an attachment to it, but if others find out what is going on, it will be in big trouble. The Celestial was none other than Bliss, one of the strongest Celestials who resided in the Milky Way galaxy. In a way, everything about to happen is my fault. I sent him here, hoping he would understand and learn the dangers of his actions, but it seems somehow he has managed to make things worse and catch the attention of everyone. My foresight doesn't really work on other Celestials, making it difficult for me to precut anything to do with him, or maybe it's because he is a Talon. Either way, if this gets out of hand and the unexpected occurs, I may have to speak to him, Bliss thought. Somewhere in the Milky Way galaxy, a giant ship, shaped like the front part of a handgun, was floating peacefully. Could hold around 6,000 people, including a fleet of vessels ready to be used at any time. It was one of the most advanced, state-of-the-art ships created with the help of Logan Green. However, not once had Logan Green ever stepped foot on this ship because it did not belong to him. Instead, it belonged to the infamous group, the Blade family. The enormous ship was designed in a similar style to the Bertha ships back in the day. After all, it was what the Cursed family had used a long time ago, and when the Blades had decided to split away from the Cursed group, nearly all members had been part of the Cursed faction. The Blade children saved from the island and raised on the Cursed faction ship had made it resemble the place as much as they could. Only now it had a modern touch, and there were a few more additional facility areas than before. At the moment, there were around 2,000 people on board the Blade ship. It was nowhere near max capacity, but not all those on the Blade ship were members of the Blade family or had the Blade ability. For one, many of the kids went on to have families and brought their families on board the ship. Some wished to follow in the previous generation Blades' footsteps and learn the ability, but some just wanted to live a simple life. Then, there was the orphanage based on the ship. Due to the original Blade kids feeling a bit like orphans, not growing up with birth parents to look after them, they decided to open up a facility. At times, the Blades would help out certain planets if there were tricky situations. For instance, even if a strong beast attacked a shelter, the Blades would send out a group of people to help them. However, with fighting wars, there were always those left without any guardian, which was why they created the facility in the first place. There was everything on board the ship. Shops, a canteen, a cinema, a school, and so on. The ship was designed such that the Blades never have to leave the place, and of course they could leave as they wished. If their role were significant on the crew, there would be rotations and such, but everything worked like clockwork and worked well. One huge addition to the ship was the prison on the bottom of the ship. It worked like most prisons, but its main purpose for being built was to capture the chained that didn't deserve to be called human. It was the Blades' mission to capture these people and ensure they didn't ruin the lives of others. If there were any children or they were young and had been taught by the chained, they would attempt to raise them at the orphanage and send them to school. No one believed that one should be punished for who their parents were, and the Blades knew that best. Currently, the Blades were having a meeting inside one of the meeting rooms on board the ship. The head of each facility and department on board the ship were gathered here. These were not the strongest fighters but were the most respected among those on the vessel. There was the head of education, head of medical facilities and more, and standing at the front of them all was a rare dark-haired person who was treated just like any other blades due to being with them since the beginning. This person was Shiro. He let out a big sigh as he looked at one of the seats that were currently empty. A digital plaque in front of it stated this seat belonged to the head of Squad 2, one of the 3 attack forces that the blades used. It was not the only empty seat, as Squad 1, right next to Shiro, was also vacant. I guess we just have to start the meeting without them. Shiro sighed, wishing at least for this one they would turn up because this meeting would be pretty significant. Let me first update you on the projects we have been working on so far. Shiro went on and was the first to talk about everything going on the ship. Then, he congratulated a few of them on their achievements. But there were nervous looks on everyone's faces because they knew that Shiro always did this when there was something concerning. He would praise everyone even for a minor thing before dropping a giant bomb on top of their heads. And now, unfortunately, we have to get to the unpleasant parts. Shiro began as everyone in the room bated their breath. As you all know, we have received a distress message from none other than Logan Green himself. Although he has asked us for help in the past on small things here and there, never has he asked for us to contact Syl. An image of the current Syl appeared on screen. Everyone in the room knew of Syl. In fact, there wouldn't be a person on the ship that didn't know of Syl because of his achievements in the past, and what he was doing was taught to them all. However, nearly no one in the room had ever seen him, to the point where some even thought he was a myth, a fake who didn't even exist but was talked about to keep them inspired. After all, over the last 1,000 years, plenty of newborns had his powers, but not a single one was able to produce a soul weapon like his that made up for the Blade family's weakness. He was indeed one of a kind person. Unfortunately, we have not received a reply from Syl, nor has any of our monitoring equipment been able to sense him coming back this way. I was sitting on this one for a while, hoping for Syl to arrive by now, but he hasn't. But one thing is clear. Logan Green needs our help more than ever, and if he asked for Syl, it would be at the level where the whole of humanity's existence is at stake. At first, some department heads in the room didn't believe what Shiro was saying. In their eyes, the world, even Earth, was now more peaceful than ever. There were only battles between a few larger forces, but these skirmishes never involved the general populace. Of course, there were cases where red vampires had attacked normal humans, but by now that was just something everyone needed to live. It was only recently that crazy events started to occur. Once they saw that Shiro wasn't laughing, those who chuckled and smiled quickly shut up. Even if they were at this ship's top of the hierarchy, they wouldn't dare to relax in front of Shiro. I left this information to the end for a reason, Syl stated. Squad 1 isn't here because there have been sightings of Russ. I know we believed that we had already dealt with him, but it turns out he's alive and kicking. As I say this, Squad 1 is gathering information on him and trying to find his whereabouts. He holds a large grudge against us, so he is a big threat as well, which is why I have decided to go help Logan Green in person. If Syl can't go, then at least I must get there on time. Immediately, everyone looked at each other and started to whisper. Shiro was strong and was perhaps one of the strongest blades they had. However, he was not at the level of Jake Green, whom they didn't consider a blade. If Syl was as great as Shiro made him out to be, they were sending someone who was perhaps 1/1000 of the power that they needed to overcome the problem. I'll be honest, but don't you think you should just stay out of it? The blades have made a good life for themselves, and we will be able to protect ourselves better. We're stronger together. One of the heads of the department said. I don't want to offend, but there is a good chance that sending you out there won't make a difference. So in the end, is it even worth it? You make a good point, but don't forget that I won't be alone. There is a reason why I have been able to survive tough battles until now, but you are right. I believe the Green need more power, so I wanted to discuss who we could send out with me while maintaining everything going here. The room was silent. There appeared to be next to no volunteers, but that was when they heard the door slide open. A rugged voice boomed through the hole, overwhelming the silence instantly. I heard everything, and I will be going with you. That should be enough, right? A man stepped inside the hole and soon sat on Squad 2 leader's seat. nearly breaking it from the pressure and making it squeak. The others glanced at him but soon looked away, hoping to avoid eye contact. The only person unaffected by his presence was Shiro himself. With a smile, he replied, "Of course, you are welcome, Borden." After the incidents in Green City, many people felt anxious about the safety measures. The whole mood was as if Logan Green had let them down. In the beginning, many people didn't know about the attackers and didn't believe the words of the witnesses when the latter said it was the red vampires who had infiltrated and were the main reason behind the chaos. The main reason behind this, besides their trust in Green City, was that the death toll was only 2. Considering it was an attack from one of the most powerful factions, the Red Vampires, this number was too low. However, there were news outlets and sources from Earth that supported Pure and had spun this story as much as they could and even spiced it up to show Green City as a weakened hollow shell and the vampires as the scourge of humanity. Look, there is one thing you can't change, and it's the fact that the vampires attacked Logan Green. He works closely with the Vampire Corps because he believes in the vampires more than his own race, and now look what happened. The vampires were the ones who attacked, rather than Pure. One person had commented online, "Just because there are a few bad apples doesn't mean the whole tree is poisonous. The Vampire Corps even saved my uncle's life, and they have fought against the Red Vampires just as hard as any other group. But, unfortunately, this latter group happens to be vampires as well, and if they were a group of humans doing this, then you would just say they are a bunch of terrorists. To the one above, that's my point. These vampires feast on our blood and eventually take over us. It's in their nature. The whole Vampire Corps thing is fake as well. Just a facade to confuse us, and I bet they're even working with the Red Vampires." The human race was mainly split among 3 solar systems. Earth's solar system had the most influential humans, and they were more directly involved in the political struggle between Pure and Logan Green. The Beast solar system was full of individual-run factions with powerful travelers, such as the Bree family. Meanwhile, the third solar system, where the vampires originally lived, was now inhabited by the Greylash family, who had agreed to stay neutral so everyone there could live peaceful lives. Although humans lived across these 3 different solar systems and elected their leaders differently, Earth was similar to the old ways. There would be an official election and votes from all the planets in Earth's solar system to declare which party should rule. The current leader was Logan Green, a member of the now-forgotten cursed faction that had saved the world, creator of several inventions that made the lives of everyone more effortless, and he seemed like a genuine person who cared for people as well. Still, due to the fear of an attack either by demon-tier beasts, the Dalki, or the Red Vampires, strength was an important factor when choosing who to lead them. Logan had the Vampire Corps on his side supporting him, while the Pure had the Dampiers. Although they were never officially recognized as a group, people knew they were working together. With the Red Vampires currently being the main threat, people were starting to favor the presence of the Dampiers. It was also why all of these groups had attended the chained faction leader's wedding, hoping to gain the favor of another influential faction and get more people on their side. After all, people had to be careful when choosing where to live and who to vote for. Because of the history and the tension between the people who claimed to be part of one group or another, there was always a chance of a quarrel breaking out. If that did happen, they would also need to choose a side even if they aren't part of the whole conflict. With all of this, for the first time since Logan had decided to run for the elections, the polls indicated it was highly likely that Pure would come into power. In the Green Tower, Logan was cool-headed even after learning this news. But, truth be told, it did somewhat disappoint him, not in the results but the reaction from the general populace. Logan had stayed on this planet for the people. He had decided to help them because that was what Quinn would have wanted. But now, many saw him as the villain because he was suppressing the Dampiers and Pure from attacking the vampires. Nonetheless, he needed to focus on the task in front of him. Remember, the main objective for now is to save Vincent, not to take out the Red Vampires, Logan said. While there, it would be best if we could figure out their system, how they work, their numbers, and any important information. All this information will allow us to hit the Red Vampires and get rid of them once and for all. Then the third objective would be to obtain the Red Heart, if possible. This message soon reached Peter, Muka, Mitchell, Minnie, Lucia, Jessica, Hannah, and Jake Green. But, in truth, Logan wanted to send his best people along with them to get rid of the red vampires after what they had done. However, after reassessing the video, he knew that no one on their side currently had the strength to take on Laxmus. Jake Green could probably go toe-to-toe with him, but to win a fight was another thing altogether. On top of that, he wouldn't be going himself because he feared the city could suffer another attack. Whether it be pure or extremist, he didn't know, but he had to stay at least and protect in case anyone tried to take advantage of the ongoing unrest. Jake will be carrying a portable teleporter. Although I was the one who had banned these, this is an emergency situation. If the situation gets dire, use the portable teleporter to contact me, and I will come with reinforcements. Apart from Jake, who will be in disguise, no one knows about this mission since you aren't directly associated with any factions. However, you are a part of Quinn's group, which is why you are the best people to do this. I don't want to force any of you into this, but with the red heart in Laxmus's hands, all of humanity's lives are at stake. And a group mainly of non-humans are trying to save it. Peter couldn't help but comment. Help is on the way. Logan smiled at the comment Peter had made. They will meet you at the meeting point I have shared with Jake. I wish you all luck, and if I hear anything about Quinn, I promise to inform you as soon as possible. At an unknown location on Earth, a large group of around 300 were sprinting through a rocky mountain area at an incredible speed. They would either jump sideways or hop over difficult terrain while running straight ahead. In the front of the group was one covered head to toe in a rose gold armor. In addition, she adorned a pointed helmet inclined backwards with a red feather on its side. This helmet covered most of her head and face, only leaving enough space for her eyes and cherry red lips. Out the back of the helmet, one could see her waving blonde hair. Not looking back or slowing down, she continued to run ahead of the rest of the group because she was confident that whoever she faced, she could deal with them with no problem at all. Then, the ends of her hair started to change in color slightly, turning slightly black. It looks like we are close. The Dampiers will be at the red base any second now, Agent Four said, pushing his glasses back onto his nose. Yes. This is interesting to see what will happen, because I'm sure both sides will be in for a surprise. After all, I doubt he wouldn't do anything if his most loyal and hard-working servant is in trouble. For now, we take the sidelines and do nothing as we watch this whole affair unfold, but we might need to act soon if things go unexpected. Zero smiled. I hope the red vampires are successful, and then we can move on to the next step. Zero thought. Xander was nervously pacing back and forth. It hadn't been long since Layla had left, and Vincent was in his shadow space. But then again, it wasn't really his shadow space. Anyone who had access to the crystal he was using would also be able to use the shadow space, as long as they knew how to operate it, and quite a few people in the red vampires knew how to handle it. Will Layla have trouble? Should I have gone with her? Xander thought. I know she's strong and shouldn't have any problems getting into the facility. Of course, no one would stop her from walking in there, but I feel like once the nest crystal is gone, everyone will notice it, right? How will she escape after that? Several thoughts went back and forth through Xander's head since too much time seemed to have passed for such a simple task. So now he was debating whether to leave or not. Having made his decision, Xander walked towards the exit of the cave, and as he was about to push it open, he could hear the mechanism going off and part of the wall starting to move. Then, when Xander saw the two small horns he had come to adore, he could finally breathe a massive sigh of relief. What took so long? Don't tell me there's a bunch of people behind you or something? Xander asked, peeking his head out to look behind Layla, and sighed in relief upon noticing there was no one else. From underneath the black robe that she was wearing, she pulled out a crystal that looked like it had space directly inside it. This was the space crystal. It was clear that it was a type of nest crystal, and with only one in the whole settlement, Xander realized that what they had been planning for so long had become a reality. I needed to talk to them. We have to make them aware of everything going on. We brought them along into this mess. Anyway, bring Vincent out now. Let's see what we can do, Layla said. Xander did as was told, and in the next instant, a shadow emerged out of Xander's crystal, leaving Vincent as it slowly dispersed. At the same time, the crystal became slightly lighter in color. Layla kneeled beside Vincent's body and placed the space crystal on the latter's body around the wound. The crystal stayed in place, but nothing was happening. There was no reaction from the crystal, nor was there a reaction from Vincent. She closed her eyes and used her ability, enveloping her hand in green flames. This time she placed the crystal and her hand onto the wound, hoping for something to happen. Still, there was no effect. Again, she tried to gather her chi to drain the energy out of the nest crystal, but nothing seemed to be working. Don't tell me. You jumped the gun and just got the nest crystal hoping something would happen? Xander asked, already slapping his hand on his forehead. Look, I thought he had a nest crystal before, and we have one now that it would just do its own thing or something. Layla replied. I panicked. I know we need to save him and what will save him, but I just don't know how this thing works and thought we could figure it out. Seeing how Layla was panicking, Xander felt like he should have noticed it before, but Layla wasn't acting entirely like herself. And it was clear it wasn't because of Vincent or Alaxmus, but the most likely reason was to the face of the person she was trying to save. There were a lot of sleepless nights for her back then. Then, how about we go back to the laboratory? But this time, we will go back together, Xander said. There should be someone that knows how the crystal works in that lab if they use its energy on the clones, but we have to act now before Laxmus finds out. He hasn't found out already, has he? He asked as a worrying expression appeared on his face. Layla shook her head and was already leaving the room, with Xander tailing not far behind her. So what exactly did you say to June and Kev? Xander asked. They know what our goal has been since day one. They have managed to enjoy their life here for a long time already. You and I should have also left this world a long time ago. Whatever happens to them or us, they will understand. Layla replied. Not sure whether he liked the answer or not, Xander said nothing because he knew this day would come. He just never thought it would be so soon. Both Xander and Layla were no longer in disguise as they walked through the settlement. It was easier for them to travel with their ranks of guardian and leader of the Red Vampires, respectively, especially to the lab where they were heading, and up ahead behind the main castle, they could see the lab where Layla had been not too long ago. So, what will we do if no one knows how this thing works? Xander asked. Well, then I guess we just need to leave this place. Of course, Laxmus will chase us and we might not even make it far, but maybe we can meet someone who can help, or maybe the Dampiers will end up attacking this place before we get caught. Layla and Xander only needed to show their appearance to get into the lab, and the guards didn't ask any questions as to why Layla had returned after leaving so soon. They noticed everything in the laboratory seemed to be working as they walked through the facility and its metallic hallways. I'm a bit worried, Xander whispered. Even though you stole the crystal only 10 minutes ago, everyone inside here is acting so normal. Don't they have a mechanism that tells them when the nest crystal is in use and when it stops? Or wouldn't they notice that a large energy source suddenly disappeared? So why isn't there an alarm? And why did they just let us in as if nothing happened and everything was normal? Although Xander was thinking with his head, Layla was quickly pacing through to where she had stolen the crystal, hoping to find someone or a few people they could ask questions to. Finally, they had reached the main door, which someone had already opened. It was a large, heavy metal door that required access to open from the staff. Walking into the place, they could see the several giant containers of blood, and finally, they had reached the main lab where the staff would be looking after and operating the nest crystal. Damn it! Upon entering the lab, Xander couldn't help but curse because the last person they wanted to see in the world right now, Laxmus, was standing there with his hands behind his back. Based on a staff member's body lying ripped apart on the floor and the blood spilt all over the floor, they knew Laxmus was already aware of the situation. This is interesting to see, Laxmus said, looking at the two, being already aware of their presence. I just received news that someone has stolen the next crystal, and now my whole mood is ruined. Also, I have yet to alert the entire base to let the thief think they're safe. But you see, these workers here told me that a woman had entered here not too long ago, and it seemed like the crystal went missing around the same time that woman entered. So this makes me wonder why the female in question returned to this place. Was it a coincidence? Laxmus asked as he walked toward the two of them. Seeing this, Xander took deep breaths in and out due to fear and panic. Calm down, we can get out of this situation. He has no proof right now and is just bluffing. We can get out of this if we say the right thing. From the corner of his eye, he glanced toward Layla and could see she had already pulled out her black sword and was holding it in her hands, while her horns now appeared to be made of lava. She was ready for a fight. I forgot, with her here, it's impossible to talk it out, Xander thought. Although Xander believed they could get out of this situation by talking, Layla didn't think the same. After all, she had worked closest to Laxmus for a while and knew she was already a prime suspect, not to mention that Laxmus was the type of person to act first. Seeing the dead research worker in the lab was enough proof of that. Either way, they would have to fight until Layla could prove she didn't take the nest crystal, which was impossible because she had done. So she took out the strange black short sword, and its marking began to pulse. It seemed synced with the horns on her head, as they would pulsate in red on and off. For a second, Layla gritted her teeth and squinted hard but quickly opened her eyes and regained her composure, balancing herself. Oh, what is this? A voice resounded in Layla's head, almost as if someone was shouting in her ear. At the same time, she also heard heart-wrenching screams of people. Concentrating, she focused hard to suppress the other sounds, so she could listen to the sword talking to her. We just went through a tough fight not too long ago where you needed to use me, and now you need to use me again. I mean, you should try and fight for yourself for a cha. The sword stopped when it noticed the opponent in front of it. Please tell me it's not true, the sword said. Tell me you aren't going up against him? Aren't you two on the same side? Never were. I need you to help me, to really help me this time. I'm committed and promise it won't be the same as last time. I know the two of you get your power from the same source, so I want to know if there will be any trouble between you, Layla asked. At the same time, Laxmus was thinking along similar lines. I see. So you won't step in, will you? So you still allow her to use her power, and you still allow me to use mine? Is this your way of us proving to you which one is more worthy? Laxmus asked, but there was no reply, which usually Laxmus took as a yes. Very well. I don't know why you are doing this, but it seems you wish to disturb what I have created. Laxmus didn't hold back as his body immediately started to transform, and unlike when he entered the arena, his whole body was changing this time. His entire body was growing with muscle, making him almost twice the size he was. His skin turned from green to an almost pure black, while white lines of energy pulsated where his veins would usefully be. His ears became as large as an elephant but were pointed sharp like bats. His mouth also became bigger, revealing an enormous set of sharp fangs. Next were his eyes, which were now completely red, and there was no white in them, and finally, a set of wings extended out of his back, looking exactly like that of bats. It was a horrifying image, similar to what Laxmus looked like when he last transformed. Then, the radiating energy around him made him look like someone who didn't belong to this world, not the vampires, humans, or any other known species. When the transformation was complete, a wave of energy escaped from Laxmus's body, causing the nearby vampires in the room to get thrown back. Get behind me, Layla ordered Xander. Lifting her sword, she spun it, and a purple fog came out. When the energy reached them, it swooped around the two of them and continued. I'm going to advise you again. Will you reconsider this fight? I will help you as you have been feeding me well, and you seem to be one of the most mentally strongest people who has ever owned me. But even I'm not sure if we can win together, the sword claimed. The wave of energy they had just felt wasn't from an attack or anything like that. It was simply from Laxmus's transformation and using all the celestial energy he had at his disposal. Reaching behind her, Layla had pulled out the nest crystal and threw it straight behind her to Xander. Take it and run away. Find someone who can use it. Maybe even go to Logan Green, but get away from here, and don't come back until you have some way of stopping this guy. Layla order. Hearing those words, Xander was angry because Layla had already somewhat given up. She was simply saying she couldn't beat him and could only buy some time. When did it turn out like this? You protecting me instead of me protecting you. Xander thought while running out of the lab. He wouldn't let Layla's sacrifice be in vain. He knew it wouldn't matter if he stayed back because if she couldn't deal with Laxmus, he wouldn't be the latter's match either. This was why he decided through his head instead of his heart. Exiting the entire building, Xander could see several vampires and squad leaders heading toward the lab. It made him grit his teeth harder as he saw what mess Layla would have to try and get out of. However, they weren't the main concern. Jumping up, Xander landed on one of the building's rooftops and started to run across the town, avoiding as many people as possible. I shouldn't worry too much. Not everyone in the Red Vampires is aligned with Laxmus. There will definitely be someone willing to help Layla as well. Maybe I can do something. As Xander thought this, his worst fears came to light, as he could see a figure with a hood in front of him in the distance. Then, looking to his left, right, and behind him, he found himself surrounded by 3 more, a total of 4 and all wearing hoods covering their face. Xander, we will give you a chance as another fellow guardian. Please give yourself in, and don't let this turn ugly. One of the guardians called out in a male voice. You guys know nothing, Xander shouted back. Don't you know what type of person Laxmus is? Didn't some of you used to follow Quinn? He would have never used the red crystal to turn everyone into vampires, and that might not even be Laxmus's end goal in the first place. How can you trust someone like him? Xander's whole body had turned into a mist, but it was impossible to cover the vast area that all guardians were covering. They were standing too far apart. Still, out of the mist, red aura lines came out, like a single blade towards the others. Some of the guardians avoided this, while 1 or 2 of them had used their shadow to stop the attack, with one physically grabbing the red aura and throwing it out to the side, hitting one of the buildings. This is going to be a tough fight with 4 of them. I can't use my shadow because I'm low on it, and Vincent is inside the space. The only good thing is that while he's in there, his wound and state don't downgrade because of the slow flow of time. Still, fighting against one of them would be hard enough, never mind 4, and they know my mist ability well, having fought side by side for years. When Xander thought things couldn't get worse, it looked like another knotted vampire had arrived in a black robe, so there were now 5 guardians that he had to face. Oh right, and the longer this fight goes on, the more guardians and maybe even more people will get involved. Don't any of you care about Layla? Xander shouted, hoping to convince some of them. She is a leader of the Red Vampires as well. Surely some of you follow her more and not Laxmus. The 2 are in a stalemate at the moment. Trying to convince one of the guardians to switch over was the only thing Xander could think of, even though he knew it was unlikely. The guardians always respected Laxmus more, unlike the regular Red Vampires, because he was the one that had given them their shadow powers. The 5 kept their distance. Then, simultaneously, they raised hands and started swinging away, producing multiple red slashes of aura towards the mist. There were so many attacks that at least one was bound to hit Xander, and he also knew this. Trying to survive, he stayed in the mist while firing out his own blood aura, hitting the slashes and breaking them as the 2 powers collided, but it looked like he would soon be done for as he won't be able to stop all of them. Just then, leaping from the ground, 2 figures entered the mist, and suddenly, more aura appeared out of it. And it turned out that the new auras were just as powerful as the Guardians' attacks. So at that moment, all the Guardians decided to stop their attacks to see what was happening. The mist from Xander slowly dissipated. Now, standing by his side were a man and a woman. The man had show hair, while the woman had dark brown hair that went up to her shoulders and a hairband holding it. We will help you, the female said. June. Kev. What are you? Xander was speechless. You have always told us that you're training us for this very day, so here we are. Don't worry, Dad, the male vampire replied. Not all of the Guardians had gone after Xander. There wasn't a direct order from any leaders for them to do this. The Guardians acted on their own accord, but they knew of the situation due to a specific power that allowed them to communicate together. With each bit of new information received, they were able to tell the others what was happening, where they were and more. Some Guardians decided to go after the one who had stolen the crystal, while a few had gathered around the lab where it all began. They didn't need to go inside to understand what was happening. as they could feel the energy shockwaves halfway in the settlement. Due to this, some of the Guardians unanimously decided to stay outside and control the commotion going on. But many red vampires wanted to enter the lab to know what was happening. After all, nearly all of the red vampires were combat-oriented. They were different compared to the last vampire settlement. If they didn't want to take up arms, they could have chosen a more peaceful life in other areas. But instead, these vampires had joined this faction with a goal, mainly due to the leaders. "Let us in. We have a right to know what is happening," a vampire shouted. "Is our leader okay? There is so much energy inside." "Most likely, both of our leaders are fighting. It's the only time I have felt so much energy in one place. Something must have seriously gone wrong. It's that damned Laxmus. He is always a hot-headed one. We have to enter." The red vampires were split into opinions and had all gathered in one place. Before, the only thing stopping the two sides from fighting was the two leaders working together. But now, if they weren't, it could easily cause the whole group to collapse. Still, the Guardians could hold nearly all of them back with their shadow alone. Some vampires were already trying to rush in but were pushed back with great force. It had clearly shown them the gap in strength between them was huge, but it was unknown how long the Guardians could push them back as more and more people started to gather. What is going on inside? It's no doubt that Laxmus and Layla are fighting, and Xander is working with her as well. Ashley thought. "I thought you were like me, that you hated the humans for what they had done, and you wanted to either get rid of them or turn them, but have you just been a double agent this whole time?" Ashley had an internal struggle because he remembered his times with Paul before and after he turned into a vampire. They had gone through scuffles and battles before, and truthfully there were many times when he had seen humans do just as cruel things to each other over their beliefs. It made him think for a second that even if there weren't vampires, humans would have found something else to fight over each other. In fact, before they knew the existence of vampires, many higher ability users had treated the lower ones like scum. The current state of things felt similar. Ashley shook his head. "No, it doesn't change anything. Paul is dead, and so is my family. This is the right path." Inside the lab, Laxmus had finished his transformation, while Layla's body had stayed mostly the same, even though she was using the sword and her power. She had mastered the true Hanima form, which combined all three of her forms into one, and now she was permanently in this stage. Over the years, there had been minor changes, such as her horns getting a little bigger, their color changing depending on what emotion Layla was feeling, among other things, but she now had only one form and was ready to fight at any time. Immediately, Laxmus threw out his hand, and a large portal opened just above his shoulder. Out came a gigantic black shadow that imitated his hand movements. It was as if a giant had thrown a punch, only this was almost unavoidable and could block most of the attacks. "We have been planning to go against you for a long time, Laxmus," Layla shouted as she held the black sword in her hand. Her hands had begun to turn red as if they were on fire, and soon a strange yellow glow covered the entire sword, making it look a lot bigger. As the shadow hand reached the tip of her sword, she slashed it forward, and it managed to stab right through the shadow, forcing it to disperse. However, Layla didn't stop there as she knew she couldn't afford to. So she began to slash repeatedly, as fast as possible, cutting the giant hand of shadows. Her single blade almost looked like it had turned to three as the yellow aura had split and there was an after image of power in her attacks. Then, the shadow eventually disappeared, and Laxmus could only see an unharmed Layla. "I see. You have been practicing against that guardian of yours to understand how my shadow works. That's interesting, but let's see how you deal with this." Laxmus's mouth opened wide, and a red energy ball formed right outside of it. It was the size of a basketball but soon started to condense, and red particles gathered around it. Seeing this, Layla started to desperately spin her sword in a clockwise direction. Her hands were changing colors by the second, covered in all sorts of flames. Then, opening her mouth, she breathed fire onto the sword. It wasn't a small fire by any means, as the windmill of fire was getting larger and larger, and within seconds, it was almost touching the ceiling of the large lab. "I'm gonna need to draw more of your power. He's using that strange energy again that you talked about." Layla said. It's celestial energy and I can give you some, but you have to remember your body, although strong, isn't strong enough to handle it like others, and you don't have a marking or any celestial energy of your own either. You've only borrowed it from me from time to time. The sword explained. I know, but if I don't borrow it now, I'm dead. So what choice do I have? Just then, Laxmus shot out the red beam of energy in his mouth, and it went straight for the large wheel of flame that Layla had created by spinning the sword with her hands. But something strange happened before the red beam could touch the flame. Layla's view began to turn almost black, and while she was unaware of what was happening, the color of her veins also began to change. At the same time, the screams and cries of countless people began to get louder in her head, and it almost felt like she could directly hear them. Power these feelings. Convert these negative thoughts into your own power. Layla gave her all. The beam was pushing Layla back, but she started to spin the sword faster, and more energy began forming, countering Laxmus's powerful blood aura. And in the end, the red aura began to dwindle, and after some time, the red beam attack finally ended. Layla was standing fine, having survived the powerful attack. I knew you were special. Otherwise, Immortality would have never let you keep that sword. That sword has passed through too many hands trying to find someone suitable for it, and it looks like you were the right person, Laxmus said. However, I just see this as another test, another way to prove myself that I am deserving of a position by Immortality's side, and not just as a simple follower. The universe will have to answer to me. Otherwise, I will make it crumble. Laxmus flapped his wings as he slowly began to fly in the air. The shadow gathered around his back, creating a larger copy of himself. His fingernails grew longer and sharper in length, and the white light in his body shined brighter. Meanwhile, Layla swung her sword, keeping it by her side, and stared at Laxmus. The black veins had gone up to her forehead and were continuously growing. When she opened her eyes, one of them had already turned pitch black. I have waited for him for so long. For so long. I can't die now. By now, nearly everyone in the vampire settlement had some idea of what was going on, and this was why most of them had gathered outside the large lab where the Guardians were trying to keep things under control. They had used their shadow a few times to either make sure to settle the rowdy ones or push back the confused and angry crowd from the lab. But, as the numbers increased, the Guardians also had difficulty controlling the crowd. It was clear that tensions were rising as the people were getting no answers, and these vampires wanted to know what was happening. You damn traitors! A vampire shouted. We should have first discussed everything. I bet Laxmus found the red heart and has already decided what to do with it. This isn't what Quinn would have wanted. He's right, a female shouted, and soon a chant started among the crowd in Quinn's name. Quinn! 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 The crown was getting louder. After all, most of them had joined with their belief Quinn, the last official king of the vampire settlement, wanted to protect the vampires at all costs. I just received some information, and according to it, Laxmus attacked Green City, and it looks like he retrieved the red heart after all. So it must be the reason the two are fighting. Eventually, news of what Laxmus had done would spread because there were too many witnesses. No matter how tightly sealed Logan tried to keep the information, it would eventually get out, and for the red vampires who were already being ostracized by the whole world, this was terrible news. And when they heard the vampire's words, the other vampires standing at the front could no longer take it, and a group of 3 began to charge in. Not only were they running towards the lab, but their eyes were red as the aura inside them started to activate. It was the first time, rather than pushing forward, they had decided to attack, and seeing this, it didn't look like they were the only ones planning to charge in either. They were heading straight towards one of the Guardians, and by now, the latter would have used his shadow to push them back or grab them in the air, but he had done neither. Ashley, who was around 5 meters away, was observing the situation. He had his own group of vampires to worry about, but the side to the right of him was undoubtedly more rowdy and active than his side. That's when he noticed a slight movement by the Guardian. Don't tell me he's... Before Ashley could do anything, the other Guardian raised his hands and threw a small dagger at the incoming vampires. It instantly pierced right through the head of the vampire, and he immediately collapsed. The guardian then showed his hands, revealing that he had several more daggers ready to throw at any moment. The other two stopped in their tracks, and sweat trickled down their faces. They were too nervous about making another move in case another attack came their way. Both of them were well aware of the gap between the guardian and their strength, and now that they had cooled down, they finally understood how big of a mistake it was to go against the former. In fact, they were only careless because they weren't expecting him to kill them. "What are you doing?" Ashley couldn't take it anymore as he walked away from his position. "You could have just used your shadow to push them back. You didn't have to kill him." The guardian looked at the other vampire crowd, which had slowly turned silent, and no one seemed ready to charge forward. "I believe the result of my actions shows for itself," the guardian replied. "They are no longer as rowdy as before." "They're just worried," Ashley growled. His fists were clenched and shaking due to the sheer anger and frustration he was feeling at this moment. "They joined our group thinking that we would change things, and they just want to know what is happening. And now you just killed someone, one of our own, just like that?" The guardian smiled back. "I am a guardian, and he was just a simple red vampire. They need to listen to us. I see that I have done nothing wrong." Ashley frowned at the guardian, walked up to the dead vampire, and lifted his corpse carefully. "This vampire? Does anyone know him?" he asked the crowd. Then, a female vampire in the group, who had tears running down her face, raised her trembling hand. She looked like a young adult, maybe in her 20s, but it was hard to tell with vampires in the first place. He's my father," the vampire said, her voice choked at the end. Holding the corpse in his two hands, Ashley walked over to her and carefully handed the body to the young vampire. Then, turning around, Ashley bared his fangs at the smirking guardian. "A life is a life. I was told there wouldn't be discrimination based on ranks in this group. You are just as bad as the ones who killed my family." Baring one's fangs at other vampires was a severe threat, and knowing this, the guardian retaliated immediately. He instantly threw daggers toward Ashley. Just then, a shadow wall rose, stopping them in place, but then breaking through. Ashley ran towards the other guardian with his blood aura hardened, making a deadly claw-like hand. "What are you doing? He's trying to attack a fellow guardian. Stop him!" the guardian shouted, expecting the others to come rushing to his side. But, to his surprise, the red vampires reacted first as they gained some courage and now charged in toward the other guardians. At the same time, not everyone in the red vampire group agreed with this, and the conflict began. This incident had truly set off the infighting between the red vampires. Blood aura, weapons clashing, and screams of pain resounded throughout the settlement as the fight between Ashley and the other guardians had also begun. "Look what you have caused," the guardian said, using his dagger to smash Ashley's claw hand away. His attacks were relentless, but the two seemed evenly matched in power. "Sometimes small sacrifices must be made for the future," Ashley replied. "You know, I almost forgot after all this time that Laxmus was the one who killed Paul." Not far from the commotion, the family of three, Kev, June, and Xander, were faring well. At least well enough to defend themselves. Both June and Kev were no joke when it came to vampires. Their aura could easily be considered at the same level as the Guardians. However, the Guardians had an advantage in their shadow and, at the moment, their numbers, so it was safe to say that the three were mostly on the defensive against the latter. Just then, 3 Guardians had charged in to attack, while 2 held back and used their skills such as blood bullets and blood slashes to support their fellow teammates. Despite all of this, they could not hurt the 3 due to Xander's missed ability, an ability he had learned a long time ago, the one that had belonged to the 10th Leader's Knight. Also, shrouding his 2 children and himself in the mist made it hard for them to locate. While fighting in the mist, they could attack from different angles, making it appear like they were in certain places they weren't. The 3 Guardians in the mist were confused as they suddenly saw a large kick coming from their right. One of them raised a shadow to block the attack, and another Guardian went to repay the kick with the fist. But his punch hit nothing but smoke. It dispersed, faintly revealing an image of a coat one of the 3 was wearing. But the mist soon returned. "I can't believe I have to admit it, but I'm still alive right now because of Kev and June. I know we trained them for this day and did everything we could to help them survive if something like this ever happened, but they have surpassed my expectations. The only thing is, what do? We can't hurt them, but they can't hurt us, and if it's a matter of time. Just then, the Guardians on the outside attempted to do something. Rather than carefully aiming their attacks to support their teammates, they started to attack the mist where the others weren't present. Your ability is annoying, but it looks like you can't use your shadow for some reason either. We will eventually get to you if we eliminate this mist by making you use more MC cells. One of the Guardians smirked while saying this, and Xander knew he was right. Can we win? Can we win with the 3 of us against 5 of them? Just when he thought of this, everyone suddenly heard a loud bang. It was deep and low and sounded like it had come from above. Turning around for a second, they saw that the explosion destroyed the outer region of the underground case, and the minor quake from this created a large hole nearly up to half the height of the ceiling. Someone has broken in. Is it the Dampiers? Xander thought, only to see a large group of people enter the base. The screams constantly buzzed in Layla's mind when she used the power of the celestial black sword. She didn't know what and whose screams they were, nor if everyone who used the sword experienced the same thing. Or was it because she was a Hanya and was more in tune with others' emotions? Either way, she did know that it wasn't just the screaming. With each scream, it was almost as if she was experiencing that person's pain, what they had gone through. All those sentiments were rushing to her head, whether physical or emotional. It was enough to make some people go mad, even if they had experienced this type of thing for a short while, but Layla was strong. She needed to constantly control her emotions to use the sword's powers and her true Hanya form. After all, the negative emotions were what powered her, which was why she believed that this sword was the perfect partner meant for her. The more pain she handled, the stronger she would get. Now I warn you again. I'm giving you all of my energy here, or at least as much as I think your body can take. If I give you any more, you'll go completely mad. So try to finish this fight quickly. Otherwise, you might even end up going mad, the sword said. Layla couldn't respond because her concentration was focused on the sword while using this power, but she had heard the word loud and clear. Laxmus was hovering in the air, with his shadow creating a larger version of himself that looked like a demon who had come to destroy the entire world. He was now angrier than ever and started to create a red aura sphere in his mouth and both hands. The next moment, he fired them all directly toward Layla while flying towards her. Seeing this, Layla stabbed her sword into the ground, which cut through easily. At the same time, multiple small black balls appeared all around the room. They were floating everywhere, and it seemed impossible to avoid all of them. While Laxmus was flying, he had touched a few of them, and each time he did, a set of spiritual chains expanded from them, attempting to tie and slow Laxmus down, but he was quite literally a beast. He continued to fly and would use the beam from his mouth to destroy the links of spiritual chains that were on him. While lifting her sword, Layla noticed another attack coming toward her. So rather than spin the sword like the last time, she swung her sword and deflected the red aura at an angle. It worked as the attack bounced and smashed into the wall, destroying it to pieces, and the impact of this was enough to shake the entire building. Then, Laxmus fired another red beam, and Layla half expected it to come straight towards her. But instead, it left Laxmus's hand and went to the ground. Below! The sword shouted, able to sense the energy. Layla immediately stepped back and tried to move around as fast as she could. But the red beam attack just began to get larger and wider as it shot upward. Finally, the dust settled as the red beam dispersed, and now most of the lab's ceiling was obliterated. As for Layla, thanks to her sword's warning, she was still in one piece, but there was a rather deep wound on her arm. But she wasn't concerned about it because, in the next moment, flames appeared and enveloped the wound, and now, the injury on her arm was almost non-existent. I can't just be on the defense. I have to attack as well, Layla thought as she lifted herself into the air with her telekinesis powers. The sword began to glow yellow, and soon after, she began to strike the air as fast as she could. Each time large yellow lines of aura would come out. Now the shadow around Laxmus started shrouding his fists, and he flew straight toward Layla. With the shadow covering his fists, he punched the yellow aura like it was nothing and instantly broke through it without receiving a single injury. The shadow is more condensed when he's using it this way, and then he also has his natural strength. He's a brute. On top of that, Laxmus's speed was quick, as he had already reached Layla and crashed straight into her body. He pushed her through the walls of the lab, breaking through them one at a time. Each time Layla back hit something, the force was so much that she felt like she was being hit by a spaceship. Eventually, Laxmus changed his direction and pushed her upward towards the sky and out of the settlement. He then gave her a large kick with his foot, sending her far into the air. Blood came out of Layla's mouth, and as she opened her eyes, she realized she was nearly touching the ceiling of the underground settlement. And not just that, but Laxmus was charging up another one of his red aura attacks, combining his arms and mouth this time. What's that noise I can hear? The screams of pain. But they're not in my head, Layla thought. It was then that she noticed from this high up that she could see what was happening and the chaos unfolding in the settlement. It looked like a civil war was currently going on, and it was between her own people. Whether or not she was a double agent, Layla had trained and lived with these vampires for a long time. One of her goals was to show these brainwashed vampires a different point of view. But she could see some of them forgetting everything they had been through and attacking each other. This is partly my fault, and I need to deal with this. Layla held out her hand, and black balls appeared as she began to absorb the negative emotions from the fighting. At the same time, the black balls that had appeared earlier also started to move. Layla was using her telekinesis to control the black balls, and each was moving fast towards Laxmus. It was too late by the time the latter noticed all of them around him. They swarmed towards him, and if any of them touched him, it would create spiritual chains from the negative emotions and begin to bind him up. Laxmus tried to use his strength to break out of them, but there were just too many. More and more chains started to wrap around Laxmus from head to toe, and eventually, they covered his entire body as if it was a cocoon. While holding the sword towards her chest, Layla's good eye, which had yet to turn back, was beginning to change slightly. I told you to stop taking more energy from me. What are you doing? The sword yelled. The sword started to light up in a bright white color, and its form started to change. It almost looked like when one would use a soul weapon. The black sword had changed entirely, and now it was in the shape of a bow. The marking on the bow was the same as the sword and was placed in the middle. It was black, and one could tell that the bow was made from the same material as the sword just from its look because they were the same weapon. As for an arrow, Layla opened her mouth. Usually, flames would come out, but bright yellow energy began to form this time. Mother, thank you for giving me your energy. Yours, mine, and all the energy I have been gathering up this whole time. I am going to use all of it for a good cause, Layla thought. Then from her mouth she took out a chi arrow. It was small to start with, but soon started to grow in size the longer it was left out. As for why the arrow had come from her body was because it wasn't any ordinary chi. It was one made from her own life chi. It was pulsating, becoming larger and smaller as if it was alive. Placing it on the bowstring and pulling it tight, Layla didn't hesitate as she let it go. After the arrow left, it didn't end there, as she used her powers to spin the arrow and speed it up as fast as she could. The chains binding Laxmus were beginning to fade away, so she knew this was most likely her last chance. However, just when the arrow was about to hit Laxmus, a huge explosion shook the whole settlement. Upon turning her head and staring in the direction of the explosion, Layla had a hunch about the person responsible for it. Aaron. The fighting between the red vampires had reached a high point. These vampires had a strong sense of pride in their belief that they were ready to risk their lives for their cause. And this only made the situation worse because they had no qualms about fighting their own kind. Nearly all of the vampires had skill training every day to achieve their goal, and now they were fighting each other. Red aura was going off in all directions, buildings were getting destroyed in seconds, and people were dying every second from slashes and weapons. A lot of the fighting had also reached the rooftops of the houses as there was inadequate space outside the lab. One could only describe the whole situation as chaotic, as even the attacks from those on the same side hit each other. Some didn't even know if they were fighting against those who disagreed with them or were trying to beat someone on their own side as they continued to punch, claw, and slash anyone who attempted to attack them. The only one getting quite a bit of support was Ashley, as they knew he needed help to take on the Guardians against him. He was huffing and panting. The claw marks on his face and wounds over his body were healing much slower than before. "Is this what you wanted?" the Guardian shouted. "Well done. Thank you for causing the uprising that will have destroyed the red vampires and, in turn, the whole vampire race. You damned fake." Fake was a term used by many of the red vampires among each other. And they never used it in a good way. Rather, it was a derogatory term for vampires who weren't originally vampires and were the ones that were turned. However, the vampires rarely used this word because it was considered very demeaning, and even the vampires aligned with Laxmus's ideal didn't agree with it wholly. After all, the one who saved the vampires before and had done so much for them, Quintalon, was also a turned. "Just let us through and let us speak to Laxmus," Ashley shouted. At that moment, an energy blast was shot through the lab ceiling. It had just about reached the underground town's ceiling but stopped right before hitting the top. Even if the fighting had gotten intense, it looked like Laxmus was careful not to destroy the very settlement he had built. Although the underground cave structure was built using carefully chosen material from the different planets to withstand powerful attacks, an attack of Laxmus's caliber could shake the foundations of the underground settlement, which was the last thing he wanted. The leaders' fight continued, but most of the action on the ground halted when they saw Layla and Laxmus fighting against each other, confirming their suspicions that the two leaders were having some sort of disagreement. However, as vampires stared at what was to happen, a resounding message rang throughout their minds, and they heard someone's voice in their heads. "Everyone, the Dampiers have arrived. They are attacking the base. They have entered from the east side." Every single person at this point had stopped fighting and turned their heads. Immediately, they gripped their weapons and headed to the east side for possibly one of the most brutal battles they would ever have. Ashley was frozen when everyone moved, including the Guardian Ashley was going toe-to-toe with. Why now of all times? Ashley felt frustrated as he looked at his wounds, and some vampires, with most of their armor destroyed, who were heading into battle against their arch-nemesis. In fact, the whole ground was littered with corpses, but the vampires ignored everything and ran to the new battlefield. "This is the worst time for an attack. We're tired and have been fighting each other. This would have been a hard fight in the first place, but now..." At the same time, Xander, along with his son and daughter, who were fighting relentlessly with the other Guardians, had all received the message as well. "It looks like there are bigger problems to deal with instead of the nest crystal," one of the Guardians spoke as he halted his attacks. In the next moment, all the Guardians used their shadow travel to teleport and headed for the new battlefield, against the Dampiers. Seeing no one else around them, Xander decided to cancel his mist powers, and now the three of them could be seen standing on the rooftop. And just then, Kev fell to his knees. "We survived, man. I was so worried." He was tired. "That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, and all we were doing was defending." "Well, it was against the Guardians," June replied, looking in a bit better condition than Kev. It was hard to tell whether she was just trying to hide her nerves or tiredness, but Xander could only guess that she was also worn out. "What should we do now? Do we continue our escape, or go back and help?" "We can't go back," Xander replied. Although he was unaware of the large fight outside the lab, he felt the power during the scuffle and honestly didn't want to know how it was going. "We can't help, and no matter what, we must complete our task. Let's focus on getting out of this place." "Wait," Kev said, standing up. "You mean we aren't going to help them fight off the Dampiers? You're a Guardian, Dad. Your job is to protect the vampires. If you don't help them, many of them will die." "Was a Guardian," Xander corrected his son. "What do you expect us to do? Even if we help them fight the Dampiers and somehow win the battle, do you think they will suddenly forgive us for what we have done? The battle against Dampiers would have tired us even more, making it harder for us to escape. So right now, we are just focusing on escaping alive, you understand?" And I don't want one of you to say anything else." Kev kicked a rock as if he was sulking. They were brought up here and had made many friends in the settlement, many of whom they had grown up with, so it was harder for them to leave them to die. It didn't feel right. However, they had been told from a young age what they needed to do and what might happen to them. Knowing how her brother felt, June placed her hand over his shoulder to comfort him. They had enough strength a red vampire would need to survive this. Staring at their backs, Xander's heart pained as well. "You think Layla and I didn't make friends during this time? Colleagues who were loyal to us and helped us. I want to help them too, but I'm just choosing the best option, and this situation is the worst for us. The one thing we must do is avoid the Dampiers from finding us. They grow stronger based on how many vampires there are near them. The urge in their bodies rises, which is why fighting against them in small groups or one-on-one is more suitable. There is no way the red vampires can make it out of this, especially if the Damper Queen and her strongest have come." Since he had made the decision, Xander took the two, and they started to run through the streets. They headed away from the east side where the Dampiers had broken through. Although it was the main entrance to the place, it wasn't the only exit. There were several tunnels spread around that gave them enough chance to escape from the Dampiers. However, Xander knew the vampires very well. They will not run away and will choose to fight till the end. And even though his heart wanted to turn and rush to the war, he had to think about everything with his head. That's how he concluded that the best course of action was to escape from this settlement. The three of them ran as fast as they could, through the empty houses, alleyways and buildings. Finally, a large wall appeared in sight, but still it at least a mile away before they could reach it. Kev was running the fastest in front of his sister, glanced back, and said aloud, "Hey sis, you didn't look tired before. So I guess you were just trying to act cool." "Huh." Shaking his head, Xander ignored this banter. He could never stop the competitive nature of these two. But then again, it was what had allowed them to get so strong so quickly. Suddenly, Xander's smile vanished as he pushed forward, running past June and grabbing Kev by the back of his collar before throwing him back. At that moment, a large strike of yellow aura came through the building on the side and cut through the ground. It had missed Xander by an inch and continued heading through the other houses. "It looks like we have a few people trying to escape. I never thought the proud red vampires would do this." Turning their heads to where the voice was coming from, they could see a female on the roof. She wore light clothing and white armor. It matched her long blonde hair well. "Flora? Damn, of all the people to come here, Erin is probably the only one that's worse than her." Xander cursed his luck. Besides Erin, everyone counted Flora amongst the prominent figureheads of the Dampiers. She made the most public appearances. Thus, she was a well-known figure and was even at the chained wedding. And this was not just because she was a pretty face, but because she had the skills to back it up as well. Honestly, Xander was wondering if he should just tell June and Kev to run or hand over Vincent's body to one and give the nest crystal to the other, because he didn't believe that the three of them could defeat Flora. "Kids!" Xander shouted. "Aw!" Interrupted by his words, he could hear a particular cry coming from above, and looking up, suddenly something had crashed and landed directly in front of Xander. The impact created dust smoke, making it hard to see who or what it was. "Damn it, what is wrong with that guy? Why wouldn't he let me smash through instead of using his powers? Now, look what's happened." All four at the scene heard a voice coming from the dust. And as the dust started clearing up, Xander had to blink several times to ensure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. With the location of the Red Vampire base revealed to them by Logan, the group was off, and it wasn't strange to say that it was a bit of an awkward ride for this unexpected group. They had taken a spaceship that wasn't utilized to fly at the fastest speeds, since it was more for use on Earth than in outer space. But the main reason Logan chose this spaceship for the group was that it created the least noise, so it was best for the group in this situation since they wanted to approach the destination in stealth. And honestly, stealth wasn't the group's best trait. Also, during the ride, there wasn't much conversation between everyone. That was because they all hardly knew each other. "Man, I don't think I've ever been in a room before with so many people, and it was this quiet," Jake said aloud at the ship's helm. It was on autopilot anyway, so there wasn't much for him to do, but just in case, he was ready. Everyone is so quiet, Minnie said, drinking a juice box. Ever since Quinn had gone, her so-called three aunties, Jessica, Lucia and Hannah, were spoiling her. The only one who would say no to her was Muka, which made Minnie think twice about becoming her new mother. Is it because Dad isn't here? Minnie wondered. Although they didn't want to admit it, that was most likely the case. Everyone in the room was related to Quinn, but they didn't know each other well. Only Lucia and Jessica got on better than most because they had already traveled alongside each other for a long time. Meanwhile, Peter was as antisocial as always, Jake was a loudmouth, and Mitchell took every opportunity to sleep and was even sleeping now. Dad? Who's your dad? Jake asked. Dad's name is Quinn. He went missing after. Minnie started to sniffle, and from the sound of it, it seemed like she would burst into tears any second now. Wow, so your dad's the strong Quinn, huh? No wonder you're so strong as well. Jake quickly said, trying to change the subject. I never knew Quinn had a child though. We didn't learn about that, and Dad didn't say anything. So who's your mum then? After asking this question, James could feel heat coming from the back of his head. He could sense the three ladies giving him a death stare, burning a hole into the back of his head. At this moment, Mitchell had woken up as well and was also a little annoyed because if Minnie started to cry, it would disturb his precious sleep. Although surprisingly, Minnie didn't cry and instead had her finger on her chin. She looked at the four girls who happened to be standing next to each other. Wait a second. Is she doing what I think she's doing? Jessica thought. She's trying to decide who to pick as her mother? I thought she'd start crying because of her real dead mother, but it looks like she's looking at one of us as her replacement? I thought she would have said Muka straight away, but I saw how strict Muka has been with her, which is why I have secretly been sneaking her juice boxes whenever I can. So it looks like my hard work has paid off. If Minnie likes me as her mother, naturally I will spend more time with Quinn. If that's the case, then who knows what can happen. After so many years we could be husband and wife. The thought had made her cheeks turn cherry red. But unknown to her, she wasn't the only one with a red face either. Whether the other two were thinking the same thing or not was hard to tell. Opening one eye and glancing at the situation, Mitchell was just thankful that Minnie wasn't crying and closed both of his eyes to take a nap in his seat. Quinn, you will certainly have your hands full with this many women around you. Maybe I should suggest to Master Quinn to allow me to give him a hand if he has too much trouble. In his sleep, Mitchell was smiling to himself. Minnie can't decide. The little vampire said. For now, Minnie has no favorites. Everyone has done well. Turning around, Minnie prevented the others from seeing her smile. What a bunch of weirdos, Jake thought. I just asked some normal questions, and this is what happens. I think the quietness was better. Great hero Quinn, you came back after millennia, and these are the ones you chose to be with? Then again, my father isn't exactly a normal person either. While thinking of his father, the ship received a call, promptly attracting his attention. And when he clicked on receive, his father appeared on the screen. I have some important information to give you all. From my radar, it looks like you aren't too far away from the location of the Red Vampire base. Using satellite imagery, I have been keeping track of the site and around it, and it looks like the Dampiers are already heading towards it. They will reach the location before you. Anyway, the more important thing is that you need to make a stop and pick up a few people before you reach the Red Vampire's base. The message ended there before the others could react, much less ask any questions. The Dampiers are attacking the Red base. It looks like the information Andy shared was true. Hannah said, not knowing how to feel. The Red Vampire base was her home. The location often changed, so it wasn't home-like in the usual sense, but the people and the community were what made it home to her. The other girls could see this, with Lucia looking at her. It's going to be okay. We're heading there to help, she said. Are we? Peter interrupted. Sorry to burst your bubble, but we are going there to give the Red Vampires payback. Don't forget what they did to Vincent, and they're the ones with the red heart at the moment. Yes, the Dampiers want to kill vampires, so they are our enemy as well, but right now, Getting the red heart is more important, no? So isn't it a good thing that the Dampiers are attacking? But if the Dampiers get the red heart, what are they planning to use it for? Silence struck the group. Lucia just said words of comfort and wasn't really thinking about that. What Peter says is right, Muka stated. The strength between the two sides might be equal. On the other hand, one side might also completely overwhelm the other. But we must pick a side in this fight because fighting against both sides wouldn't be wise, nor would it end well for us. Jake was going to follow the others, but he would also follow his father's orders the most. He was to hide his face and conceal his involvement in this incident. Because if the Dampiers found him, there was a good chance they would convey it to Pure, which could be a disaster for Logan Green. It was too early to tell though because even Peter was unsure. After all, one thing was for sure, if Layla really was on the other side, someone working for Laxmas, and Peter had to deal with her, then he couldn't imagine telling Quinn of those details. No, it was impossible. It just wasn't an option. The ship took a slight detour from their destination and entered quite a mountainous area. Eventually, it found a section where the ground was somewhat flat. However, it was surrounded by 3 large mountains that covered the place. Ah, I can see them up ahead, Jake suddenly said, attracting everyone's attention. The ship landed, and the rail descended, allowing the newcomers to get on board. Soon the group could hear people entering the ship and coming through the doors individually. Oh, this is the backup Logan Green was talking about, right? Lucia said. I doubt anyone they send will be of much use though, Jake commented, his arms folded. But when the door slid open, Peter's mouth was left wide open as a face he never thought he would see again appeared in front of his eyes. Bo Borden. Although the man who stepped into the spaceship certainly looked, the group was more surprised by Peter's reaction. A man who didn't seem to care about anything or anyone apart from Quinn, and lately one other, was slowly walking towards this person as if they had seen a ghost. Does Peter know this person? Is it another of his old friends from that cursed faction we learned about? Lucia thought. On a closer inspection, though, she noticed a few markings on the man's face. It looked almost like scales were running up his sideburns, and there were a few scales close to his hairline. Everything else about the person looked quite human, so it didn't seem like too big of a deal. I don't understand, Borden. How are you still alive after all this time? Peter finally regained his composure and asked. Hey, everyone is interested in him, and there's no welcome for me? Shiro smiled as he walked in. However, he did get a big hug from Jake, who welcomed his uncle. The others also gave Shiro a respectful bow, knowing who he was in the Bald family. His presence gave everyone in the spaceship a bit more confidence that this mission would go well. Still, it didn't seem like this would be enough to take on Laxmas or anyone of his caliber based on what they had gone through unless this other person was also quite special. It's good to see you as well. It's a shame that Quinn isn't here to enjoy this moment either. Borden replied with a smile. Peter and Borden had a unique relationship. Borden was one of the people who had helped them when they went on to Blade Island. On top of that, Borden was close with the Bald kids, and so was Peter, as the two of them were the primary teachers back then. Even if they only really taught them combat lessons. Quinn will be happy to see you. He probably thought the same as me, that you would be dead by now. And, if I remember correctly, didn't the Dalkies have a short lifespan? Peter asked. After hearing these words, as if an instinct had taken over everyone else, they took a step back. Now thinking about it, the scale looked familiar on his body, and there were more on his arms as well. Being brought up and told how vicious the Dalki race was and how much of a threat they were to the human race, it was normal for everyone to act this way. But seeing everyone's reaction, Borden just let out a chuckle. Way to go and reveal my big secret to everyone. Borden chuckled. You just couldn't wait for me to explain myself first? After letting out a fake sigh, Borden went to sit on one of the seats and lifted his hands to show that he was friendly. Don't worry, I am a Blade, and I'm not exactly a full Dalki anyway, so none of you needs to be wary. But, regardless, I will just tell you a bit about myself to ease your worries. But honestly, my situation is quite complicated, and I don't even know the exact reason as there are a lot of different factors that, let's say, led to this. I don't know if you all are aware, But a group of Dalki had surrendered during the time of war. They continued to live with humans, and Logan supported them for a while. But, of course, Logan being Logan, he had done so with an intention. So he set up a condition that if they could help him with research, he would be happy to help. Just like you said, after another 25 years or so, all of the Dalki on that planet had died. During that time, Logan discovered that I was different from the other Dalki. Unlike them, I primarily have a human form and only change into a Dalki when I'm enraged. When creating me, Logan said he more so created a clone of Vorden rather than another race like the Dalki. So I was quite stable. He also had managed to get some of the demon tier beasts' full energy from the lab when we fought against the dragon. Anyway, Logan told me one thing. I was to stop transforming into the Dalki version if I wanted to live. At least normal lifespan, a human's that is. Anyway, I listened to Logan and continued to live my life, but with everything happening, I also wanted to help my friends. So I never stopped searching for a way to, let's say, fix myself. A lot of the thoughts were going through others' heads. Even though they were missing a lot of the context, the more they learned about Quinn's life and those around him, the more fascinated they became. It was as if all these small encounters of Quinn with these people, everything they had done together, was what had allowed them to defeat the Dalki. Without the help and how the events happened, perhaps the Dalki would be ruling everyone at this moment. Surprisingly, it was Vorden and Ratton's humanoid beasts that managed to help me. They told me I was not human and should stop thinking like one. They had a theory that my beast part was incomplete. After all, beasts live for thousands of years. The older they are, the stronger they get. Their solution was to try to become more of a beast, and they recommended that I consume beast crystals. As you know, beasts can evolve by eating the crystals of other beasts. For humans, the energy is too raw and would kill them, unless one absorbs it in a particular way like Quinn did, and even then, the human bodies wouldn't be able to handle such a thing thoroughly, but a beast body could and my body wasn't human. It took a long time, a very long time. I consumed crystal after crystal, and the years went past. It was painfully slow, and I could imagine that the Dalki could not use this method, for their lifespan was too small to begin with, but because I had those few extra years, I could take the risk. At the same time, they also had the problem of being unable to reproduce. Anyway, after 1,000 years, here I am, Vorden said, standing up. You're looking at the most likely first complete Dalki. Saying these words, Vorden was expecting something, but everyone on the ship was awkwardly silent. They didn't understand the meaning behind the achievement that Vorden was being proud of. Well, that was a nice story from Uncle Vorden, and it successfully kept things interesting while we got to our destination, Jake said, and then, smiling at Vorden, he added, Uncle, I look forward to seeing what type of power you have as a complete Dalki. Hopefully, we can put you to the test soon. Is the base here? Lucia asked, looking out of the window only to see mountains and valleys. It's not far from here, Jack replied. We will park the ship here and get to the base on foot. After a few minutes, the group descended from the ship, leaving it on the mountain top and activating a special camouflage feature to obscure the ship. It made the ship blend in with the background, but if someone came too close, they could tell that something was strange at the scene and might even be able to find the ship. As for why they had been made to stop here, it was made quite clear after following Jake. They traveled across another mountain top at quite a speed but as silently as possible. When they reached the peak, they could see a valley. In the valley, they saw a lot of individuals gathered outside of a massive hole in one of the mountains. Those are Dampiers, and it says the Red Vampire base is located over there, Jake explained while looking at the tracker in his hand. Then, raising his head, he asked everyone, So, any ideas on what we should do? How do we get to Xander? Well, let's just push through, get rid of the Dampiers and enter the Red Vampire's base. We can deal with things as they come. Peter laid out his straightforward idea. Now that's what you call a plan. Vorden nodded, agreeing. You guys are complete idiots. Is there anyone with an actual plan? If we can, I think it would be best if we avoid fighting the Dampiers and enter through a different location. They're just going to waste our time otherwise. Jake replied, looking at everyone in front of him. If you want to know our luckiest way of entering, it would be that mountain top right there, Muka said, pointing at the mountain at whose base the Dampiers had created the hole. Luck! Jake frowned, shaking his head. Soon, the whole group found themselves sneaking past the Dampiers and were now on top of the mountain. Surprisingly, the peak of the mountain had quite a flat surface. There's no need to go any further than this, Jake shouted. It says they're right below us. But how do we get in? Without saying anything, Peter raised his fist and soon started covering it with the yellow aura. Jake was slow to react because he couldn't quite believe what Peter was doing. But by then, it was too late. He then tightened his fist and punched into the rocks, causing the ground beneath them to quake. And soon the whole group fell into the underground red vampire base. While using the black celestial sword, which had turned into a bow, Layla needed to concentrate to not lose control of herself. Even more so now that she had just pulled out a chi arrow, although it wasn't just any chi arrow, it was one created from her life force. For a long time, Layla had been holding the chi of two people inside her, her own and her mother's, which she had received when the latter died. This allowed Layla to have a lot of chi in her body, much more compared to the others. Originally, Layla thought she would amount to nothing and had only gotten stronger due to two things. One, the Hanya form which Quinn had turned her into, and the second was due to her mother's chi. Even now, she was using the celestial energy from the sword. However, Layla had been practicing with her chi endlessly during the years she had been with the red vampires. She not only tried to improve her sword skills, her Hanya powers, and more, but also her chi capacity. Over time she realized that she could gather huge amounts of chi. Just like her mother, the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. Layla was able to train this chi and let it expand more and more inside her body, which was why she was able to go almost toe-to-toe against Laxmus. Not just because of the other factors. She even used her chi to disrupt Laxmus's shadow, which seemed a level above and more powerful than Quinn's shadow. Either way, even though she had a large amount of chi, she was using everything in one attack to cause as much damage as possible. However, this life force arrow attack would permanently remove chi from her body. Although it was not all of her chi, it would take years until she could build it up to the current level once again. When she was ready to pull the bow and release the arrow though, she heard a resounding explosion. That power, no doubt it has to be Aaron, Layla thought, taking her eye off the battle for a second. As she turned back, she could see that Laxmus was already breaking out of the chains. A few links had been broken, and she could sense a large, powerful force trying to break free. She didn't have the time to send more black spots toward Laxmus or his hands. Without hesitation, she let go of the arrow. Then using her powers, she pulled the arrow as fast as possible and pushed it forward. At the very last moment, Layla saw the man break free but was forced to look away. As the arrow made contact, the whole area lit up with bright white light. It expanded like a ball, but as it touched the buildings and the wall next to it, it did not harm them. As for Laxmus, it was a different story altogether. Where he once was, a large hole went deep into the ground, far too deep for Layla to see Laxmus. Layla's was drained after she released the arrow, and slowly she glided down as she didn't have enough power to let herself fly properly. I'm afraid we have lost this one, the sword said. We did all we could. I know you can still push yourself further and continue to use me, but it's pointless. I wish you to at least enjoy your final moments with some peace. The black color running through Layla's veins and from her eyes started to disappear. Her bow changed back into a sword as Layla finally landed on the floor, next to the large hole she had made. The screams in her head had stopped as soon as the sword stopped giving her celestial power. As the sword said, it was a peaceful moment, but only for her. Not far from her, she could still hear the screams and the sound of weapons clashing. While she was staring at the hole, a black hand suddenly appeared at the edge, and as if a monster was crawling out of a pit of hell, Laxmus crunched the ground and pulled himself up. His right hand had a hole as big as a golf ball, and there was another close to the elbow. He had most likely tried to defend himself from the arrow, but it went through his hand. Well, it has been a long time since I have bled. Now I can see why you deserve that weapon, Laxmus said as his blood dripped from the tip of his finger to the ground. Strangely, as soon as the drop touched the rocky surface, It started to fizzle as if the blood was acidic. I don't know what you did, but I cannot heal, and because of that, I will make sure you can never heal either. Laxmus ran forward towards Layla. Although the sword told her to give up, she just couldn't give up as certain images appeared in her head. She desperately pulled the sword in front of her stomach, above the spot Laxmus was planning to hit. As it landed, Layla's body flew up in the air from the force. The sword was intact, but the strength of the punch almost went through the sword as she could feel a pain in her whole body. It's been so long. It's been so long. I had even forgotten what he looked like. Can you even imagine how long 1,000 years is? How much time? How many good memories of mine, of him has faded? And when I saw his look-alike, how much hope that would bring. Now heavily injured, she slowly raised her head and could see Laxmus with his fist ready to punch her in the stomach again. However, she still didn't give up, and rather than block the attack, Layla swung her sword right at Laxmus's fist this time. However, unlike before, she was no match for power. Instead, she was instantly sent flying and slammed far off into the ground near the lab. The blow was powerful as the shockwave created by Layla hitting the ground had destroyed several of the houses near the lab. Layla coughed off an almighty amount of blood from her mouth. I have to focus, use the internal flames in my body to heal my wounds. Use the chi to focus on the cells to repair themselves. Damn, it hurts. Even though I used all the remaining chi to defend, he was able to do this much damage. Layla thought. She soon felt the ground shake as Laxmus landed in front of her and retracted his wings into his body. I thought Immortality would have trusted someone a lot stronger with his sword. I gave you compliments early because I thought I would see more, but instead you suddenly became so weak. Are you really a servant of him? Was this really a test? Laxmus asked. Layla stared at him. She knew she could only count on one thing. We shouldn't be fighting right now, Layla said as more blood dripped out of her mouth. We have more problems we need to deal with right now. You're right. I need to get my nest crystal back and then use the red heart. But for now, I shall deal with you. Laxmus opened his mouth, and the red energy beam began to accumulate. Laxmus's blood breath was one of his strongest attacks, and without the celestial sword's power, Layla had no way of stopping it. Holding the sword, Layla stabbed it into the ground and managed to pull herself upright. It would still take some time for her wounds to heal, and she certainly wouldn't be at 100%. I know you said you didn't want to give me more power. I know you want me to die peacefully. But please let me at least inflict one last wound on him to help whoever fights him next, Layla said to the sword while raising it and holding it in both hands. Suddenly, from the side, a large strike hit Laxmus, and he was sent flying through the air in the other direction. In a single blink, Layla had missed what had just happened. Standing there where Laxmus once was a knight adorning a golden rose-colored armor with a giant, long sword in her hand and a katana blade on her back. She's right. The two of you can't fight each other right now if you want to have any chance of surviving this thing. The golden rose knight gripped the hilt of her sword. I will make sure that all vampires are gone from this world. In the next instant, when Layla tightened her grip around the sword, she didn't even see how the knightess covered the distance between the two or how she managed to avoid her sword. All Layla could see was blood spraying out in the air and the face of the person who had attacked her. Rin. Layla somehow managed to say the name of the rose gold knight, the queen of the Dampiers. It was not the first time that Layla had a tussle with Erin. She was aware of who the person in the armor was, because not too long ago, Layla and a group of the red vampires had gone out hoping to stop the Dampiers' advance. The truth was Layla was hoping that she could persuade them to leave and turn around. After all, she had a special link with Erin. However, it failed, but in the end, a fight broke out, and she even needed the power of the celestial sword. It only took a couple of clashes against her old for Layla to confirm a few things. 1. The amount of chi they both had at the time was relatively even, but the power of the damper, among other things such as the armor and weapons, made it so that Erin's strikes, speed, and attack power were superior. Then, on top of that, there was the swordsmanship itself. Despite Layla trying to become a better swordsman, honing her skill with practice partners and more, she was no match against Erin. There was no way she could beat Aaron in a sword fight, which was why in the end, she had decided that if Aaron wouldn't listen, the best thing to do was to retreat and defend the base. She also planned to discuss with Laxmus the best course of action. Unknown to her, Laxmus was busy with his own plans, and on top of that, there was the problem with Vincent that had distracted her from the incoming threat. Looking at Layla, Erin's eyes were emotionless, even though she had attacked someone who once used to be her dear friend. "Don't you feel anything? Was it so easy to attack me? Why do you hate me? Is it because of your urges? Have you just decided to give in to them that I'm nothing to you? No, I won't take that." Layla had shifted her leg back a little and then directed the chi towards the wound across her chest. The next moment, flames enveloped the wound created by Erin's sword slash and began to heal Layla. At the same time, Layla's right eye was black again, and the veins running up her arms had also turned black. "I have agreed to be your partner, and I can feel your pain. You don't desire to be killed by someone like this." The sword shouted, powering her once more with energy. Although the sword was helping Layla, it wasn't the same as when she was fighting Laxmus since she had used up most of her chi reserve in the arrow attack. Erin looked quite surprised when she found that a single attack wasn't enough to kill Layla, but just holding her sword in another position, around to her side, it looked like she was ready to go ahead with another slash again. "I have to observe. I need to see every moment and block this attack," Layla thought, not even allowing herself to blink. As Erin moved from her position, it looked so light, so effortless. There wasn't even any crack on the ground from her movements, yet a strong force was behind it, and the attack was swiftly heading for Layla. At that moment, Layla realized it didn't matter which way she swung her sword or how this attack would go. "I just hoped my death wouldn't have come from you," Layla mumbled. Before Erin could reach Layla though, an intense beam of red energy came out from the side. Erin moved her sword to block her body, and suddenly a large ice barrier formed around the sword. The red energy beam was destroying the ice fast and pushing Erin back. "Ah, this attack, I know this well. Earlier my powers couldn't match yours, and I can see that you have a bit more strength this time. Well, unfortunately for you, I have gotten stronger since then, a lot stronger, and it's time for a payback." Erin's eyes started to glow yellow. Her hair started to rise in the air. Then, encasing her sword in chi, Erin began to slice through the red beam rather than blasting the attack on her own. She cut through, not wasting any movement. She slashed upward, left, right, diagonal and across, getting rid of the red aura. She continued to cut through the red beam. Just as she got about midway through, Erin sensed something. Activating the third ring on her demon tier weapon, she stabbed it into the ground, creating a huge ice barrier. Leaving the sword in its place, Erin quickly pulled out her other weapon on her back and in a single motion, she cut through what looked like 3 arrows. The arrows, however, didn't break and instead burst into particles. After cutting through the arrows though, a lot of black balls had hit her arms, and chains began to tie her up. Then, turning her head to the right, she found her ice barrier was shattered through and flying straight towards her was Laxmus. If his breath attack didn't work, he would use his fists, which was exactly what he had done against the ice barrier. And now that it was out of the way, he had gathered 2 more red beams in his hands and threw them out towards Erin. This time, Erin felt like she had no choice. Her armor began to glow brightly. This wasn't just any armor. Instead, it was a complete set of demon tier armor Erin had for herself. And the chains coiled around her arms disappeared when the armor began to glow. She quickly went to grab the handle of her demon tier sword, and upon twisting the hilt, a red streak activated over the weapon, and the 3 circles on her sword started to light up. Immediately, Erin slashed the sword out, sending out a ray of fire, which looked like the sword a giant snake made of flames was slithering out. Redirecting the red beams towards the tunnel of flames, Laxmus had broken through, but he was no longer able to attack Erin. Finding himself open, Laxmus jumped away and surprisingly landed not too far away from Layla. At the same time, Erin had taken a step back as well, and now she was around 20 meters away from the 2 of them. The battle between Layla and Laxmus had already destroyed the area around them. With everyone else having run off to fight the over-dampiers, no one was within the vicinity of the area. Both the red vampire leaders teamed up against me. I thought you pathetic vampires would have more pride than this. Do you see me bringing my teammates? Aaron asked. Honestly, for Layla, who just had a life and death battle against Laxmus a few moments ago, leaving her on the brink of her death, it was strange for her to stand by Laxmus's side. However, since she saw that Laxmus wasn't looking her way and wasn't attacking her right now, in that small interaction, Laxmus must have known as well. If they were to fight against this person one-on-one, there was a good chance that even someone like Laxmus would lose. I'll support you, Layla said, using the sword in its bow form again. If it comes to fighting her with a sword, I won't win. You're better at close combat and you have your shadow. I'll help you the best I can. Laxmus didn't reply, but no response was usually him agreeing. Both of you will fight me together? That will be better because it will only make me stronger, Erin said with her eyes glowing an even brighter yellow. The damper energy instantly covered her entire body, and her hair began to fly back on its ends. It was then that Laxmus started to chuckle. This one is truly a troublesome one, Laxmus said. Enough for my master to decide to give me even more power, just so I can get rid of you, and that I will. I will get rid of this troublesome god slayer for him. Since the Dampiers had only attacked from one direction, the red vampires thought they might have an advantage. Therefore, to contain the Dampiers to one area, all the red vampires headed for the entrance from where the former had broken through and had begun the attack. The vampires wanted to use the location to their advantage, and had decided that upon reaching the entrance, they would fire off their blood aura, use their beast weapons and everything at their disposal to attack the Dampiers that were coming through. However, the Dampiers were able to push through, and even took down a large number of the red vampires for a few reasons. For one, the Dampiers had all attacked from one location because they had predicted how the red vampires would act. If they were all together, it actually gave a little boost to the Dampiers being around so many vampires at once. Using this adrenaline rush, the Dampiers could defeat the red vampires easier than they usually would have. Another reason was the fears that vampires had in them regarding their counterparts. They believed that the Dampiers were very powerful and dangerous, and this had already made them quite apprehensive about the incoming battle. But, regardless of all this, it wasn't the only reason the Dampiers had an easier time. The main reason behind this one-sided battle was that the red vampires were already injured in the first place. So even if they didn't feel any weaker, they were tired. They had been fighting each other a few moments ago and had consumed most of their strength and stamina due to strong attacks, and to heal their bodies from wounds. Perhaps they were at 80% of their peak strength, but against such strong enemies it was a considerable disadvantage. Eventually, the fighting spread out from one location. The Dampiers had made the impact they needed to, and the red vampires were now retreating. The fighting had spread over several streets, on top of buildings, and even more throughout the city. Still, not everything was in favor of the Dampiers, as their progress was coming to a somewhat halt due to one particular reason. In each group of red vampires that were fighting, they had what they called true followers, the vampires with a marking. But, realizing the severe nature of the fight, they had decided to transform. These true followers, beaming with celestial power, took on all sorts of different forms, looking like different types of demons from all over. Their power was strong, and some were even able to kill a few Dampiers here and there, something the regular red vampires hadn't been able to do. One of the females in a group of 4 was on a rooftop of one of the buildings. She had a helmet on, which only the captains of the Dampiers had. Firmly holding back her enemies, Captain and I faced one of these true followers. Some Dampiers in her group were injured by the transformed vampire and were finding it hard to heal. Remember, our queen is fighting the hardest of them all. She is going through the worst and having the hardest time of all of us. So the least we can do is help her out a little. And I shouted to motivate her people. It invigorated the other's spirit, and at that moment all 4 of them split up. The others went towards red vampires, fighting them one-on-one, while the captain decided to go for the transformed vampire that looked like a regular vampire apart from all the tentacles sticking out from its back. He extended them and went straight for an eye. She carefully avoided the first two, allowing them to hit the tiles. At the same time, cut through the third and fourth tentacle coming towards her. Then she quickly swung her yellow sword, and a string of aura went out, and the true follower had done the same, swinging both hands. He created a crisscross pattern in the air. When both of the strikes had hit each other, to Nee's surprise, her attack had lost out. Suddenly she was grabbed by the tentacle in the air and slammed into the rooftop. Out of desperation, I had to grit her teeth and make the tough decision. She slashed her sword at her own foot, slicing it cleanly off so the vampire could no longer hold her. Because of the impact, she rolled towards the true follower on the ground, and using her good leg, she hopped up. She touched her satchel, but there wasn't any knife, so without hesitation, she threw her sword, which hit the true follower right in the middle of his forehead and killed him on the spot. This is a lot harder than we expected. We were told about the true followers, but for there to be this many of them. I hopped over to where her foot was, and attaching it to her torso, she used her chi powers to heal the wound until she finally reattached it. One from her squad had died, and the other 3 survived. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end of the battle for them, as there were others and many more things they needed to deal with. With all these true followers, this battle might be quite even. I hope our queen can achieve her objective so we can retreat as soon as possible. I said to herself, "You are wrong about one thing," a voice said. Suddenly, I felt herself in the air and wrapped around in shadow. She tried to use her chi to disrupt the shadow, but it wasn't working. Looking at who it was and how they were dressed, I could tell that it was a guardian. With us joining in this fight, this won't be even at all. Remember, you were the ones that had brought this on yourself, coming to us. It was true. I had forgotten about the guardians, who were a step above the true followers. Although the Dampiers were stronger than most of the vampires and vampire elites, they didn't have many that could deal with an actual guardian. Flora and Aaron were stronger than guardians, but were probably the only ones who could face them. This power gap was a pretty significant issue within the Dampiers. Holding out his finger, it looked like the guardians were ready to use a blood cannon on an eye, making sure to finish her off once and for all. He thrusted his hand forward, and it had crunched back as a large force of red aura was sent Nee's way. As it was about to reach her, another energy came and hit the aura head-on. What is that? Is it lightning? But why is it red? I was taken aback. Did someone just save her? But who? Over at other locations, strange things were happening as well. Another guardian was hit in the arm several times, while one was hit in the back. There were also reports of a vampire hitting others. Blue lightning was flashing across the whole settlement. The attack was that strong. Back on the previous battlefield, as an eye tried to regain her composure, a woman with a spear stepped forward. "We made our choice," Lucia stated. "We originally came here to pay back the red vampires for what they did to us. So you damn guardians are our #1 targets." Lifting the spear, Lucia swung it down at the shadow hand. It was covered in red lighting and had broken through the shadow, which surprised the guardian. Then, just as he was about to act, another attack came from behind, similar to the woman in front. "What is going on here?" the guardian shouted, deeply confused. I was now on her knees, thankful to the stranger who had saved her. She could tell she was a human and not a damper or vampire. She wondered what a human was doing in a place like this and even wanted to thank her. But before she could react, the tip of the spear was pointed in her face. "They told me to make something very clear. We are here for them but not to help you. So if anyone gets in our way, we will get rid of them too." At the same time, someone else announced the same words. "Now that you heard what I said," Peter replied, "tell me, why the fuck did you just try and attack me?" Peter asked, staring at Flora after having just crashed on the ground, landing between her and Xander. The last way Jake ever expected to enter the red vampire base was falling through the sky. Perhaps it would have been a relaxing moment for him if it wasn't for the fact that he was heading straight into a war zone. Even now, still high up in the air, he could see blasts of energy shooting off in different directions. One attack nearly hit him, but Jake had to harden his arm and was able to whack it away. What aim was that? How did an attack from below get up here? Damn it, Peter. Damn you all. Dad. You never warned me that I would be traveling with a bunch of idiots. Looking around him, Jake could see that Peter's attack pushed away everyone, and it looked like they would all end up landing in a different location. However, one person in particular seemed to be having a peaceful fall down. It was the beautiful vampire Muka. She had her eyes closed as if she knew all of the attacks from below would miss her, and indeed, none of the attacks even came close to her. What kind of trickery is that? Anyway, I can't focus on other people. I need to focus on my own situation. If I had known we would be falling, I would have brought a wind ability or something. In the end, thinking of his abilities, he decided the only thing he could do was harden his body and crash into the ground, which was exactly what he did. His hard body skidded and bounced across a whole street, crushing everything from the impact like a meteor. It had even hit a few damper and vampires, severely injuring them. When Jake could finally balance himself, he turned around and instantly covered both hands with blue lightning. I'm sorry, Dad. I think I broke your portal, but in return, I'll try to get rid of these headaches for you. Using his super speed, taking advantage of the confusion and chaos, Jake used his super speed, rushed to a nearby vampire, and grabbed it by the head. Since his hands had the power of lighting in them, the vampire could feel pain going through his body, and in the next second, a sped-up hardened knee smashed the vampire in the face. Just then, a whip of yellow aura had come towards Jake. Seeing this, he jumped and spun in the air, avoiding the blow. Then, as soon as he landed, he fired 2 lightning strikes at the attacking damper, hitting her on the shoulder and in the stomach, instantly killing her. As soon as the first damper fell, another one came from the side and this one decided to use her weapon. When she jumped and swung it down from above, Jake lifted his hand and used his hardened hand to block the attack. At the same time as lifting his hand, Jake stomped his foot, and in doing so, 2 spikes from the earth with hardened tips stabbed the damper in the leg. This chance allowed Jake to quickly hit the man in the stomach and send him flying into another building. Lighting, hardening, earth, and super speed. I love using all of these abilities together. Jake smiled to himself as he continued forward and went to attack the other vampire that was straight ahead. Since both Dampiers and vampires were attacking him, Jake had no qualms about attacking both factions. After all, the Green family weren't really on the Red vampires or the Damper side. Both groups were headaches for the former. However, when he threw out a fist of lighting, it stopped before touching the last vampire as a wall of shadow appeared in front of him. Oh, it looks like I hit the jackpot. I've been looking for you Guardian guys since you disturbed our tournament, Jake claimed. There seem to be more annoying people joining this fight, the Guardian replied, sinking into his shadow and appearing on top of one of the buildings away from Jake. But the darkness is our dominion, and there are shadows everywhere that I can use, the Guardian stated. It was then that something began to appear from the ground. Jake noticed that it was hard to see where the shadows were because of the dark inside the place. However, he could soon see whatever was coming out of the shadows. Man, you guys have more of these things? And I thought only he could summon them. Out of the shadow, beasts came out, but not just any beasts. These were the same types that Laxmus summoned in the tournament, and he clearly remembered that these beasts also had the shadow power. At the same time, the other Guardians were doing a similar thing in different locations. It looked like just the Guardian were not the trump card, but these special beasts were too. The Red vampires were pushing the Dampiers back, much more than they could have ever imagined. 2 people crashed from the sky at once somewhere on the battlefield, destroying the building from their momentum alone. One of them was Jessica, and because of the impact of the fall, she was a bit hurt and was coughing hard because of the dust. Then, looking down at her chest, she found a little girl sitting on her. Are you all right? Did you get hurt, Minnie? She said in a pained voice, finding it hard to breathe. Minnie eventually got off, brushing a few crumbs from the building off her. Immediately, though, she bared her fangs when she heard footsteps rushing into the building. For Dampiers had their swords out, pointed towards them. Wait, don't attack. I'm one of you, Jessica said, quickly transforming her eye and making it turn yellow. Although only one of her eyes had turned, which the Dampiers found strange, they could recognize the energy well. "Wait! That little girl! She's a vampire!" One of the Dampiers shouted and immediately slashed his sword towards her. Jessica pulled out her dagger at that moment, parrying away the sword. "Damn you guys! Are you so cruel to even attack a little child?" she shouted. "That's not a child. She's a vampire, and we must eliminate all vampires." 4 of them at once would be a bit too much for Jessica to handle, but before Jessica could even move to attack, she saw that someone else had made a move. It was Minnie. She was already in the air and instantly appeared behind one of the Dampiers. And while in the air, she had already transformed into her little devil-like form, and with a single swipe, she had sliced the Damper's head off, and blood spilt everywhere. As Minnie landed on the ground, she quickly ran off again, swiping at the other Dampier's legs, and as she hit them, large chunks of their limbs would go missing. "Get the vampire!" One of the Damper cried in pain. "She's too fast. I've never seen a vampire like this before. What the hell is she?" Another one screamed. Honestly, even Jessica was shocked at this scene. She didn't know Minnie could be this brutal, especially as a child. She quickly got a hold of herself and started to use her strings to attack the distracted Dampier's legs and pulled on them, making them fall to the ground. "Minnie, you can stop now," Jessica shouted, but another group ran into the building, and this time it was the red vampires. Outside, away from most of the fighting, one large-scale fight was going on. Peter was attacking Flora with his special headtail. He had transformed using his celestial energy, and Flora was on the defensive. She was using all her aura and strength to stop all the incoming attacks from the headtail. However, her hand began to turn numb, and whenever an opportunity arose, Peter would punch her straight in the stomach and send her flying into the buildings. "Dad? Who is that person?" June was shocked by this display of strength. Xander was still in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. It's Peter, but how is he here?" Then in answer to his daughter's question, he replied, "Peter is someone your dad beat a long time ago. You can't be joking at this moment, Dad," Kev replied. "That guy is a lot stronger than you." "I know," Xander replied, "which is why I'm wondering what happened to him." Just then, Peter returned from his fight and appeared on the rooftop in front of them. In his hands, he was holding half-unconscious and thoroughly bloodied Flora by her hair. Peter had defeated the second strongest Damper just like that. Although Layla was aiming her bow and arrow at Aaron, she hadn't realized it. She was careful in her next move and was waiting for what Laxmus would do next. On the other side, Aaron was also ready to battle against the red vampire leaders, and to aid her in this, she had very powerful means. For one, the armor she was currently wearing, what it exactly did, what its properties were, and how much would it aid her in this fight. So far, it had broken the spiritual chains that bound her, which Laxmus could do as well, but it took more time for him. Then there were her Damper powers, swordsmanship skills, and demon-tier weapons that she had kept with herself for a long time. "If both of you will just continue staring at me, then I guess it's up to me to get this show started." Aaron stabbed her sword into the ground, and a trail of ice spread across the floor, aiming straight for Layla and Laxmus. Seeing this, Laxmus clenched his fists and punched the ground when the ice was just a few inches away from him, shattering and stopping it there. Surprisingly, Layla could also block the ice with the help of her chi. Did he use pure physical strength to block that ice? "I'm sure anything that touches the ice coming from that sword will be frozen," Layla thought. On closer inspection of Laxmus, though, she noticed he had small parts of the shadow constantly moving over his entire celestial body form. "You have been a pain in my backside for a long time," Laxmus said as shadow started to spurt out from his leg and began to cover the entire area the three were fighting in. Eventually, it rose, creating a shadow dome that encased all three of them inside. Laxmus then opened his mouth and fired a blood breath beam straight toward Aaron. However, rather than blocking the attack this time, she quickly stepped out of the way but instantly had to defend herself using her sword from the three incoming chi arrows. Slashing her sword in a perfect motion, Aaron was able to slice through all of them and block the attacks. However, by now, Laxmus had enough time to prepare another attack. Since the blood breath had missed the target, it went straight at the Shadow Dome's wall behind Aaron and returned from a different direction after getting reflected. Jumping at the right time again, Aaron avoided the attack once again. However, this time while she was in the air, she twisted the handle of her sword and covered it in flames before striking down on the red blood beam, slicing through it. But by the time she landed, Layla had again fired another set of arrows, this time 5 at once. The truth was Layla couldn't summon so many chi arrows at once, but using her ability, she was able to hold on somehow, and that's what she had done to fire 5 at once, and she did it at the perfect moment. On top of that, she had moved into the perfect position for her next attack. I need to stop considering her as the old Aaron and start thinking of her as the bitch that just tried to kill me moments ago. The arrows were too fast for Aaron to use her sword to block this time, so instead, she decided to activate her armor once more. It lit up, and when the arrows hit her, it looked like they passed right through her. And instead, they hit the shadow done behind Aaron, which displaced a bit before recovering back to its original state. "Watch your aim," Laxmus shouted, charging in his bare fists now that he was annoyed. Aaron went to strike with her sword, swinging it, but Laxmus instantly grabbed it with his bare hand and kicked her in the stomach. Perhaps it looked like a normal kick in the shadow space, but Layla knew that kick had enough force to destroy mountains. And when Laxmus kicked Aaron and sent her flying into the air, he disappeared from the spot using his shadow, only to appear right behind her. At that point, Aaron had stabbed her large sword to the ground to get hold of herself and brought out her katana blade, swinging it behind her. This time, the attack was a lot faster, and when Laxmus tried to grab it once again, he had missed it entirely. However, as the katana hit his hands, it didn't hurt Laxmus. Aaron wasn't bothered by this and slashed the katana at Laxmus from a different direction. Since she was no longer using the large sword, she could move at a much faster speed, much faster than Laxmus, as he couldn't do a thing to catch her. Layla fired another few arrows from behind, but even while in the middle of attacking Laxmus, Aaron deflected the incoming attack, taking out the arrows with ease. "A sneak attack will never work on me. Do you forget what power I have?" Aaron shouted. Her whole katana lit up yellow, and then slashing from up to down in one smooth motion, she made a large attack, which cut through the shadow dome and even sliced through the walls of the settlement on the outside. It had cut through everything that came in its way, including Laxmus. Although he had no deep cut on his body, there was a diagonal slash over his face. Now extremely infuriated, Laxmus managed to move faster than he usually would have, and instead of trying to grab the weapon, he caught both of Aaron's arms. Holding her still, he opened his mouth wide and stretched it, gathering the red aura he usually would. Quickly seeing this, Layla decided to run over towards the sword. With it being a demon weapon, as long as she got her hands on it, it would give her a power boost even if she didn't use it and just had it on her back. However, the second the beam had left Laxmus's mouth, Aaron's armor lit up again, and once again, they saw the attack go right through Aaron without hurting her. And just like that, she was also able to get out of Laxmus's grasp, and then, moving her sword, she released all her yellow aura and putting all her strength into one attack, she stabbed the katana Laxmus right through his stomach. Laxmus was genuinely surprised. His shadow, his celestial body, and even the fact that he was an original vampire, far stronger than the others, none of that had seemed to work against this woman. Her attacks didn't feel tough and powerful, and neither did this woman seem to have anything special in her. Yet why was he unable to defeat her? "I know what you're thinking. You don't understand, do you? Simple. I am just different from you in every way. A simple action from me has a far greater significance than yours ever will be. And soon, I will make you realize that you amount to nothing," Aaron shouted. Laxmus went to swipe toward Aaron, but she quickly moved back, and his attack missed the target. While dodging Laxmus's attack, Aaron sensed another power building up not far from her. She turned around and saw that Layla had the demon tier sword in her hands, which wasn't just one demon tier weapon but two, with the attachment. "Aaron, what has happened to you?" Have you forgotten everything? Why do you hate us so much? Why do you hate vampires? Look at the sword you are using and the skill that you have. Wasn't that all taught to you by Leo? What do you think he would think? Layla shouted. Leo, he was a great teacher. But in the end, he was a vampire, and we all know what has to happen to vampires. They can't control themselves, and they would eventually kill everyone. So I must get rid of all of them. Hearing Aaron talk just felt strange to Layla. It wasn't like this was some urge to kill vampires. Instead, it was more like she genuinely believed in those words. Now be a little darling and give me back my weapon before you hurt yourself, Aaron demanded. You can forget the sword unless you come to your senses, Layla shouted. What happened to you? What happened to you and Leo? Is that what changed everything? Behind them, Laxmus had finally pulled out the sword from his stomach and instantly placed it in his shadow. Now, Aaron could no longer use the katana blade she had been using, which meant she had no weapon, and although Aaron was strong, she was mainly a swordsman. This bare hand against the two you would be tiring, and I'm going to need a weapon. So you leave me with no choice? Aaron gritted her teeth, ignoring Layla's words and keeping an eye out for Laxmus. A dark portal opened right next to Layla, and as she turned around, she saw a giant claw coming right at her. Unfortunately, because she was focused on Aaron, she moved a moment too late, and the tip of the claw instantly sliced at the wrist, cutting her arm. The attack went through my second stage chi so easily. Who is this? Layla was shocked by this, and when her maimed hand fell on the ground, so did the sword. But Layla had no choice but to retreat and use the flames to stop the bleeding, and that's when she saw her assailant's face. It was an enormous, terrifying monster with claws so long that they scraped the ground. But for Layla, this monster was familiar because it once belonged to someone close to her. Without a doubt, what Layla was looking at right now was the Bone Claw, one of the four kings of the familiar world. Once again, someone she hadn't seen in a long time had stirred long-forgotten memories. The Bone Claw, he was initially linked with Quinn. But when Quinn went into slumber, this familiar left him. Later, the vampires were less and less inclined to use familiars due to all the deaths that kept occurring with them. I heard the rumors but didn't think it would be true. What do Aaron and Quinn have in common for them both to be able to link with the Bone Claw? Layla thought. Staggering a bit, Layla could see that her vision had faded slightly. It was not because of the wound on her hand that had already been somewhat sealed. Instead, it was because of the energy of the black sword. You are close to your limit of containing the power. If the celestial energy from me consumes you completely, it's unlikely that you could get out. Who knows what will become of you then? The sword warned. When the sword said these words, Layla felt a stinging pain in her left eye, which was now already half black. Bone Claw lifted the demon tier sword with its large claws and teleported, appearing beside Aaron and then handing her sword back. Seeing this as an opportunity, Layla used her telekinesis powers to pull her hand and bring it back towards her. Eventually, she reattached the hand with her green flames again. She rotated her wrist a few times to ensure everything was in working order, but she didn't have much time to do anything else as a claw was heading her way. Immediately using her black sword, which had long since reverted to its original shape, she clashed against the long claws of Bone Claw. There seemed to be a struggle of powers, but Layla won out as she pushed through. Before she could follow with strength in her attack, she felt like the pressure against her had disappeared, and that was because it had. The Bone Claw was no longer in front of her. Behind you, the sword shouted. Listening to the words, Layla spun around and tried to block the attack. Her maneuver was extremely lucky as she pushed back the incoming attack. Let me take over. I'll protect you. You trust me now, right? You trust that I can take care of both of us and make it out of this alive. So you just focus on not letting the energy take over, and I'll protect both of us. There was no other option for Layla, and the veins that were shooting up her arms, although others couldn't see them, had now shot to her heart and partly up her head towards her brain. One of Layla's eyes was still 1/3 white. When Bone Claw went to attack again, Layla parried him away and even went on offense by sending a strike at him. It hit the beast, causing it to push its shoulder back in an attempt to defuse the blow, as the attack's impact also caused it to stop the relentless teleporting attacks. I taught you everything I knew about swordsmanship, but you never were meant to use the sword. In the end, you can fight better with your own powers, which is why we decided not to go down this path. However, this damned monster is weaker than the other two you were fighting, so I will at least beat him for you. The sword shouted, giving itself confidence despite no one being able to hear it. Erin started to spin her sword, and as she did, the momentum would create heat waves, and suddenly, they would change to frost as well. She had long mastered the attachment demon tier item and the sword to switch between the two seamlessly. Now that the other one is no longer distracting us, the two of us can fight to our fullest. Erin shouted while tightening the grip over her sword. Although Laxmus didn't say anything, every cell in his body was at boiling point. There had never been someone in the whole universe he wanted to crush more than her. The shadow dome surrounding them started sinking as it returned to Laxmus. Since it wasn't working, there was no use for it. His arm was still bleeding, and so was his stomach. The first to act was Laxmus, as he threw out both of his fists at the same time toward Erin. He was too far from her for his attacks to work, but halfway through his attack, enormous shadow fists had come out and went straight to crush Erin. Jumping in the air, Erin avoided the incoming blows and allowed them to hit the ground, creating a mini crater. Then, she activated the first ring of her sword and shot out an ice spike towards the shadow. On the other hand, while still in the air, Laxmus attempted to use his blood breath. But by this time, Erin had twisted her wrist and directed the attack towards him. But instead of snow spike, it was a fire breath. When landing on her ice spike attack from earlier, it didn't affect her, and she used it as a footing to push off from, heading straight towards Laxmus without any hesitation. Laxmus threw his fist again from a distance. His shadow extended, coming at Erin like a large pole. Although this attack once again completely missed Erin, it didn't matter. The shadow expanded and quickly spread out like a spider web. The same thing happened with the other fist, and both were beginning to get interlinked. It happened so fast that some of it even brushed Erin before she could react. And the moment the shadow came in contact with Erin, she felt her movements slow down. It looked like the shadow web from all around was slowly enveloping her and was decreasing in size. Just then, Laxmus had pushed off the second his spider web caught Erin, and his fist was glowing red as he threw it right towards her head, intending to finish her off in a single attack. I can get out of here if I activate my armor, but that's going to take some time. Erin thought, so instead of taking a risk with the armor, she did something else. Right before Laxmus's fist could hit her, an object appeared in between the two of them. It glowed before bearing its shape, but a dark purple shell materialized, bracing Erin from the impact. Now far away from this fight, on one of the half-destroyed buildings, Lucia was looking at the whole fight, and she wasn't alone as Captain and I was with her as well. They had fought together and defended themselves from anyone who attacked them, and when the Shadow Dome disappeared, it caught many people's attention, including these two. How does she have the familiar that once belonged to the Greylash family? Lucia clenched her hand. I don't know, but I will find out once that fight is over. A voice replied, and it was one Lucia had become familiar with. Peter and she had recognized him, but not the three others by his side. After Xander had explained himself, Peter allowed him to come with him, and Peter surprisingly remembered him well. At first, Xander thought he might get hit, but Peter had asked if he was okay, leading them to this. Xander had truthfully told Peter that although he wasn't heavily injured, Layla was in big trouble, and Xander then even asked a favor, even though he knew he didn't deserve one, and he had requested Peter to help Layla and save her life. By the time Peter reunited with Lucia, Xander had explained everything he could to Peter, enough for the latter to understand the ongoing situation and make his own judgments. However, after looking at the ongoing fight in front of him, Peter decided it was better to not jump into it straight away and let the two faction leaders weaken each other, and then, on the right moment, he would swoop in and deal with the weakened one. Since none of the two were really their allies, he didn't care who the weakened party away, as long as Layla was all right. It's a damper, June said, baring her fangs and ready to attack, but Lucia quickly stood up. "It's okay. She's not hurting anyone. We saved each other's lives a couple of times. I can vouch for her. She's not going to do anything," Lucia said. "What about their urge?" Kev pointed. "You vouch how many times you want. But we all know they can't help themselves against the urge." "That's not true," and I answered. "Although we indeed have an urge when we are near vampires, we can use this to either strengthen us or simply suppress it. Trust me, not just I, but all the damper can control themselves." Upon hearing this, a strange look of confusion appeared on everyone's face, including Xander, because this was not what they had been made to believe. "Wait, what about your queen? Is she the same? Can she control this urge?" Xander asked, and I nodded. Of course. After all, she was the one who taught us how to control it. The shell that had appeared in front of Aaron to block Laxmus's punch wasn't an ordinary shell, nor was it a beast item. Instead, it was another familiar and one of the legendary Four Kings known for his defensive shell and massive turtle-like body, Genbu. Of course though, despite the shell getting more robust over the years as Genbu deshelled and got new ones, it was nothing in front of a being like Laxmus's fists because the latter had enough strength to destroy mountains and quite possibly the earth itself if hit and directed at the right spot. However, Aaron had already predicted this but still used the shell for a reason that it was a backup plan, and it did work because the shell turned out to be strong enough to give her a few moments to get a hold of herself. The shell cracked and was slowly getting destroyed as the force spread out. Finally, when it dispersed into energy particles, Laxmus's fist continued onward. But Aaron was no longer there, having escaped the Shadow's spider web. This fight wasn't over yet, and neither of them was willing to give up as both readied themselves to continue this battle. The group was observing the fight between the two from far away, and after hearing what I had just said, they were starting to release many of them, and the others hardly knew anything about the Dampiers. Vampires were just taking in what they had learnt and been taught for years about the dangerous nature of the Dampiers, and because many vampires were being targeted and attacked by the latter regularly, the new generations took it as fact, but now, after hearing about another side of the story, it didn't seem like things were as straightforward as they had all believed. "Wait, isn't that the bone claw that Quinn used to have?" Peter finally noticed the huge figure fighting off Layla. "I am pretty sure that's Quinn's familiar, but didn't she also use that turtle? How can a person have two familiars? I thought that wasn't possible." Honestly, the others were confused about many things too, and most of them hadn't even heard of the familiars. "I'm really not sure," Xander replied. "The familiars have been acting strangely with the vampires after the war. Contracts became almost impossible to form, and those vampires that did get contracts were killed by their familiars, so we stopped the whole thing altogether. You must keep one thing in mind. These aren't just any familiars. Those are the kings that rule that world. Maybe the rules don't apply to them, or Aaron figured out some way to make it like this." One person, in particular, was devastated by this news, and she couldn't hold it in. You have to explain to me, why does she have that turtle spirit thing? I must get to the bottom of this. Tell me. Was Aaron who killed Owen Greylash. There was a reason for Lucia's little theory. The familiar Genbu had stayed with Owen and stayed with him for a long time through his struggles to establish a safe haven for everyone. So much so that there was even a statue of this familiar on the main Greylash planet. It was why Lucia also knew of the turtle, but for what the elders of the Greylash family had told them, these spirits or familiars, as she heard the others call, didn't leave their host's side unless they or the latter died. So seeing Aaron with it, she could only think of one thing, and her friendliness to the damper captain was on thin ice. "I'm sorry, Lucia. I know you want an answer, but I honestly don't know," I replied. "This is the first time I have seen our queen use it in battle. She has used the other one before, but not this one. However, I want to give you the answers you are looking for because you saved my life. Although I don't know anything about it, someone else might." The first damper that Aaron turned, Flora, has always been by the former's side, so I am sure she might know the answer. At that moment, Xander and his two kids turned to look at Peter, shaking their heads and almost face-palming. Not too long ago, Peter had managed to defeat Flora with ease. In fact, he had dragged her out of the rubble by her hair. However, the kids started to shout at Peter and came toward him. Since Peter had no clue who these people were, including Xander, Peter believed them to be more enemies and jumped back. In that split second, Flora took advantage of Peter's wariness against the trio. She hit the floor with the heel of her foot and, using all her damper energy, shattered the rooftop, causing them both to fall. Unfortunately, by the time they regained their composure, Flora was nowhere to be seen. Since Peter thought he had more people to deal with, he didn't even bother chasing Flora and felt that even if he let someone as weak as her left running about, it wouldn't change anything. We could have gotten a lot of answers from her. For instance, what happens to Owen? And the familiars? Also, most importantly, why is Erin being like this and why does she hate the vampires so much? The battle in front of them continued with neither person getting the upper hand. It looked like Laxmus was slowly getting faster, his hits getting more powerful, and they weren't sure if it was an illusion, but his size was getting bigger as well. As the fight continued, Laxmus carried on with more powerful techniques, different blood abilities and such. This was all because his so-called master was supplying him with more energy as the fight continued. Laxmus had only one goal, to defeat the person in front of him, but still, despite all of this, Laxmus was failing. "I've had enough," he shouted so loud at the top of his lungs that it resounded throughout the underground settlement. "I will beat you no matter what I have to do." Letting out a large wide-range beam, Laxmus tried to hit Erin, or at least this is what she thought he was trying to do. But she noticed it was the first time he had made such a wide-range blood breath attack compared to his normal single beam. That's when she noticed that Laxmus had both hands raised, and the shadow in his hands looked like flames. At the same time while this was happening, the others who were fighting against the Guardians noticed something. Ashley, Muka, Jake, Shiro, Mitchell, Hannah and the Dampiers suddenly noticed their opponent's shadow powers had dispersed. What did you do?" One of the Guardians shouted in panic. "I didn't do anything," Ashley replied. "I can't use the shadow myself." The two of them looked off in the distance, and after concentrating, they could see the shadow either leaving their bodies from their feet or the crystal. Their powers were disappearing, being sucked from them and heading in a certain direction. "I originally owned the shadow, and by adding it with celestial powers, I have made the shadow stronger than ever. With this power, I will become a god of the shadows and make it so everyone suffers the same fate I once did. The fear of the sun, the fear of sunlight, the pain it brings is excruciating. Everyone, human beings, life forms, or anything that lives will experience what I had to go through. I will become the god of darkness." Laxmus's words once again resounded throughout the settlement. And when he finished his words, the shadow began to envelop him and turn solid, leading to a whole new transformation of Laxmus. Over his shoulder, giant shoulder guards with several spikes sticking out for them appeared. Next, shadow armor appeared on his forearms and body, and this armor had the same face, somewhat like how Laxmus's current face looked like. Then on top of his head, two horns appeared, solidified by his shadow but looked partially cut off as they were thick and flat at the end rather than sharp and pointy. Finally, clasping both hands together, Laxmus began to create a separate attack, and this one too looked like Laxmus's normal blood breath, but instead of red, this one was dark in color. It didn't have the same consistency as his shadow powers but was undoubtedly the same color, and it looked like even Laxmus was struggling to condense the substantial amount of energy because his hands were shaking. "It looks like I might need everyone's help for this one," Erin shouted, and just then, a light appeared below her, and what emerged was none other than another familiar king, the great horse that a certain person used to ride. It was glowing with a green aura from its nostrils and eyes. At the same time, another black cat figure appeared on Erin's shoulder, quickly moving to her head. And while these two appeared, Erin clutched her demon-tier weapon as her armor also began to shine. "This is the end," she shouted as the horse charged forward, and Laxmus unleashed his dark beam of energy toward her. The people who knew about the familiars, or had researched them, or maybe were around when they were more common, were shell-shocked upon witnessing the scene in front of them. It was already incredible for a person to have two familiars, but now, they were stumped upon seeing all four kings linked to a single person. because it was an unprecedented event for everyone at the scene. Either way, it was something that they didn't have much time to think about. Aaron and Laxmus had moved at an incredible speed, and an immense amount of powers clashed at once. The shockwave from the clash instantly destroyed the last remaining buildings around the area. It was an invisible wave that shook the air itself, and even though the buildings were made from reinforced material from a different planet, not from Earth, the aftershock destroyed them. The vibrations caused all buildings to crumble right there and then, including the one where the others were watching from. The very flooring collapsed, and everyone braced themselves. The fighting throughout the large settlement was coming to a stop. Members of both factions were now more focused on saving themselves from the aftermath of the battle between their leaders. After the initial wave that had crushed the buildings, more shockwaves came out, and the force was enough to send many to their knees. Both the vampires and Dampiers were strong, and they couldn't help but wonder how such an energy force could make them feel this way. When the shockwaves went through their bodies, it was like someone had hit them from the inside out, and eventually, a few of them even started to cough out blood. "Is everyone okay?" Xander shouted. He was holding up the roof they were standing on a few moments ago, and the shockwaves destroyed them, causing them to fall to the ground. As for why he was holding up, it was to save his children from getting crushed. "Dad, we are strong enough to hold that ourselves, you know? You don't have to try and act all cool in front of us." June shook her head, although the corner of her lips was curved upwards. Meanwhile, Kev helped push the piece of rubble off, and the three of them looked to see if the others were okay, and that's when they could see Peter standing upright, although half of the rubble and one whole side wall were on his head. It looked as if part of a building fell on him, but he simply had just stood there, allowing it to crash on his hard head. But what was surprising and making the two kids snicker a bit was what he was holding. He held Lucia in a Princess Carrie in his hands, and his face was hunched over hers, staring at her. "Did you get hurt?" Peter asked. "And no," Lucia answered, and rather than be embarrassed and jump out of Peter's arms quickly, she decided to stay like this for a few moments. Besides, Peter was strong, right? He could hold a frail woman like Lucia for a few moments. "Hey, what about me? You could have protected me as well," and I shouted, pushing a few of the rocks off of her leg. She had seen Peter rush over and thought he would protect both of them, but he had just grabbed Lucia and didn't even glance at her. "Hey, look!" Kev's shout suddenly attracted everyone's attention. The energy waves continued spreading, but now a giant ball of energy also appeared where the two were fighting seconds ago. It was growing bigger and smaller, as if the power was trying to condense itself. "It reminds me of when Quinn beat Graham," Peter mumbled. "Certainly looked like that, but the energy here was different. Rather than Quinn condensing the energy and using his own powers, this was a clash of two powers, and the yellow orb of energy looked far more unstable than when Quinn had condensed the energy." While Peter was thinking about this, the yellow energy was getting larger and larger by the second. Finally, it consumed the ground around it and had already reached the first set of buildings that were originally around the lab. "This doesn't look good," Xander said. "Layla, get out of there!" He screamed at the top of his lungs, hoping Layla had heard. Even now, it seemed like she was somewhat fighting against the bone claw. Although the two were moving away from the enlarging energy sphere, they were still fighting and the closest to it. In the end, Peter started running away while holding Lucia in her hands. "As much as I would like to jump in at the last second and take out Laxmus or Aaron, the most important thing is survival." Maybe because the celestial energy was influencing Peter, but he could feel that this expanding ball of energy was very powerful. However, it was not just him. Everyone could feel it and knew they needed to escape it. So, without hesitation, everyone began to run towards the exit. However, as everyone turned around to run, the yellow ball of energy instantly expanded. It first consumed Layla, and in the next instant, it had covered the entire settlement. As the energy went and grazed everyone, they couldn't hear, feel, or see anything. When they opened their eyes, all they could see was a bright flash of white light in front of them. It made many of them think that they had died, that they had passed on, and this was the afterlife, but after a few moments the light started to fade, and the first thing everyone noticed was the familiar ceiling of the settlement they had been living under for most of their lives. Most of the vampires and Dampiers were on the ground, and slowly they started to get up and turn their heads, wondering what had happened or what was going on. The buildings were still destroyed, but their bodies felt slightly weird, as if the energy within them had been partly zapped. Still, a few began to attack as soon as they saw an enemy damper or vampire. As Peter got up, he checked if everyone around him was all right, and they were, but even he had collapsed and was on the floor. What happened? Wait, what happened to the fight? Peter shouted. He turned around, and with the whole settlement turning almost flat after the fight, it was easier for them all to see. Jessica, Minnie, and everyone alive turned in the direction of where the great energy had come from, and there they saw Erin standing with her Dementir's sword in her hand. She wasn't on her horse and had her back facing away from Laxmus. It was the same for Laxmus. He stood motionless in his horrifying black form that looked far more frightening than a bloodsucker. Both were unmoving, and anyone who noticed this had stopped fighting as they were waiting for either one of their leaders to move. In the end, Laxmus's large body collapsed and fell face first on the floor. It fell straight, unmoving, as if there was no support from his muscles at all. And at the same time, in the area around them, several items started to spew out, being chucked in all sorts of different directions. Some of them large, some of them small. Laxmus had stored all of these items in his shadow, and now that he was dead, they were coming out for everyone to see. At that moment, Erin leapt up and caught two items, her blade and the red heart. I must admit it wasn't as easy as I thought, but I have done it, Erin said, placing the stone inside her armor and away in a safe place. Then turning around, she raised her sword. I can't leave a job unfinished, can I? Saying this, Erin moved towards Layla, who was just now getting up from the ground. Since she was closest to the initial attack, she had taken the longest time to recover, and there was something else as well. She didn't have her black sword. It was at least a few meters away from her. Therefore, there was no way for her to defend against the incoming Erin. Run, Layla! Run! Xander shouted at the top of his lungs and had already started to run as fast as he could. Swinging his arms, he was throwing out his red aura, but he was far too far for his attacks to reach Erin. The projectiles hit nothing but the ground. Erin then raised her sword at Layla and activated the first ring. Burn, she whispered, and a tunnel of flames came out of it, heading straight towards Layla. Layla tried to move, but it felt like her legs weren't listening to her, and all she could do was watch the flames come toward her to engulf her and the person she once called her closest friend, now become the person behind her demise. I owe Quinn a lot, so it would be unfair if you died here. A voice resounded, and in the next instant, someone appeared between her and the incoming flame, and before she could even react, this person threw out a first at the impending attack, and instantly, the flames dispersed. Vorden, Layla whispered. Her eyes widened upon seeing the person in front of her. Well tried, you're almost right. I will give you another guess. Borden winked. Although the power of Erin's flame attack was nowhere near her previous attack just moments ago that had caused everyone to fall asleep, it was still impressive that someone could disperse the flame attack from a Dementir beast weapon with a single punch. This show of strength had even impressed Borden's opponent, Erin. A single punch. What strength you have? She narrowed her eyes for a moment. I didn't sense any use of chi or anything else. You simply did that with raw strength? That certainly is amazing. On top of this, another remarkable thing about him was that Borden didn't seem to have any injuries even after taking Erin's attack head-on. There were only a few scales on his face and arms, and no spikes were sticking out of his back. Yet he was able to draw out this much power, something he couldn't have done before. When looking at Borden now, he could easily be mistaken as a normal human if one didn't pay close attention to his features. Not far away from the battlefield, while the others were seeing the confrontation in front of them, they suddenly felt a gust of wind, and Jake landed in front of the group. What are you guys doing? Come on, we have to help him. He turned around and frowned at the group. What do you mean? Lucia asked. He just managed to get rid of those flames with a single hit. Can't he take her down on his own? Just like the others, Lucia had improved in strength by leaps and bounds after meeting Quinn. However, she knew it was nowhere near the level of power Borden had just showcased. The flame tunnel attack would have completely overpowered her blood lightning attack, and she would have been dead before she knew it. This wasn't why she wasn't so quick to charge in. Didn't you notice? Or have you guys gone blind? Jake shouted with a panicked look on his face. That damn woman they call their queen. She didn't receive a single injury in her fight against Laxmus. She's completely fine. We have to do something. Borden alone can't stop her for long. A look of horror dawned over everyone's face at that moment as they released what Jake had said was true. Her armor didn't even look scuffed, and although there were some difficult moments for Erin during the fight, she hadn't received any fatal wounds at all. Instead, she looked complete normal and didn't even seem worn out. Stay here. Peter opened his mouth as he went over to where Jake was and turned back to the others. Then, addressing the group, he continued, "Don't come too close. There is a good chance you guys could get hurt as well." With that, Peter and Jake were already running to where Layla and Erin were. Not long after, Minnie, Jessica, Muka, Hannah, and a few others like Mitchell had managed to catch up and regroup with Lucia at the ruins of the building and stared at the battlefield. They killed Laxmus? The Dampiers, they were successful in killing our leader. Ashley pursed his lips. Did this all happen because of me? Many vampires at that moment questioned themselves as they realized the leader was dead and the Guardians, who no longer had their shadow powers, felt hopeless, to say the least. In the end, the red vampires were hanging on to one thing. It was the fact that they could still see their other leader, Layla. She was still alive. But for how long? It was hard to tell. Despite seeing Borden taking out her attack, Erin had only shown an initial surprise, but was mainly unfazed as she tightened her grip around her sword and looked like she was ready to clash again. However, her attention was elsewhere as well. It was as if she was looking at other things around her, and it was true because she was interested in a particular item that Laxmus had taken away from her, and she could sense where it was. "Sorry, it's Borden. It's been a long time. I'm sorry I messed up your name," Layla said, both hands on her knees, struggling to stand up. Her head throbbed in pain, and her vision was constantly blurry. "Thank you, but please don't risk your life. Leave this place and help the others get away from here as well." Borden didn't turn around as he was carefully watching Erin. He had a hunch that if he moved from this spot, Erin would instantly attack Layla. But honestly, it was as if Erin wasn't bothered by Borden, apart from the fact that he was getting in her way. "Layla, you don't have to worry about me. I have lived a much longer life than I ever anticipated," Borden shouted as he threw his fist forward. One thing to note was that he didn't step forward and threw it for where he was. Everyone heard a loud bang again, and although it was completely invisible, with the help of her ability, Erin sensed that a dangerous attack was heading her way due to her ability. Immediately, she moved to the side and moved quite the distance, around 2 meters from where she was. Moments later, an explosion resounded, and a part of the settlement wall behind Erin was destroyed, jolting the entire underground settlement they were in. "Another troublesome one who really isn't on my hit list." Erin frowned as she started to move forward, but she did so in a zigzag path. This made it hard for Borden to hit her, but he soon began to throw out fist after fist, creating a large explosion in the ground that only missed Erin by the skin of her teeth. "She seems faster than me, but only a bit, so I know exactly what to do," Borden said, charging off for the first time. His power was explosive, and since he timed it perfectly and was only going in a straight line, he had already reached Erin, grabbing her sword and pushing her back. "You should be careful because something like this, I can break with my bare hands," Borden said, but just as he was about to grab her sword, it started to freeze, and it was as if an ice-type attack was building. Borden let go, but not before kicking her right in the stomach, sending her flying off. As she skidded off the ground, Erin started to spin, and during her spin, she replaced the sword with her katana blade that she had been looking for as soon as Laxmus's items began to pop out. Whilst spinning, she fired little slashes of yellow aura in every direction but mainly concentrated the attack on Borden. He started to move his hands, hitting them away and reflecting the attacks towards the ground. However, he couldn't avoid getting hurt and ended up with many minor cuts throughout his left side. Suddenly though, Erin had stopped and turned her head towards her right, away from Borden. An electric fist came out of nowhere, but she whacked it away in the air with her bare hands. And right before that, she had already gathered chi in both hands and punched the attacker right in the stomach. She sent him back, hurt to the point that he had difficulty breathing. Ah, that hurts. How much chi does she have? That attack went straight through my hardening ability, Jake shouted while rubbing the side of his chest, feeling Aaron's counterattack may have broken a few of his ribs. Jake had thought he had come in at the perfect time, fast enough that she wouldn't notice him, but Jake was unaware of Aaron's ability. Even now, Aaron had it active, overlooking everyone's energy from a bird's eye view. Surprise attacks never seemed to work on her because of this reason, and it was because of this she noticed two things. This is getting more annoying by the second. How has your energy increased? Aaron asked, looking back at Borden, who had green blood gushing out of his wounds. You think I couldn't avoid your attack? Borden replied. I was getting hurt on purpose. I guess it's been too long for you to remember what exactly happens to us when we're hurt. By this time, Jake had recovered and was ready to attempt another attack, this time with a fellow blade. Just then, someone appeared behind Borden and in front of Layla. They say one shouldn't visit someone empty-handed, so I give you this, Peter said, handing the black celestial sword to Layla. As she grabbed it, she looked up, and her eyesight started to become even blurrier by the second. Peter, is it really you? You're back? You're back. I'm sorry that you had to see me like this. Layla's voice quivered, unable to control her emotions upon suddenly seeing another face of a long-lost friend. It's okay. You can tell me all about it later, Peter said as he dropped something heavy by his side, and it made quite the loud thud sound. Let me get rid of our problem first, and then we can talk, Peter said again while kneeling down and placing his hand on someone's body that had died not too long ago. Come on, you bastard. Wake the fuck up and finish your job. The others who had been around Peter for a while knew he was a wight. They knew he was an undead creature, a subclass of the vampires. And they were also well aware that wights could raise the dead and turn them into their loyal servants. However, they didn't know that Peter was a bit special in that regard. Not only could he raise some types of undead that others couldn't, but he could also have two undead at once. But, unfortunately, he had lost his favorite two lesser wights, Hilston and Legs, who came from a five-spike Dalki during the Great War a millennia ago. And, with Peter having gained additional power, there wasn't really a necessity to have lesser wights. In the first place, he didn't want to use anyone that would be weaker than the last two he had. Otherwise, they would just get in his way or slow him down. But now, there was a good opportunity for him. Peter put his hand against Laxmus's back. The latter's body was in good condition apart from a few holes and scratches here and there, but the most important thing was that he wasn't missing any limbs or anything that could make him any weaker. In fact, he even had his wings out even after death, so Peter was hoping he had hit the jackpot. However, Peter didn't realize that he hadn't turned anyone into a lesser wight ever since he woke up from his slumber. Not to mention that he had also received the celestial power from Quinn, which would surely affect his ability. And sure enough, when the energy was leaving his body and going into Laxmus, Peter felt a tingling sensation like he had never felt before. Being a wight had dulled Peter's senses, but right now, he felt as if he had thousands of spiders crawling down on the hand that he had put on Laxmus. And no doubt, the large figure that Aaron had killed not long ago began to twitch and finally stood up. Hey, what's going on? Didn't Laxmus just die? How did he suddenly stand up? June asked. Her lips quivered, mainly out of fear. She wasn't alone. Most of the vampires and dampiers at the scene didn't understand what was happening. There were certain beings that a wight could raise and others that could not. And someone as powerful as Laxmus would fall in the latter category, not to mention he was in his most powerful form. However, seeing him stand up like this, almost everyone on the battlefield found it hard to believe. After all, Laxmus was one of the peak existences in the known solar systems. Come on, Peter shouted. You can't rest yet. Finish the job you started, he added, giving Laxmus a hefty slap on the back. As he did, Laxmus opened his mouth wide, and at that moment, to everyone's surprise, a red aura started to gather in front of his mouth. It was the iconic move that Laxmus had used multiple times while fighting either Eren or Layla. It was the blood breath. And seconds later, the red beam was launched and headed straight towards Eren. Usually, Peter's lesser whites could only use their physical power, and even that was affected somewhat, but Laxmus could still gather the red aura. Peter wasn't sure if this was due to the upgrade in his power because of the celestial energy. Nevertheless, he was satisfied that he now had a strong minion by his side. On the other side, seeing the incoming attack, Eren stabbed her sword into the ground again, creating a giant ice barrier. It was one of the active skills to reflect the attacks from the enemy. However, it hadn't worked against Laxmus' attacks for whatever reason. Either way, it had stopped the attack, although she had to put some of her chi into the ice wall. "Eren, you damn bitch! This is for all those dirty looks you gave me in the past," Peter shouted, throwing out a fist. Eren dodged the attack by moving her head, but Peter had quickly gone down to grab her shoulder and threw her straight to the ground. "You're freaking trying to kill Quinn's wife?" Peter shouted again, his whole body transforming into his celestial form. He now had his headtail, and similar to Laxmus, a strange hardening black material covered his arms. With Peter coming at her quickly, Eren pulled out the katana blade she had just found. Clang! A loud clash resounded as she managed to deflect attacks back to back. Since when did Peter get this strong? I knew he was always powering up, but how? And if he's here, does that mean Quinn is as well? Eren was surprised by her opponent's strength as she charged up her blade to let out a large chi attack that pushed Peter's headtail out of the way. She then quickly took a step forward, bursting with power, ready to slash at Peter's stomach. But before she could, a kick came from her right and hit her right in the ribs, sending her off again. "Did you forget this isn't a one-on-one fight?" Borden shouted as he stepped into the fight as well. And he was right, because there was a certain blade waiting for Eren for payback in the direction he had sent her. As Eren's body flew through the air, Jake had created a hardened pillar of earth and extended it out. Then, using the pillar-like bat, he swung it and hit the incoming Eren. The hit sent the latter in another direction, and when she fell, Eren coughed up blood. For the first time since she came here, Eren was injured. "They're doing it," Hannah said with a smile. "They can defeat the Damper Queen." The people who were fighting against Eren certainly weren't just nobodies. They could have given Laxmus a run for his money, and now they were together against one opponent. Since Eren had already used her 4 kings to fight Laxmus, she couldn't use them again for some time because they were still recuperating from the previous fight. "We can't relax. Guys, be on alert," Jessica said. "So far, the Dampiers haven't decided to get involved, but I can see them fidgeting. They're ready to jump in and fight at any second now." On the battlefield, Eren had twisted the handle of her demon tier sword while bearing through the pain and began spinning it around to create a vortex of flames around her. "I have already used up most of my chi when fighting Laxmus, and now I have to not just fight him again but the others as well. It's not the real Laxmus, and I have achieved my objective. If I stay here, I will die, but if I leave, all of the Dampiers will most likely die." Eren was conflicted, but in the end, she had made her choice. "I have to go." Finally, she made up her mind. Eren stabbed her sword into the ground, and to make sure no one could get close to her, she formed a fire barrier. Although no one was close enough to reach her, Jack saw through her actions and instantly sprinted forward. "This is a defensive move. You think I don't know you're trying to run away?" Jake shouted as he created lightning in his hand and thrust it forward. But at that moment, a giant sword had come between his attack. Jack had never seen this sword before, and it didn't come from Eren. And as soon as Jake's lightning touched the sword, a massive explosion went off, creating smoke throughout the battlefield. "Let's get out of here," someone shouted. And when others turned towards the direction of the voice, they found it was from Eren's most trusted ally, the Damper Flora. Behind her was a teleportation portal, and in her hand was a huge sword. It wasn't just any sword, but the one which once belonged to a person named Arthur. It was the one that had once belonged to the person known as Arthur. "Well, this trip has given us many rewards," Eren thought. She instantly appeared by Flora's side and could sense several attacks coming her way. But Flora had already activated the teleporter for both of them to escape this place. "Goodbye, all of you. But I promise this won't be the last time you see me. I will not stop until I have ridden this whole world of every single vampire. That is my promise. And I will make sure to pay back to everyone who got in my way today." She projected her cry throughout the settlement using her chi as the fire barrier descended. When the dust settled, there was no one to be seen at the same spot. The Damper Queen had escaped. Out of frustration, Peter attacked the spot from where Aaron had teleported. His headtail continued to pound that spot and even created a crater. Seeing Aaron escape right before his eyes had frustrated Peter more than anything. And the fact that she escaped so effortlessly was just putting salt on the wound. In anger, it looked like Peter's new lesser white Laxmus was doing the same. It was punching the ground like an angry gorilla and hitting it repeatedly as it imitated its new master. The ground was easily shaking the whole nearby area. "I don't know if it's just me, but I find it so weird to look at," Kev said. "I mean, after how much we were afraid of Laxmus and the fact that everyone in the Red Vampires respected him, and now for him to end up like this, isn't it ironic? He wanted to make the whole world bow, but now is nothing but a mere puppet." Many Red Vampires at the scene felt the same way as well, and they had heard what Laxmus had said. Although they agreed with him on hatred for humans, they didn't know his reasons, which seemed petty more than anything. It was as if he felt being a vampire was a curse, and because he had to deal with it, he wished everyone else did as well. While most of the vampires that sided with him did so because they thought they were superior, which contradicted the two ways of thinking. However, something strange was in the underground town. The Dampiers that had come with Aaron were still inside the settlement. And through whatever means Aaron had escaped, she hadn't revealed it to them. The Dampiers soon realized their danger and were trying to leave from where they had come. However, by communicating with each other telepathically, the vampires were one step ahead and had already blocked off any way of escaping. The Red Vampires were not tired yet. This war had filled many with anger because they had lost a lot of their friends and even one of their leaders. Therefore, they didn't show any mercy to the escaping Dampiers. The battle resumed, and this time it was more of a one-sided massacre. And I, seeing this herself, didn't know what to do since she was also part of the Dampiers. "I can help," Xander suddenly suggested. "My shadow power. I didn't get it from Laxmus. We had been designing contingency plans against him for a while, and the shadow was one of them. Using his own shadow crystal that looked dimmer than the last time he took it out, he used the shadow to shroud an eye for now and decided to think about what to do with her later. However, it was too late for the rest of the Dampiers. There was too much wrath and bloodshed as the Red Vampires massacred the Dampiers without showing pity or mercy. By now, Peter had also calmed down and had stopped acting crazy. The group decided to head to where he was standing. Everyone was curious about what had truly happened and what would be the next course of action. However, as they did though, Xander noticed that Layla was wobbly on her feet. "Layla!" he shouted and ran across the ground, grabbing onto her. "Is she okay?" Shiro asked. He had just come from a tough fight against one of the Guardians. Although after the Guardians lost their shadow, the fight became much easier, and Shiro defeated his opponent swiftly. "I think so. She's just tired and will recover with good rest," Xander replied. He could hear her faint heartbeat and even sense her breathing slowly. The battle between the Red Vampires and the Dampiers had ended by now. The Red Vampires were currently only a quarter of their size when the war began. Nevertheless, a little over 200 vampires had managed to survive. However, of all the Dampiers that had attacked, only a handful had managed to escape. Earlier, since Peter and his group had landed right in a war, they had taken care of most of the Guardians. The group came to this planet with a heart of vengeance and had planned retribution for the Red Vampires for attacking the Green City, and if it was another day, they would have seen this plan through to the end. But this day was different. Even though this group of newcomers had been attacking them moments ago, now that the Dampiers were defeated, the Red Vampires were on their knees, staring off into the distance, not knowing what to do now. "I really don't know what to report back to Dad. Do we say we won this battle?" Achieved our goal? Jake asked. Well, yeah, it's hard to judge what has happened, Mooka replied, walking towards Jake. The red heart is no longer with Laxmus, who was our biggest fear. I don't think the red vampires will ever be the same threat as ever after this, and it looks like our other leader was working as a double agent. While saying this, Mooka looked towards Layla, lying flat on the ground, relaxed. However, the red heart is in the hands of someone who sees the whole world as her enemy, and she is also the one who defeated Laxmus. This simply means we could be in for an even bigger mess. Just then, Lucia, Jessica, and Minnie came running back to the others, looking tired and out of breath. I'm sorry, but we couldn't find it anywhere, Jessica said. The sword that you were talking about. There were a few other weapons and a strange box and some larger stuff that we couldn't open, but nothing that resembled the sword. A few minutes back, they were sent to find Arthur's sword. But after hearing what had happened, they knew it would be almost impossible to get it back because the sword was now in the hands of the vengeful Damper Queen. And since she also had the red heart, the combination of the two could potentially be very dangerous. After the meeting ended, they began to focus on their own things, and Jake reported to Logan to update the latter about what had happened and how the mission went. But that was when the red vampires started to do something as well. They began to gather in front of the wrecked lab and headed towards where the others were. However, they didn't get to close, only staying away for around 20 meters and waiting. This is a bit strange, right? Should we do or say something? Jake asked. Not yet, Xander stated, as he could tell that Layla was finally opening her eyes. Xander, Layla said in a soft voice, smiling and rubbing her forehead again. You're alive. Well, thank you for the vote of confidence. Did you really want me dead? Xander asked. Shaking her head and lifting herself slowly, she noticed Peter and the others, the destroyed settlement and more. I guess everything wasn't a dream in the end. Did Laxmus die? And what happened to Aaron? Layla slowly asked. Xander then explained everything that had happened, even though he felt now wasn't the right time. He just wanted her to rest but knew she wouldn't give up until she had her answers. I see. I should thank everyone. Then, using the sword, she pushed herself off the ground, and Xander helped her. Quickly, both Kev and June went to her side, and she finally stood properly with her hands around their shoulders. Please, you really shouldn't walk, June pleaded. Layla didn't respond because her thoughts were occupied by something else. Instead, she continued to stare into the eyes of everyone there. She didn't know why they were there, nor did she know who everyone was, but she knew one thing. They had all worked as hard as they could to stop Laxmus and Aaron, and most importantly, they were on Quinn's side. That was the critical factor that they all had. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for helping me. No, not just for me, but for the whole vampire and human race from collapsing, Layla stated while bowing her head. The group felt a bit embarrassed. Some of them didn't know what to say. The red vampire leader, considered an enemy of the world, had given her apology, confirming she really wasn't an enemy after all and was one of the good ones. It was mind-scratching, but they somewhat knew this could be the case after learning the truth from Quinn. Quinn will be happy that you were helping him as well, Peter said. And hey, look what I got out of this whole thing. It might be a loss for everyone, but it's a plus for me. Peter smiled, patting the shoulder of the large Laxmus, who just grunted. Just then, a particular vampire walked over to Layla and bowed down on the ground. My name is Hannah, captain of a small squad of the red vampires. I greet the leader with great respect. Hannah said. Please, stand, Layla replied. I was the leader of the red vampires, but, standing up immediately after hearing that, Hannah had a tear in her eyes. No, the red vampires are here still. We all fought for a cause, and you were one of our leaders. Still our leader. Which is why I ask you, as there is still something you need to do. Stepping to the side, Hannah presented her hand and gestured at the 200 or so red vampires. Please, as the only leader of the red vampires, look after us, and guide us on what to do. Hannah bowed again and following her words, the rest of the vampires did as well. This was not the first time Layla was seeing all the red vampires gathered in front of her. As one of the leaders of the red vampires, there had been multiple occasions when they stood in front of her. In fact, the numbers for previous events were far more than this time. However, for some reason, seeing them this way this time felt different. Was it because before she had always stood in front of them as a fake leader? The respect, honor, and awe all felt fake, and to a certain degree, she thought it was the same now. They're waiting for me. They want me to say something, Layla thought. After taking a long breath, Layla gently brushed Kev and June, who were helping her balance. And as the two of them stepped back, she stood straight and stepped forward. She couldn't look weak in a moment like this, not with what she was about to say. And finally, when she was around 10 meters away from them, her steps came to a halt. The red vampire leader Laxmus is dead, and the queen of the Dampiers killed him, but I am not here to tell you that. It's a fact that you already know. And I am sure many of you must have seen that moments before the Damper attack. Laxmus and I were fighting each other. So before you call me your leader or wish for me to lead you, you all deserve to know the truth, Layla said, inhaling a deep breath. All the vampires were hanging to her every word, and she had their full attention. The truth is Laxmus was using you all. There was a much larger force in control of what Laxmus was doing, and he would gather anyone under that banner to achieve his goal. I'm sure many of you had heard what he said in his final moments. The Red Heart, although he might have planned to use it to eliminate humans, sooner or later, his attention would have turned on all of you as the one controlling him dictated what he did. I knew this, which was why I joined the Red Vampires. But that doesn't mean my feelings towards you all for these years have been fake. On the contrary, I wish to protect everyone and give you the life you deserve because I am a faithful follower of the great hero Quinn. I believe he would have wanted the best for you, and I continue to follow his wishes and strive to make his dream a reality, which is why I want to continue doing that. I don't plan to turn the humans into vampires or control them as Laxmus wanted. Instead, I plan to create a safe place for vampires like us. I know many of you don't feel safe around humans, and you have every reason to. I have heard your stories, and I have listened to you. So I won't force you to live with them, but just like in the old settlement, you will have the choice not to get involved with them. I'm tired of fighting, and I'm tired of losing people I care about. So let's just tend to each other from now. If you guys agree with me and believe in that, then feel free to follow me. Once Layla's brief speech ended, something strange happened that the red vampires themselves didn't understand. Many of them had started to cry, and their eyelashes turned moist. A wave of emotion hit them as if they felt free from their duties, free from everything they had been toiling for years. If they followed Layla, they felt like they could finally live the life they had strived for. And after an emotional turmoil, they could express their feelings more easily. Thank you, Hannah cried. Thank you for not abandoning us. Thank you for not just leaving us and forgetting about us. Leader. The last word resounded throughout the area. And hearing her, the rest of the red vampires also followed and clamored in unison. Leader. The others witnessed history in the making for the red vampires, and they couldn't help but feel warm inside after seeing this scene. The vampires were patting each other and hugging with tears of joy. As another favor to them, Layla was removing the fog above their heads and consuming it all, letting them feel happiness and forget about the bad that had transpired. I will take on your pain in return for trusting me, Layla thought. While all this was happening, Jake whispered something to Shiro, who was by his side, and the two nodded after they agreed on something. Once the clamor calmed down, they walked to the front. We are partly to blame for this mess here, Jake stated, which is why the two of us have decided to do something. Just remember that I, a human from Green City, have decided to do all of you a favor. Shiro sighed a little. He thought the last bit was unnecessary, but the two of them placed their hands on the ground anyway. A few seconds later, large buildings just like before started to rise from the ground. Section by section, several buildings rose and were created within seconds right in front of the stunned red vampires. And finally, in the place of the lab, Jake decided to place a mansion instead. In front of it was a garden, and through it was a pathway leading to the front door. The two of them were done, and Jake clapped his hands as if he were pleased with the results. It's not as strong as the buildings before, but it's at least a start and something you can live in for now, Jake said. The vampires were impressed as they looked inside the buildings, but they soon noticed something. Hey, human, we have no furniture. The battle destroyed them as well. Do you think you can also build some of that from your earth ability? Yeah, for me as well. A nice large cabinet would be nice. And can you make my room a bit bigger? I mean, there's less of us now, so we can have bigger houses and rooms, right? Soon, several vampires were making requests, and sweat ran down Jake's face. Well, go on. You want them to see you in a good light, right? So you should finish what you started. Shiro gestured to the other. Sulking, Jake walked toward the vampires with heavy feet. Do you know how excited I'm going to be after this? I was hoping to go to the nice mansion I designed. Jack mumbled but listened to his uncle in the end. The group laughed and thought it would be best to head inside Layla's new home for a little bit to discuss the next steps. Everyone, please have a well-deserved rest. Then, once everyone has recovered, we will gather the fallen and pay our respects to them. Whether they agreed or disagreed with us, or even if they fought by our side, because it's due to them that some of us are alive today. Saying these words, the vampires felt like they had a little breath of energy and decided to do as Layla told them. Minnie is tired as well. Minnie yawned while getting a piggyback ride from Jessica. Minnie worked hard. Everyone worked hard as well to be my mommy. Minnie finally shut her eyes. It looks like you are all an interesting group. I'm surprised you took such a young vampire onto the battlefield. Layla said, still being helped by the other two. Hey, Dad, can you come over here and give us a hand or something? June asked. Right, sorry. Xander quickly rushed over to their side. They're your kids, Xander? Peter asked. Right, you told me they were. But, does that mean Layla is their mother? Then he looked at Layla, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. Wait, did you two have kids? What about Quinn? I thought you and him were dating. At that moment, Minnie woke up, and all the girls turned their heads. It was a tense moment for the group for multiple reasons. First, they had heard Quinn talk about Layla before. When talking about her, it did sound like the two had some connection, but to hear directly from Peter that the two of them were dating meant it went a lot further than they thought. Wait a second. Those three are acting pretty close, Jessica thought. Quinn was in slumber for 1,000 years while Layla was running the Red Vampires. It would make sense for her to move on and find someone else, and these guys are incredibly close to her. That means I might be able to sweep in when he has a broken heart, show how caring and loyal I am, and then with Minnie on my side and all the juice boxes I have prepared, Quinn and we can dash. These are not my kids, Layla answered. These 4 words crushed Jessica's hopes, and a few other faces reacted for a split second, but not many managed to catch it, as they quickly put on a brave face. That's right. She's our auntie, June replied as they continued to help. I'll answer your questions once we get inside, Layla said. Upon entering the mansion, the first observation everyone had upon stepping inside was, it's huge. It was a luxury mansion with a large double staircase leading to the second floor, and even had specific pieces of furniture carved out, all made from earth. It looked a little strange because it was all one color, but the others could imagine what it would look like when everything was fully furnished. Walking around, they all eventually found a large room to sit in, and Ashley, who was a bit embarrassed to be with everyone, had decided to head over to where Xander, Layla, and the others were. He didn't feel comfortable around others because of his former identity. Oh, it's a surprise to see you here, Xander smiled. Don't worry, I'm only teasing you. I heard from June and Kev what you were doing in front of the lab. I know it must have been hard for you, but even though you were an arse sometimes, I always liked you. Ashley didn't know what to say, so in the end, he just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Layla sat down in one of what she could only assume was the living area due to the things that looked like sofas and a table in the middle. There were no cushions though, but it would have to do. I'm really interested to know about you all and how you came to travel with Peter, and Peter how you are even here, It's been a long time, all of us doing our own thing, but I guess I should explain myself first, Layla said, adjusting her position a little. First, about your question from earlier, these kids belong to Xander, and they are a lot older than they look, a few hundred years old in fact. Unfortunately, their mother, Amy, has passed away. During that time, they were still young, so I helped Xander look after them, which is why they refer to me as their aunt. Layla smiled and rubbed Kev's hair. He seemed to enjoy it but was also a bit embarrassed about it. When the cursed faction was going through troubles, everyone had agreed to split and go their own way. Xander had decided to follow me at the time, but there was something that I had hidden from everybody, and it was this sword. When I used it during the fight against Helen and a few more times after, the sword started to affect me. Even when not in use, I used to hear screams in my head as if it was trying to torture me. I tried to contain it, but eventually, it had taken over me. And because of this, there is a blank space in my memory. However, during all those years, Xander stayed with me. At some point, I had woken up from this daze to find out that 10 years had passed, and next to me was Laxmus. It was then that I found out that the sword and Laxmus were linked to the same god, the god that created vampires in the first place. He's called Immortality. During that time, I stayed with Laxmus and we founded the Red Vampires group. Laxmus saw me as an ally because we had the same marking, and I decided to take advantage of that. But in those years, I also helped the Red Vampires. Unfortunately, there were times when I found cruel things humans were doing to vampires and I lost my way at times. Enough to even use powers which I never wanted to use. Saying these words, Layla stared at her hand and felt a pain in her chest simultaneously. The others didn't know what she meant by that, and although they wanted to ask, it didn't seem appropriate. Anyway, I'm happy Xander stayed with me. If you're wondering how he's still here, as well as Ashley, that's thanks to the shadow powers they have gained. Not only do they have the power to stop and slow attacks, but it seems like it slows down the aging process of those who use this ability. Even if it's in a crystal, there is a way one can use it to slow down their own body's time, and they can live an extraordinarily long life. That was when Xander pulled out the crystal. Well, maybe not so much anymore. The shadow belonged to Laxmus, and I stored it in a separate crystal from the one he gave us. But now that he's dead, there won't be a chance to refill the energy. Also, unlike MC cells, the shadow will not regenerate and can only be stored up to a certain quantity in the crystal. So, the more we use it, the faster it will deplete. Eventually, there will be no shadow left. Although it sounded like an unfortunate end to the tale, the expression on Xander's face told a different story. There was a smile on his face, and honestly, it was because he lived quite a painful life. But he never shared and would never reveal his thoughts and emotional pain to anyone. Amy was his wife, and he loved her dearly. But after her demise, the old flame he had for Layla reignited, especially whenever he saw her with his kids. As they spent more time together, his feelings matured. But he knew her mind was always on one person, and she would wait forever for him. To be with the person he loved and to be by her side all this time to support her while knowing she liked someone else was heart-wrenchingly painful, yet he chose to go through it. He was happy that she was happy and that his kids could now live a life with motherly care. But he was also a bit tired. Thinking about this, he inwardly sighed and was thankful that no one else had noticed his sudden mood change, although he could just blame it on the shadow problem if someone asked. On the other hand, after Layla had explained herself to the others, the group started to talk about their experiences and the events that transpired in the last few days. Peter started the discussion and talked about how he found himself in the room one day, and after an unknown time, Quinn also woke up, and from that room their new adventure began. Next was Jessica, and then Lucia, too, talked about her side of the story. After some time, Layla finally had a clear picture of what happened, how things worked out, and who all these people were. In the end, Layla sat there in silence while thinking about Quinn. So, no one knows where Quinn is right now? She finally asked. Everyone looked a bit depressed by this fact, but it was a truth they had to accept. Well, at least I know he is alive, and there is a good chance that I will see him again. But, for now, I guess we just have to do what we can and carry on as we have for all these years. Layla smiled. About that, Shiro opened his mouth, but he had switched with Vorden. We need to talk about the elephant in the room. I know we have been avoiding it all this time, but what has happened to Erin? Why is she so hell-bent on thinking that everyone is her enemy? Layla, you were close to her and were also part of the Red Vampire later, and the Dampiers seem to have a huge grudge against the Red Vampires. Is there a reason for that? Do you know something? Vorden asked. I want to know too. Lucia sighed. I mean, she had the turtle familiar. Does that mean she killed our leader, Owen? I thought he had died of natural causes. We also learnt that the Dampiers can control their natural urges, Peter added. Does that mean Erin is doing this out of her own will? I'm not sure, but I think I might know someone who can answer these questions, Layla replied. There was a reason why no one quite knew what happened to Erin, and that was simply because Erin had blocked all contacts without any explanation. Based on what Leo had told them, they knew she was a damper and had trouble controlling herself. But that was it. Shortly, she returned, saving some of their lives during a crucial moment in the war against the Dalki, only to turn and kill the first vampire leader. But there was something that everyone was pretty sure about. She was the reason for the uprising of Dampiers and the reason behind the rift between the two groups. How it started, though, was something hardly anyone had an answer to. As I said, I don't know the answers to the question you have, and for that, I have to apologize, Layla stated. The thing is, it's clear that it's Erin's anger, not the urge that's behind her actions. It's as if she genuinely hates vampires, which makes no sense. When I think about it more and more, it reminds me of the old Erin? The old Erin? Lucia replied. Ah, Vorden said, realizing and tapping the side of his head as he figured out how to explain. I guess you are not aware of it, but Erin isn't just the queen of the dampers to us, but she is actually an old friend. You see, we had a group, me, Layla, Peter, Quinn, and Logan from time to time. We were all classmates at the same military school, which is why this whole fight is too personal for us. Vorden explained. When the others heard of this, they couldn't even be surprised anymore. After every fact they learned about Quinn, they would be left speechless. And now Vorden was basically saying everyone who had worked with Quinn had become some giant influential figure, good or bad. Leader of the Red Vampires, Queen of the Dampiers, leader of Earth, and even a high-ranking person in the Blade family. Although they couldn't understand why the fact that Erin was part of Quinn's group had never gotten out. Haha, and you're forgetting that Quinn was the one that turned Erin into what she is, Peter added. So, in a way, this is all Quinn's fault. Even if it were somewhat true, no one would say it. At least they wouldn't word it in the same way Peter had expressed just now. Anyway, I have a theory, Layla said, interrupting the awkwardness. There are only two events I can think of that could have massively influenced Erin's mentality. One of them is the disappearance of Quinn. However, even then, she seemed sane enough to leave for fear that she could hurt us. Then the only thing I can think of, which might have affected her drastically, is Leo's death. Leo was influential not just in Quinn's life but also played a big part in Erin's life. He was her mentor and teacher and even helped her through all her troubles. Because of this, the others understood the importance of Leo in Erin's life and somewhat agreed that his death could have been a trigger. But what happened to Leo? Peter asked. Quinn tried to find out around. We know it happened while they were fighting against Pure, but when Quinn fought with Chris, he said that Leo died before him, although he wasn't the one who did it. In fact, from the sound of things, it sounded like Erin was the one that killed Leo. Layla sighed and tried to understand the situation. The whole thing doesn't make sense. Erin is strong enough to find a way to get rid of the damper urge, yet she was the one that killed Leo? Her hatred for vampires had a turning point, and I can only assume it has something to do with Leo. The anger she is feeling and how she acted was similar to how the old Erin used to react whenever she came across any Dalki. Could it be that a vampire killed this Leo guy? Jessica suggested. This was also a good possibility and could validate the reason behind Erin's hate against vampires. Maybe. We can't say for sure. But there is someone who might know the answer to all our questions. Layla replied. Who? Pure? Vorden asked. I mean, Chris was there. We could ask him what happened that day if he doesn't attack us the moment we step in front of him. No. Don't forget Leo didn't attack Pure on his own. At the time, he was with someone else, that Sarah guy. That guy could raise the levels of any weapon to the demon tier level. He is the person I am talking about. Now that Layla mentioned it, Peter and Vorden started to recall him as well. Although Vorden wasn't directly there at the time, he had heard about Sarah. Ah yes, I remember him. He was indeed very powerful. Mukka also remembered the person in question. In fact, I would find it hard if there were many that could take him on back then. Maybe one could now, but it was a different story back then. Anyway, I am sure he must have survived the war, and perhaps even traveled with Leo for a bit, helping him take care of Pure. But the question is he still alive? Isn't he human? He would have died long ago. Even with Chi. Layla shook her head once again and raised her sword. The sword told me that Sarah wasn't a normal human. He is similar to Laxmus but not quite the same. He should still be alive, but I have no clue how we can find him. Nor do I have any leads. The group thought about it for a while and discussed it as they tried to rack their brains. Now that Erin had the red heart, and based on her words, she would soon be moving out against the other vampires. Maybe even targeting the vampire core next. I just realized something, Layla. Why are we trying so hard to find out what happened to Erin? Peter asked. Do you still see her as your friend? Because either way, if we fight her again, we will have to use everything at our disposal to have a chance of winning a fight against her, unless you guys want to end up like Laxmus and be by my side. It was true because the simple solution was to kill Erin and take the red heat back to stop her and the Dampiers from accomplishing their goal, and only then can they try to make peace between the humans and vampires again. Even if you turn Erin normal again like she was before, that doesn't change what she's done either, Vorden added. The Dampiers have killed many people, including Fex's wife, Samantha. I know, Layla said, clenching her fist. But we must know what happened to stop it from repeating to us and others around us. After finding out about these Celestials, it just makes me feel that something bigger is happening, and they're all trying to use us. I don't want to lose any more people, and before I decide to pass on, I want to know what happened to Erin. I don't want to pass away with regret, not after living this long. Many understood what Layla was saying because they had felt the same way. Although I'm not sure if he will know about Sarah or not because he is a human, there is one genius that might be able to figure out how we can locate him. Or how we can perhaps get Quinn back with us as well. Xander chimed in, holding up the crystal in his hand. Well, take Vincent back to Logan, see if he can get the former back to how he was, and maybe Vincent would have a better idea for what we have to do next. After all, he stayed in hiding for a very long time, and I bet he might know a few facts that we're unaware of. Once they decided what to do next, everyone stood up. The group that had initially come to invade the Red Base would now return to Green City to revive Vincent. Xander would also be joining the group since he had the crystal and was the only one who knew how to use it. On the other hand, Layla would be staying behind, and although she felt that she needed her friend here on the base to handle the affairs, in the end, she relented since she still had June, Kev, and Ashley to help her. As for her going with the group, that was a ridiculous idea since her people needed to stay here with them, especially in this challenging time. On top of that, Hannah had also decided to stay with Layla. She said that she felt a little uncomfortable with the group, and since she was a follower of Layla, she wanted to stay that way as well. But, of course, if Quinn wanted to take back the powers he had given her, she would be okay with that as well. However, the others thought it was unlikely, considering who Hannah had decided to help. At the same time, Shiro and Vorden decided to return to the Blade ship. They were comfortable to help any time if the group called them back. And after seeing Erin, they felt their old friends would need their help soon to deal with her. In the end, a communication line was also opened, so they could come for help at any point in time. While preparations were being made, and before they went off, there were a few things the others wanted to check out. So, stepping out of the mansion, they started to explore the vampire settlement. So, what are we exactly looking for again? Jessica asked. The large group divided themselves into parts, and Jessica, Lucy, and Minnie were in the same group. Just anything that looks of value or doesn't really match up in the vampire settlement, Lucia explained. When Laxmus died, apparently his shadow released many items all over the place. Some of the stuff looked good, and maybe we can learn what Laxmus did during his time alive. After some hours of searching, the group mostly found useless stuff, although they all found some handy weapons too. However, none of them could compare to Arthur's sword. Honestly, it turned out to be quite a disappointing lot. However, there was one large object the girls had come across. It was larger than a coffin in size while being round. It was something neither of them had seen before. "This seems quite heavy," Lucia said nervously. The two girls ended up taking their findings back, and Minnie jumped on the large object, not making it any easier for the girls. Eventually, they reached the mansion where all the other search groups had also returned. Minnie jumped off happily to join the others. "Minnie would have helped, but my arms are too small," Minnie said, imitating picking up the object. "Look, I can't reach." The others found Minnie's actions quite cute, but Lucia and Jessica, who had lugged the strange contraption halfway across the settlement, weren't really in the best of moods to swoon over this little girl. In fact, seeing Minnie from behind, Jessica had a split thought of just kicking her. "Be nice. Remember the game plan, Jessica. You have to stick to the game plan," she thought, putting on a fake smile. "What do you think this is? And why did Laxmus keep it in his shadow?" Lucia asked. The vampires at the scene looked at each other, especially Xander and Layla. Then, to confirm his suspicion, Xander went to have a closer look, brushing his hand against it, and even rolled the object to find its top. "Yep, it really is what I thought it was," Xander said. "It's an eternal chamber. These things were what used to go underneath the vampire castles. In simple words, this is what the leaders used to go into for an eternal slumber." Leaders were not the only ones who went into eternal slumber, but there were specific chambers that would be buried underground just for the 13 vampire leaders, and this was without a doubt one of their chambers. "We didn't find anything like that," Mitchell stated. "It must be the only one, but why would Laxmus have that chamber? Do you know which family it belongs to?" Xander shook his head. "There is only one way to find out, and that's using blood from the same family, because it's the only way to open these things. So I guess we could just try everyone here? I am sure we have vampires from all the old 13 families' bloodlines." Every vampire at the scene dropped a droplet of their blood onto the chamber, but there was no reaction. Still intrigued at why Laxmus would have such a thing, they decided to ask for the rest of the red vampires to test their blood as well. It was a long shot, especially since it's been so long, and the bloodlines were diluted and mixed, but they also thought this might increase their chances. In the end, however, not a single vampire's blood worked. There has to be a reason why Laxmus kept this on him. Maybe it was one of the original vampires? One of the others? Xander pondered. "At least it clears up one thing," Muka said. "Laxmus wasn't behind the disappearance of all the other chambers. He was one of my suspects in attacking the vampire settlement and destroying them. But I doubt he would only have one on him. Maybe he was trying to collect the other leaders and originals as well. Anyway, this leaves Bliss and Pure as my main two suspects." Pulling out his crystal, Xander decided that, for now, he would place it in his shadow space. Since none of the vampires here could activate it, it was a waste to let it remain here. However, storing the chamber did put his shadow powers to the limit, and it was unlikely he could keep anything else in the crystal. Still, there was Logan as well, who had samples of blood in his lab, and they were hoping that maybe one of the samples might break the seal. "You know, opening things like this isn't always a good thing to do," Jessica suddenly said. "I mean, if Laxmus had it, maybe it's someone as dangerous as Laxmus inside this chamber? Maybe I am wrong, but I believe it's good that we couldn't open it." Upon hearing this, the others realized her assumption also had some backing. It was quite possible after opening the casket could have led them into another battle. And all of them knew they were not ready for one, especially not in the Red Vampire base. Once the group inspected other items and didn't find anything else interesting, they began to bid their farewell. Jake had also returned after helping the vampires with their furniture and other requests, looking exhausted. His eyeballs were sinking in and he was about to fall over. "Update me on everything I missed once we get home," he said, too tired to care about what happened. Soon, the group exited the Red Vampire base and returned to the ship. It didn't take long for them to begin their return journey toward Green City, hoping to revive Vincent and find answers about either Aaron or Quinn. In a dark room, someone was seated with his legs crossed. Just then, a marking of a single eye with two wings lit up on the said person's head. It pulsed a few times and eventually faded away. Poor Laxmus. It looks like he had failed to achieve what Immortality wanted. However, he was always too greedy. He cared for himself far too much and strayed from the original goal. It looks like I'm the last one left, the man thought as he stood up and gripped the sword next to him firmly. Who would have thought that the last of your loyal servants alive would be a human? I guess it's a bittersweet ending. Now a human will kill all the other humans. A portal had opened up in a vast, hot desert. Using portals was banned long ago due to a law that had been brought upon by Logan Green, and the other planets and leaders had agreed to it, but the technology was never lost and many still continued to use it illegally without fear of getting into trouble. Similarly, for the ones currently using this portal, it didn't really matter to them. Two figures, holding hands, were thrown out of the portal. They were thrown with great force and started to roll across the desert until one of them stood upright and pulled the other up. "Are you okay?" Erin asked while brushing off the sand on her clothes. The armor she was wearing had now disappeared, and she was in her normal attire. "Yeah, I'm fine. My body's just a bit hurt," Flora replied while picking up the sword for the ground she had used not too long ago. But her fingers failed her when she tried to grip its hilt. On closer inspection, Erin noticed how much of a mess Flora was in. Her entire body was bruised, and one of her arms was even twisted and broken. Sensing her energy, Erin could tell it was feeble, and Flora had even made a large cut on her arm to power the sword. It was surprising how she was still standing. Erin was aware that her closest subordinate could fall over any moment if she didn't get help. "I have to thank you. Because of you, I could get myself out of a tricky situation. I'll be honest, I didn't think I would have survived that one. So let me help you." Erin put her hand on Flora's broken shoulder bone. As Erin transferred chi energy to Flora, it allowed the latter to heal more easily or speed up the healing process. "Please, if you weren't here in the first place, we could have never reached this far." Flora shook her head. After she absorbed some chi, Flora purposely pulled away, not wanting to take too much of Erin's energy because it was clear to her as well that Erin was extremely tired. In fact, the most she had ever seen. But due to Erin's pride, she would never show weakness in front of others, especially to her followers. "Who did this to you?" Erin asked as they began walking. "You're strong, so I can't imagine many who could have troubled you." But then again, a few unexpected faces did turn up near the end. It was the undead one, the same one from the wedding. His strength and speed were already beyond mine, but then it seemed like he had this strange energy, the same type the red vampires used to help them transform. After that, he had powered up, and there was nothing I could do. Luckily, he wasn't the brightest person and was easily distracted, allowing me to get away. Who were those people? I'm not sure if they were with the red vampires or not. When talking about Peter, Flora's body was trembling a little. It had been the first time she had been so overwhelmed like that. Not even the vampire corpse leader, Andy, was that strong. Ah yes, him. He showed potential in the past, and it looks like he's somehow able to become quite powerful. Who would have imagined the weakest in the entire academy would reach this level? Erin replied. For a second, Flora wasn't sure if she was hallucinating. But it looked as if Erin was smiling, as if she was proud of this fact. And the way Erin was speaking, it was as if she knew the attacker. Flora thought for a moment and then began to follow her leader. Her teleporter was an emergency measure, but there was actually nothing here for them. They landed on Earth itself, but they were dropped at a random location, and once they got their bearings or reached somewhere, they could head back or plan according to the situation. As they traveled through the seemingly endless desert, Erin's previous reaction was bugging Flora, and in the end, she couldn't control herself and asked the questions. "Erin, I don't know if this is too personal, and forgive me if it is, since I know you don't like to talk about your past much. But that undead, do you know him? And what about the others? Are you familiar with them as well?" Flora asked. Erin's steps halted for a moment, and Flora wondered if she would face the former's wrath once Erin turned around. Yes, I knew him, but that was my life before I was who I am now, and even he was different in the past. This was before the world even knew of vampires. It's been a long time since then, so it would be hard to imagine. Aaron explained. A world without vampires. Flora repeated, imagining what that would be like. Of course, vampires existed, but they had just stayed in hiding. But for Flora and nearly everyone alive today, vampires had become a norm, and it wouldn't be hard to encounter one. You don't have to worry, Aaron continued. Even if I know them or whoever I face, I will never lose sight of the goal. I have lost too many people because of these vampires, and I know it is the same for you. Your situation reminded me of my own, which was why I decided to turn you, like me. I knew you wanted to change how the world was, how tolerant and helpless everyone was due to the vampires. And all because of what? Just because a vampire saved the world 1,000 years ago. The funny thing is, this vampire hasn't even shown up since then. Just because one of them has done a little good doesn't mean that we can forgive all the evil they have all committed and continue to do. As always, Aaron got heated when it was a conversation about vampires, but at least Flora could talk to her about the past. This was the first time this was happening because she would never answer these types of questions before. The walk was tiring, and since they didn't know what they would face or who they would come across, going all out to run across the desert wasn't the best option, and for now, their bodies were recovering the chi that they had lost in the war. What is the plan for now? Flora eventually asked. The Dampiers, since we left them, it's unlikely any one of them would survive. A bulk of our forces were taken out before we even reached the settlement by that other leader, and now with the rest of them gone, there are only a few units of Dampiers scattered here and there. After they find out that we abandoned the main group like that, it might be difficult to convince and rally them up again for the cause. Aaron remained silent for some time before finally giving a response. There are only 2 large factions of vampires that must be dealt with, she answered. The red vampires who, after Laxmus's death, will struggle and crumble by themselves, and the vampire crops. Without these 2, the vampires will cease to exist, but there is one problem. The vampire core gets a lot of support from the Green family, but lately, a certain group has been able to turn the tide in support. During that battle, Jake Green was present. With this information, there is a lot that we can do. However, building up the Damper forces again for another fight against the Vampire Corps and the Greens would take too long, so we need to use someone else's army to fight for or with us. Finally, the 2 of them could see a vast sea with no end, and there was a small port town at the edge. It had a wall built around it, and there looked to be a lot of travelers and others. There's no Vampire Corps base, and you see the city flag in support of Pure. It looks like luck is still on our side. Let's meet with Pure and get rid of all these vampires. They will all pay for what they did to me and the lives of the others they ruined. I won't forget that day. I have never forgotten that day. Erin gritted her teeth. Since the group was heading back to Green City, it didn't take them long to reach their destination. It was mainly because the Red Vampire base was located on Earth, and they no longer had to remain in their stealth mode compared to before. Another thing was that they no longer had Hannah with them, nor did they need to take a detour for the Blades. On their way back, the group had updated Logan on everything they knew so far. Logan reassured everyone and told them to leave it with him and ended the call shortly as if something else was bothering him. Either way, they would find out when they got back. Entering the Green City was never going to be a hurdle for them, and currently, everyone was in Logan's lab for a few reasons. First, they gave the casket they found among Laxmus's shadow items to Logan to analyze, and then they handed over Vincent, along with Xander's nest crystal. Logan placed him in a big tube, with the nest crystal attached to a chest device positioned around Vincent. The scene reminded Peter a lot of when Quinn was in slumber, and with Vincent having a face that matched Quinn's, it didn't exactly help subdue old memories. "Will Vincent be okay?" Xander asked as Logan wiped the sweat from his head. "I honestly can't give you a definite answer for now," Logan replied. "He's in a similar state to Quinn. The nest crystal isn't properly absorbing into Vincent's body, but it still is absorbing, which is the good news. Let's just hope it doesn't take 1,000 years for Vincent to wake up like Quinn," Peter said, leaning up against the wall. He was frustrated with the whole situation, honestly. The fact that Quinn was nowhere to be found was bugging him even more. He wanted to find Quinn as soon as possible. As for Logan, there looked to be something significant on his mind as well. Each time he looked at Jake, there was a large frown on his head, and he had chosen to hide behind Jessica, avoiding his father's gaze. "Come on, Dad. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" Jake finally said. "I helped them as you asked, and there were loads of things you didn't tell me about them, like how crazy some of these people are." "Crazy," Jessica said. Turning around, she moved away so Jake and Logan could make eye contact. "I told you to stay low," Logan replied. "It was the reason why you were hiding your face." "Yeah, and I was wearing it the whole time, just like you asked," Jake replied. "What's the point of keeping on the hood if you go and display multiple and a different set of abilities? Sure, there were other blades there, and if they were found attacking, it wouldn't be so much of a problem, but you're my son. The son of the current leader and known to be one of Green's strongest forces. Pure can easily use this against us if they find out. Are you sure that you managed to hide well?" This was a question Jake wasn't too sure about. The hood didn't cover his face, and at the time he was trying hard to help the others take out Aaron. In the end, he was sure that she had at least seen his face. Seeing his son remain silent, Logan feared the worst but let out a big sigh after he thought about it. What could he do? Shouting wasn't going to change anything. "We will just have to deal with it, and as you said, without you, there could be a chance that some people could have died. We should look at the bright side, and since I've heard nothing so far, it has to be good news," Logan stated. Logan also believed that the red heart being in the Dampier's hands wasn't such a bad thing. Laxmus would have used the power for the destruction of all of the humans in some way or the other. As for Aaron, other than its raw power, it was unlikely that she could have any other use for it. It was certainly an item that one couldn't really use against vampires, and as far as he knew, the Dampires didn't have a great mind. It was the problem Laxmus had as well. They could use it because the Red Heart was incapacitated. Logan currently only knew 3 people that could get the full use out of the Red Heart. Himself, Vincent, and lastly, Agent 4 from Pure. As long as it doesn't somehow end up in Pure's hands, we should be okay. That's one less thing to worry about, Logan said as he moved on to the next project the others had bought. The large chamber casket that had someone inside. Several robot arms were holding up the object while others were scanning it. Images flickered through Logan's computer as it was trying to find something. Words such as blood samples were being brought up, while references were coming up as well. At the same time, fingerprints on it were taken, as well as DNA over the whole box to try and see who had been in contact with it as well, until finally Logan had come up with an answer. Just as you all thought, that certainly is an eternal chamber originally created for the vampire leaders, kings and originals, Logan explained. After going through blood samples and DNA, I have pinpointed our most likely suspect as to who could be inside this. It seems like the most likely cause is Alex Way. Muka's eyes opened up wide a bit when hearing this name. She had suspected it to be one of the other leaders, but for it to be the Blood Fairy. Should we open it? Muka asked with hesitancy in her voice. I mean, you said before that there were many people after Alex due to the weapons he could create, and honestly, a Blood Fairy might do us more harm than good. A Blood Fairy? There's a Blood Fairy inside that thing? Jessica repeated. What is a Blood Fairy? It sounds beautiful, Minnie asked. The robot stopped scanning the device as Logan finally sat down, tired from everything he had been doing. Although his body was mostly robotic, his mind was still fully human. Even if we wanted to open it, we don't have any other way, Logan replied. I gave Alex's blood to Quinn. As they say, all roads lead back to him. And I'm sure it will be a nice surprise for him when he does come back. Hearing Quinn's name just seemed to depress the group a bit, and now they were lost again with no lead. Besides that, there was Aaron too. Although they knew Sarah might know a bit about what had happened to Aaron and the reason behind her change of behavior. Looking at all the glum faces in the room and realizing that he would have to stay with these people like this for a while, Logan stood up and clapped, grabbing everyone's attention. Okay, listen up. Learning and finding Aaron is still essential, and the Red Heart can still be helpful to us in many ways. We might even use it to find Quinn. So instead of sitting around here, I have a suggestion to make to you all. There are people who have confronted Sarah, and at the same time, keep in mind that Sarah wasn't the only one there. Others know what happened to Leo, like the faction that's most likely triggered Aaron to act like this. Pure. Hearing this, the others believed what Logan was about to suggest. Pure and I have been working together. I can try to explain to them what happened to the Red Heart, and at the same time we can set up a meeting between our two groups. Why don't we ask them what happened that day and what happened to Leo? In the end, the group agreed with Logan's decision, and the latter made a call. Surprisingly, it didn't take much convincing them to have a meeting between the two groups, but there was one condition. The meeting was scheduled at the Pure base. The audience in the celestial space was increasing with every passing moment, and more celestials were needed to support the area as everyone stared at the orb to witness what was about to unfold. The God Slayer from the Earth, who was recently causing trouble for many, and a celestial were working together. Watching all of this among the other celestials was none other than Bliss. You're an idiot, and I guess I'm an idiot as well for sending you to this place. Bliss had a deep frown on her face. How can you cause so much trouble no matter where you go? Now that they see you working with a Godslayer, they will guess that you are both from the same planet or have a connection. If the others learn that a celestial has a connection with a Godslayer, then we will become a bigger target than we already are. And of course, I cannot contact the other one. Bliss sighed in indignation. On the Amra planet, the ground that Quinn and Syl were standing on started shaking violently. It was as if the planet was frightened of what was coming, of this battle. After showing all his weapons, the weapons himself and his body started to emit and glow with strong energy. He was covered in a strange white light, constantly moving as if it were alive. I'll take on the right side, and you take on the left, Syl shouted. And a warning about this fight: don't hold back. Don't play with these guys because they can cause serious damage. Syl was already off using super speed to run straight towards Athos' side. Since Quinn had battled with Syl not long ago, and considering the latter's experience in fighting against Celestials, Quinn thought it wise to take his advice. And as he flew forward, the shadow was already wrapping both of Quinn's demon tier wings. Heading straight for Athos, Quinn gathered his blood aura, and while doing so, he covered both his hands with two giant spinning blood drills. He could only wield one of these in the past, but he now had grown used to holding a powerful blood aura. Seeing him coming towards them, one of the women by Athos' side had pulled out two swords and swung them down towards Quinn. From the swing alone, Quinn felt he was getting hit by colossal pressure even though the sword hadn't even reached him. What is it? Is this gravity? Or wind pressure? I don't understand, Quinn thought. His speed had slowed down, but spinning at the right time, he avoided the sword strike, but a strange drag had pulled him down with it, and he felt even more pressure, forcing him to crash to the ground. Quinn didn't land very hard, but the pressure had pushed him into the ground, and that had created a crater. Eventually, another sword from the female Golden Amra was coming towards him. With no chance to get out, Quinn jumped up and threw one of his blood drills like a punch. The blood drill instantly clashed head-on against the sword. The power clash was strong and immense, and it looked like Quinn had the upper hand in this battle of strength, as the sword was pushed back and caused the giant female to stumble around a bit. Seeing this as an opportunity, Quinn ran forward again and headed straight towards Athos, who had yet to move. At that moment, however, the female Amra had moved again, swinging her other arm down. But when she attacked, a large rock had come out at great speed and hit the sword, causing it to go off its trajectory. Quinn had been through enough fights to judge the sword would miss him, and that it did. The second it hit the ground, though, Quinn used it as an opportunity. The sword was large, and jumping up, he pushed off the flat surface of the sword to give himself extra strength, and using the momentum, he spun his body and headed towards Amra. There was only one blood drill, but he gathered the blood energy around him, turning into what looked like a giant blood drill, ready to pierce right through Athos' chest. Thank you guys for helping me out. I wasn't expecting any help, but you have returned the favor. Just be careful. Quinn thought as he looked out of the corner of his eye at those that had helped him. Geo, Nock, and Dober were staring at the ongoing battle not too far from where the others were fighting. They had strange colored green rocks in their hand, and it was Geo who had thrown and hit the sword. "We're crazy for doing this," Nock said. His arms were trembling, and he nearly dropped the rock in his hand. "How can we even consider going against those who have reached the 90th floor? The one that our God has rewarded the most. Because this whole situation is crazy," Geo replied. "Who would have thought anyone would even be able to touch our God? And right now we are fighting alongside someone who is on par, if not even stronger than our God. We make our own decisions in this world, and I have decided to help him." Dober laughed at this comment. "I have long grown bored of the tower's antics. Besides, this is how I always wanted to go out, with a blast." "Great. Even though you think we're going to die, I haven't given up," Nock said, hurling the green rock through the air. As it flew, it created green flames. It was impressive even for Nock himself because he had never been able to do such a thing before. Clearly, something was changing in him, and he was improving rapidly. After years of hitting a limit, it looked like he was finally reaching another stage. Not that it mattered anyway, as the golden female just slashed her sword, slicing the rock right in half. "This is going to be a hard battle. Please end this fight quickly, Quinn," Geo thought. Quinn had made himself move faster as he controlled the blood aura at the right time and suddenly accelerated. He wanted to use the speed change to catch Athos by surprise, and he thought it would have worked, only that Athos had lifted the shield in time. "I'll smash through that thing and head back to Earth," Quinn shouted. As his red aura hit the shield, he continued to spin it more and more. Although Athos' hand was slightly trembling as he used his strength to stop, it looked like the shield was in perfect condition, not damaged. That was when, using another hand, holding onto a spear, Athos pulled it back. His limbs seemed to somewhat grow from his body and even had extra joints, which allowed him to put strength while his body was still facing a particular direction. Seeing this, Quinn quickly decided to stop his attack, and the red aura dispersed. Then, he covered himself with his shadow wings. The spear had hit the wings hard, and the others saw the shockwave coming from the impact as Quinn took the hit head-on. He could feel the wind on his back. Peeking through his wings, Quinn could no longer see Athos, nor could he see anyone else. Instead, he was flying through the air at an incredible speed. The force of the attack was so strong that although the shadow blocked it, it hadn't slowed it down or frozen it in place. Finally, Quinn stopped using his powers and pulled out his wings. Just how far was I sent back? This raw strength, it's stronger than any demon-tier beast or anyone I have faced before. If Quinn didn't have the demon-tier wings covered in shadow, he was afraid that he would have died in that single attack. He's not faster than me, but speed doesn't do anything even if I attacked him at full speed and treated a large attack. This is all about power. I need more power. Donning his blue fong set away, Quinn used the tip of his fingernails to make a thin cut on his leg. Then, he hardened them to create a pair of blood-colored celestial boots. Only this time, he had cut up to his thigh and continued to have the demon-like hardened blood all the way up. The chest piece only deteriorates if I use the celestial energy through my body, but not when I power it through my blood on the outside. Twin Tail Soul Weapon activated. Small hard pieces of razor-sharp objects could be seen piercing out from his skin and were pronging over his shoulder. But luckily, the chest piece went around his body and over his shoulder. The bits that moved towards his chest only stuck in the piece a little. Although it was harming the piece, it was only a little. Finally, the twin tail chains had come out, and he held them in his hands. I have to help Syl. He was right. We can't beat this person on our own. I should have been fighting with my celestial power from the beginning. Syl, I hope you can hold out, or even better, hurt him a bit for me. Show me what you got now that you're a god slayer. Let's slay that damn giant. Two things were going on at once when fighting against Athos. After the two of them had decided to approach the celestial from the opposite direction, Syl used his fast speed to sprint straight towards Athos. I must admit, you are much bigger than any other celestial I have fought against, but size doesn't mean you are stronger. Syl shouted. Just like with Quinn, the female golden Amra had decided to interfere in the fight and swung her swords down. But when it looked like Syl was about to get hit by the incoming attack, he disappeared from his spot. And in the next instant, he appeared on top of her head. He lifted his leg high, and with it, he had created a tornado of flames. Then, without hesitation, he slammed the kick on the female Amra. The fire quickly spread, and it looked like her whole body was about to be consumed in flames. However, Athos had already fired an arrow, which flew through the air too fast for Syl to react, hitting him right through his stomach. However, when it hit him, Syl's body disappeared from the spot, leaving no signs of injury or blood. The female Amra was grateful that her god had saved her, but she soon felt an enormous force hitting her right at the back of her legs. It was so strong that her legs skid forward, stumbling her whole body as she fell back to the ground. As for the person responsible for this, it was none other than Syl, or to be more specific, there were a bunch of Syls, 10 to be precise. They were divided into 2 equal groups of 5, and they were pushing each leg using their strengthening ability to the max. They had secretly appeared there when the fight began, and using their mass amount of power and chi, they had slammed the leg. It wasn't easy to pierce the large Amras of this level, which superseded Syl a bit. He noticed that the flames that had covered her body had done next to nothing as well, but still it was enough to knock her down. Athos shot another arrow, trying to target the Syls without hitting his ally. However, they all suddenly disappeared and teleported onto the female Amra's body, standing on her stomach. I can see every move you are going to make. There is a reason why the other gods could not kill me, and it will be the same. The Syls spoke in unison as he lifted their hands in the air, and blue sparks of lightning started to form in their hands. Then, swinging it down, several lightning strikes hit the golden female Amra's body. If fire won't work, then I'll try lighting. And if that won't work, I'll just try something else that will. The power for 10 Syl clones using lighting to its max had just caused the whole area to light up to the point where no one could see a thing. But for Syl, who was in the middle of it, he could see that it was still not affecting the body of the Amra. This isn't even the Celestial itself, and I have a bit tougher time than I usually would. So maybe I should take my chance, and instead of playing safe, I should go all out and figure out how to hurt her. Syl avoided each arrow, teleporting again, and it looked like Athos was reluctant to move from his position. But, at least for now, he could see that Athos was using his shield to block an attack from Quinn. While teleporting everywhere, using his soul weapon, Syl was searching for a power that he could use, and he had finally found one he believed would be of some use. Just then, the female Amra regained her composure and was about to stand up again. After quickly teleporting from place to place, in areas where he knew Athos could not hit him, Syl finally appeared directly behind the female. Then, placing his hand against her back, he was about to phase into it. It looked like his hands were slowly submerging into her back, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot again. In the next second, the female Amra coughed up blood, and her face paled as fear gripped her heart. Her eyes turned red, and she began feeling a strange sensation all over her body. She knew something was wrong, and after a moment of thought, she turned toward her god and opened her mouth to speak. It was an honor serving you, my dear god. These were her last words as flames erupted from inside out, spewing with blood from mouth and before burning her insides with flame. The same was happening to her eyeballs, which had burnt to a crisp as soon as the flames came out. It was clear that the golden Amra female was dead. And with this, Syl had defeated one of the strongest warriors of the Amra race without much effort. A few moments later, Syl appeared out from the top of her body, his arms covered in flames, and his whole body was sheathed in Amra blood. His arms had evaporated off the excess of their blood, turning it into steam, but the rest of him. There was nothing about Syl that made him look human. I can predict what you will do and where you will attack. I can clone myself to create more of me, and I have the strongest powers Earth has to offer. But do you know what the worst thing about me is? It's the fact that I can always find a way. Through countless abilities at my disposal, I can always find a way to kill anyone in front of me. I knew you would be far more troublesome than the other one. Athos broke his silence. which is why I wanted him to get rid of you, but I guess I will just have to do it myself. It was then that other Sills started to gather around him. There were 11 in total. The real Sill stood in the center and lifted his hand, opening up a portal. A large trident dropped out of it, which Sill caught without trouble. He then spun it a few seconds before stopping its shiny reflective blue end into the body of the dead he was currently standing on. The trident was clearly unique and was radiating with power. There was a crystal design at the bottom, while the handle went up like waves in a dark blue color heading towards the top. Then, at the very top, there were the 3 spikes. All 3 were in different color tips, blue, red, and almost transparent color, while the base of the trident was still in a similar diamond-like pattern. You think a demon weapon will change the outcome of this fight? Athos asked. Compared to my celestial weapons, they are nothing. Athos lifted up the mace and prepared his sword. Now that Quinn was gone, he could use all of his weapons toward the God-Slayer, and it looked like he was confident, but he wasn't the only one who was. I just wish Quinn was there. That way, he could have seen what I had in store for him, Sill said with a smile. Just then, the 10 clones of Sill standing around him lifted their arms as well. As they did, a portal appeared above them. And in the next instant, all sorts of weapons began to drop out. One was shield, another was a spear, one looked like a strange gun, and there were many others, all unique in their own way. There was even one that was just a crow KWN and nothing else. However, there was one thing that all of these items had in common. You're right. One demon weapon won't make a difference. But with my powers and all these demon weapons I have gathered over the years, I think we stand a pretty good chance. Sill replied in conviction.